Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine? Or a little cry? Don't be scared. Don't ask why.
All right, guys. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Just getting the live open. Getting the live started here. Welcome in. Saladin, yes, right. You are first. Way to get here quickly. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're getting the live started right now. I'm going to get my backup profile logged in. And I think we're going to get Hanji here any second. And then we are going to get the show started. Anyways, how was your guys' day? Did you guys do anything exciting? You have a good time? That's right. It's time to go, Seth. It's time to go. I think Hanji's here. I see Joe's daughter up in here. Welcome.
Baby!
What's going on? What's the good word?
I just left Cash. I'm bringing some of the peoples over. We were
All right.
just
Okay.
waiting on you.
Okay.
Oh, you
Let's
missed
see.
last night. We had Tinker and Bash in the panel. It was beautiful.
Oh, man. That would have been a good show.
We were cooking. I'm your power bottom. I love this.
That's what's happening. All right. We got
Tiny.
the secondary mic muted. I think we're good to go now.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my headphones for now because I know there's one thing I don't like about that microphone, honey,
Mhm.
is it drains my battery on my
Yeah. Yeah, you've got
phone.
to charge your phone while you're using it.
I don't have that adapter. They don't have it here because I need a C port. And they only have the old school like for the 12s and stuff.
Yeah. Deborah says Jesus is awesome. He is Lord, and I love him. Well, that's certainly a claim. I don't think he's Lord of anything. I think he's a liar and a fraud, and I can demonstrate that he is a liar and a fraud. So that's my position. If you feel like you need Jesus, that's fine for you. But I'm not convinced whatsoever. I don't think anyone actually needs Jesus.
Is Jesus gonna put a ring on it, Deborah?
I don't think
He
so.
should, as much
Well,
as loyal as you are to him.
I am confused though by the amount of men who are homophobic, even though they know that the Bible says they're going to be the bride of Christ.
Oh,
Um,
oh,
it's a bit problematic.
where is this?
Yeah, the bride of Christ is going to be the church. When Jesus comes back, the church is going to be the bride of Christ. And I don't know if you know this, but that includes men and women. So
I did not.
I'm just saying, all the men, all the Christian men, according to the doctrine, will become brides. And so that's a good time. Adrian, thank you so much for the heart. Anyways, guys, thank you. Thank you for being here. Really
And
appreciate
look at
that.
you looking scrum-diddly-icious. You got the
Yeah.
new cut?
No, I just styled my hair a little bit today.
I like it.
I appreciate that. Christina, good to see you. Thank you for the hand hearts.
Hey, Christina. Oh,
That's
I
right.
need to, speaking of hearts, I need to give you my love for the day. There you go.
Oh, thank you so
There's my
much.
love.
Um, so guys, we got the stream open. We're just waiting for some opposition in here. While we're waiting, maybe we should do a little more trivia. Eh?
Sounds good. A? Is Cash rubbing off on you?
That's my my Canadian accent, even though I'm not from Canada.
Hey, Joel. And I think it sounds good to me. Also, tiny, tiny. Rawr.
Oh, so, yeah. I didn't do a tiny tiny. I don't know if I got one. I did fall. I didn't see Cash's live last night, but I did fall asleep in the middle of Dave's. Unfortunately, it got past. It was like 1 o'clock something in the morning, and I zonked out. Apparently, I was snoring on the live. Um, but anyways, first question. This is an interesting one, guys. Okay. Yeah. Jesse says snoring. I think I was. Name the two tribes that settled in the same territory. Remember, we've got 12 tribes theoretically of Israel, except for two of them were sons of Joseph. That's Ephraim and Manasseh. Two of these tribes, however, settled in the same territory. Can you name the tribes? I'll give you a hint. One tribe is guilty of murdering all of the Shechemites, and the other tribe is the tribe that uh, the rightful king of Israel comes from. I see Judah. That's one of them. Which other tribe settled in the same territory as Judah? Gabs, good to see you. Thank you so much for the
Nazarene?
ICU.
Nazareth?
We got
I
Judah
don't
so
know.
far. Benjamin is close. It's a good guess. Benjamin is basically the brother, the little brother of Judah, right next to each other. We're almost there.
Bethlehem?
No,
No.
Bethlehem's a city. Yep.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
the other tribe, you don't hear about this one too often. The other tribe is Simeon. It was Simeon, and remember, it
Oh,
was Simeon and Levi that murdered all of the Shechemites. That's
I
in
learn new
Genesis.
things.
So in Genesis, remember Shechem grapes Dinah according to the narrative, and then in retribution to retaliate against Shechem, Simeon. That's right. Joe reads Bible is for Dinah, and in response, Simeon and Levi have a very mature response. They tell all the people that in order for Shechem to marry Dinah, since he's graped her, everybody needs to be circumcised. And so while all the men are healing from being circumcised, they come in and put everybody to the sword. Jason, thank you
That's
so much for
lovely.
the eyes. I appreciate that.
Oh, I didn't tell you, but off topic. I know. I'm sorry. ADHD brain. But I am actually, because remember when I said when I first started this page, I was mainly like a cosplayer. I still cosplay, but just not as much because the shit gets expensive.
Right.
I have a wish list set up now for Daenerys Targaryen cosplays. Because I am known as a Targaryen on this page, I am going to be doing a lot more content pertaining to that because I don't do, biblical unless I'm in debates with you guys.
Hmm.
So I feel you're gonna love the content that I'm about to bring up. It's gonna be
Well, I'm
like a little
sure. Yeah.
cringy, but it's gonna
I
be worth it.
listen. You got to be you. You just that's all there is to it. You can't. There's no point in pretending to be somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Another question, guys. Who in the Bible said this quote? Here's the quote. Um, I have never been eloquent, neither recently nor any time in the past. I have never been eloquent, neither recently nor any time in the past. Who said those words? That's right, Joel. It's Moses. That was a good
Joel is on a
one.
roll.
Joel's crushing it. Well, remember, listen, Joel has been reading the Bible for Christians because Christians aren't reading the Bible. So Joel's really taken up the slack on this one. I think he's already in the book of it. Thank you so much for the pause, Seth. I appreciate that. That's right. Joel reads Bible. Uh, let's see. Let's go on to another question. This is a good one. Another one that Joel knows this. Kevin, thank you so much for the eyes. I appreciate that. Joel knows the answer to this one. Let's see if you guys can beat him to the punch. What plant is believed to aid barren women in childbirthing or becoming fertile? Which plant in the Bible is believed to aid women in bearing children? Thank you, Frozen Sorrow. Good to see you in here, by the way.
Wormwood?
Wasn't wormwood that? Nope. It is mentioned in the book of Genesis, and I know for a fact that Joel knows what it is, but I don't see it. Last Unicorn, thank you so much for the eyes. I appreciate that. It wasn't Hisa. Demi, good to see you. Thank you for the roses. Yeah, they do get mad at Joel for reading the book. The answer is mandrakes. Hyssop is different. Hyssop is used typically during the blood smearing rituals. It's also used
Mandrakes. Really?
mandrakes.
Hmm.
Mandrakes. That's right. Because remember, there's a story in Genesis where Rachel and Leah are basically getting into an altercation about mandrakes, and the mandrakes are traded as a bargaining chip to see who gets to sleep with Jacob for the night. Demi, thank you so much for all the
Interesting.
roses. I appreciate that. Yeah, so mandrakes, they're a natural fertility aid. And also, what's with your hateful banner? It's not a hateful banner, it's a truthful banner. You view it as hate merely because it offends you that I believe Jesus was a liar and a fraud. But the thing of it is, it's just a factual statement. That's all it is. It's just a statement of fact. It's like if you said Hitler is a liar and a murderer, I would say yes, that is a statement of fact. I am saying as a statement of fact that Jesus was a liar and a fraud, and I can back that statement up with receipts. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so, anyways, yeah, how dare me? I'm deceived by Satan. Satan doesn't exist. Satan is every bit as fake as your Jesus who claimed to come a second time and then never came. That's how real Satan is. Satan doesn't exist. Satan is like what Christians use to keep other people in line because Christians like need some sort of eternal threat for them to behave appropriately.
Or a scapegoat to
Thank you,
behave a
Pax.
certain way towards others.
Or a scapegoat. Yeah, Satan made me do it.
Mm-hmm. The devil made me do it. The devil is a lie.
That's right. That's
Or
right, Christopher.
Satan.
He only came once. He did only come once. That's if you are not a mythicist. If you are a mythicist,
Hey,
you don't even
Pax.
believe he came once. John, I'm not lost. In fact, I've read the book and you haven't. That's why I know that Jesus is a liar and a fraud. If you disagree with me, you're welcome to get into the guest box and we can have a discussion on why I make this claim. And you haven't read it. So I'm more than happy to explain to you where this claim comes from and why this claim is factual. All right, let's go on to another question. Another question. Okay. Name the book of the Bible, of course, carrying the story of the dry bones being revived to life. Which book of the Bible describes the dead bones coming to life? It's often referred to as the Valley of Dry Bones.
Second
Ezekiel.
Corinthians? Oh.
That's right. You got it, Janet. It was Ezekiel. All right. He
I
is.
don't know, but I try.
You tried. You tried. Okay. In which geographical location or what city was the paralytic man lowered through the roof for Jesus to heal? What geographical location, what town did this happen?
Mm,
Think of like the three most common locations. That's right, Trevor. It's Capernaum. Jesus
I
does a
never would
whole
have got
lot
that.
there. I know it's okay. It's okay. Galilee technically could be correct because Galilee is a region that include multiple towns, and as far as I'm aware, the region of Galilee included Capernaum. So I think that could be a correct answer. All right, another geographical location. Name the area where Jacob's family settled in Egypt. What is the area in Egypt where Jacob's family settled?
Memphis?
It's not Memphis.
So,
It was
sorry.
Goshen. Yes.
Mm.
Joel and the Human Design Witch got it. It was the land of Goshen. Now, as a bonus point, what was the reason that they were settled in Goshen? What reason does Genesis give for why Goshen was selected as the place for them to settle?
The flood?
It's not the flood or the famine. The famine is why they went there in the first place, why they went to Egypt. But there's a reason given specifically for why they settled in Goshen as to another part of Egypt. It's hinted at in the book of Exodus as well. It's because they were shepherds, they were herdsmen, and the practices of Canaanite herdsmen were detestable to the Egyptians. And so they were placed in Goshen as a means of segregating them from the rest of the rest of the Egyptians proper. All right, let's see now. Let's get another one up in here. Which book tells the story of the Benjaminites obtaining wives for Lebanon? Which book of the Bible tells the story of the Benjamites attaining wives for Lebanon? This is also the same book of the Bible in which they devise a plan of kidnapping young virgins of their own ancestry to make wives for themselves. Which book of the Bible do the Israelites, certain tribes, devise a plan to kidnap young virgin girls as they're dancing at the festival to make wives for themselves? It was Judges. That's right. It was the book of Judges. We got a couple of people getting that one. That's right. Yeah, so in the book of Judges, after what the events of Judges 19, where the Levite's concubine is raped, there's some things that happen there, some warring that happens, and in the war, um, uh, they basically make a promise not to marry any of their daughters to a particular tribe, and then they're like, "Oh my gosh, we acted hastily because we can't let this tribe die out." So they said, "Okay, rather than letting this tribe die out, and rather than breaking our oath and giving our daughters to them in marriage, we'll just allow them to kidnap these virgin girls, and therefore we're not breaking our oath and we're not letting the tribe die out from within Israel." That's Judges 19 through 20, I believe. It's not about Samson's vengeance. That's a different narrative, but equally as silly. Because remember, Samson, as part of his vengeance, what does he tie up? Was it 200 or 300 foxes? Crazy. Tied their tails together and then set their tails on fire. 300. Judges 15:4. Samson went and caught 300 foxes, took some torches and he turned the fox's tail. He turned the foxes tail to tail, put a torch between each of their tails, and then of course he lit them on fire. And then they ran through the fields and lit the fields on fire. There's a couple problems with this story. The first problem is how does a man gather 300 foxes and 150 torches? Like what kind of resources go into gathering 300 foxes and 150 torches and then assembling them in a location, and then organizing some sort of schema so that you can tie all of their tails together and then put somehow tie the torches to the tails of the foxes and then light the torches, and then set them out into the field without somehow, I don't, it's just crazy. The whole thing's crazy. In fact, the matter was, if you have a big old dry field, if you're going to do fox and torches, you could probably get it done with two foxes in one torch. I don't think you need 300 to get this done. So the whole narrative there is just absolutely insane. Everything with Samson is completely over the top. The whole story is insane. All right. So we still have no opposition. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I know it's hard to wait for the first couple opposition to show up. It's boring. Nobody likes that.
Not for me. I'm learning a lot of things.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, and we've had some Christians. They're
still in the chat,
chirping in the chat, but apparently they don't have enough Holy Spirit to get into the guest box. And that's fine. We'll do some more trivia until they work up the courage to defend their God. All right. So the next question that we've got here. Let's see. This is a tough one. We'll do it anyways. This is a tough one. All right. On what occasion were the priests of Israel to read the law to all of the people? The answer on this card is only one of the two occasions. Actually, the book of Deuteronomy lists two different occasions. They are roughly synonymous, but I would accept either answer. So when and on what occasion are the Israelites to read the law of Moses?
During Jubilee?
No, but
I don't know.
my guess is they actually did read it during Jubilee, but it wasn't required. Someone in the comments said a seventh, and I don't know what you mean by seventh, but I actually would include that as a partially correct answer. They said to read it every 7 years. That is.
Janet said during Passover, but she's not sure.
It's actually during the Feast of Booths. That's the festival in which they're commanded. That's in Deuteronomy 31. But there's another one that was missed. Whoever wrote these questionnaire cards, they missed a section from Deuteronomy. After the law is given to Moses and Moses wraps it all up.
Tiny.
That's right, Tiny Tiny. Let's see. This is also in Deuteronomy, I believe. Yeah. Deuteronomy 31 as well. Moses wrote this law down and gave it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who carried the Ark of the Covenant, and to all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them every 7th year in the scheduled year of remission during the festival of booths. So it's read during the festival of booths, but it's also read every 7th year.
Tiny. Rawr.
All right, guys, we're going to keep all this trivia waiting for Christians to show up. The people who come to this live are for sure going to know more about the Bible than the Christians, I think.
So Manna wants to know, what's the goal here? Debate for debate's sake or something else?
Both. It's to debate for debate's sake and also to debate for education and learning, and also to remove the shackles of religion for people who have been told that you have to believe this or you're a bad person or you're going to hell. Neither of those things are actually true. You don't have to believe this thing. Thank you, Backslider, for the evil eyes. I appreciate that. Yes, Daniel, it is debate bait. Apparently, you're not strong enough to take the bait, though. I'm just sitting here waiting for a fish on the hook.
And he has plenty of followers to do so.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't have enough Holy Spirit to do it, though. This is I just gave you the answer. Let me put this one away. I about blurted out the answer to the question. All right, which prophet is known? This is not necessarily true, but which prophet is known as the Messiah prophet? Which prophet is the most closely associated with messianic prophecies? Somebody, Sarah, I think, is hinting at it in the comments. It's not John. It's Isaiah, the human design witch. You got it. It is Isaiah. In fact, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the prophet that shows up the most is Isaiah. The Dead Sea Scrolls are completely full of different manuscripts of Isaiah. It was probably the most important of the major prophets. Of the minor prophets, you might have Zechariah listed as the most important. All right, let's see what we got here now. Oh, this is a good one. Provide the correct information by association. And the word of association is Nabal. And that's not really, I don't know if that's enough information. I don't think that's actually a really good question. Let me devise a better question to illustrate what this question is trying to tell you. What is the name of Nabal's wife? That's what the question should say. Now, half of you don't know who Nabal is, and that's fine. But if you know who Nabal is in the Old Testament, you can read about Nabal in 1 Samuel 25. If you know who Nabal is, do you know the name of Nabal's wife? It's not Jezebel. It's not Jezebel. I'll give you a hint. It starts with an A, and it's a popular Christian name, a very popular Christian name. Algo, thank you. Good to see you.
Azrael. I'm just kidding.
No, it wasn't that. Abigail, that's right, Janet. It was Abigail. David, welcome in.
Hey, how are you? How you doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Why do you say Jesus was a liar? I was just reading the what you got up. Jesus was a liar and a fraud.
Yeah.
Do you believe Jesus existed?
I have no reason to claim he didn't exist. I think there is sufficient evidence that he existed as a human being to go either way. But I think whether he existed as a human being or whether he didn't exist as a human being, I'm not sure that's important to me, because even if he did exist, I don't think there's any reason to believe that like the mythology surrounding him is accurate.
It's not fair to call it mythology if he existed.
Yeah, it would be.
What do you mean?
Do you think that Muhammad existed?
Probably.
Yeah. Do you think that Muhammad riding a donkey into the sky and splitting the moon in two, do you think that's true, or do you think that's mythology?
Well, Islam and Christianity go against each other when it
Yeah,
comes.
it was just a yes or no question. Do you believe that Muhammad splitting the moon in two and riding a flying donkey, do you think that was history or mythology?
I think it's inaccurate. Neither. I don't. Yeah, I don't believe it's real.
Okay, yeah, so you believe it's mythology. So even though you believe Muhammad probably existed, the stories about Muhammad are mythology. And I'm saying the same thing about Jesus. Even if he existed as a real person, I think the stories about him are mythology.
Well, he had a lot to say himself, though.
Sure.
His own, plenty of his own things to say.
Sure. Yeah, if you believe he said it. The problem is whatever Jesus said, it's like hopelessly contradictory. So you kind of have to conclude that either he's a liar and a fraud, or what is in the Bible isn't true. Right?
So you just said the same thing. You either believe he's a liar or a fraud or the Son of God, right?
No,
Those are the
you
two.
no
Those are the
you
two choices.
No, actually, there's more than two choices. You believe he's a liar or a fraud, or you believe he didn't exist at all. Those are the two choices I gave.
Well, there's more than those two choices.
I know. Those are the two that I laid out. Now, the fact of the matter is, I have a reason why I claim that he's a liar and a fraud. And I can back my reason up using the scripture, using the New Testament, that is.
Abusing the scripture?
Using. No, Jesus is the one who abuses scripture. The New Testament abuses the Old Testament text as a matter of routine.
I don't know if they quote the Old Testament often, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, and they quote it completely out of context every time. And they don't even quote it correctly. A lot of times they quote it incorrectly.
I'm not sure that that's completely accurate, but
No, it is accurate. I can show you.
well, I mean, we really could go all day. I don't know how you can prove he's a liar or a fraud.
Well, I can just do it right now. You want me to do it?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go over a couple statements that Jesus said. Let me find. I was just talking about one earlier today that I think I'd like to cover again. So let me pull that up real quick. Okay, so in John chapter 3, Jesus says this. He says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man." Is that a true statement?
Well, I mean, it seems like I.
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
either true, it's either true or it's not, right?
Well, sure, it's true.
Okay, so that you're saying that's a true statement. Cool. So what do you do with 2 Kings 2:11 when it says, and they continued walking, and a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven?
Right? He didn't die. He went up.
Yeah, he went up into heaven.
So did Enoch. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. But Jesus said that no one has ascended into heaven.
Well, maybe it's not heaven proper.
In the Old Testament, there's only one definition of heaven.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is I don't think that means a whole lot. It's not.
It does.
There's not
It
a whole
means-
lot of.
So do you know what a lie is?
Well, sure.
Okay, a lie is when you say something that's not true. Right? Did Jesus say something that is a lie?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then it's not true that Elijah ascended into heaven.
Well, I mean, I see what you're saying. It's just that I don't know the importance of one
doesn't-
little thing.
It doesn't, well, I've got more, but it doesn't matter if you think it's important. I'm just asking you, did Jesus say something that is true, or did he say something that is demonstrably untrue?
I don't. I just know, of course, Jesus Christ was sinless. He was perfect.
I didn't ask if you think he was sinless. I asked if he said something that is true or
If I,
untrue.
if I said he was sinless, that means he did not say anything that was untrue.
Okay, so then it's not true that Elijah ascended into heaven.
Well, I mean, I guess you're going to carry this point all the way through. Okay.
I mean, that's how logical conclusions work. He either said something that's true or he said something that's a lie.
But he said a lot of things.
I know he said a lot of things. I'm asking you about this one thing.
He said things that were way more important than this one.
I know he did, and I promise we can cover other things he said, but I'm trying to address this one thing he said first.
Somebody, oh Lord, they're not kind on here, are they? Some of the
No, they're not. They're really not. Hell, sometimes they're not even nice to me, and like, I mean, maybe I have it coming sometimes. I don't know.
I guess. The bottom line is I don't think Christ lied. No. So
Okay, so then it's not true that Elijah went into heaven.
I suppose so. For the sake of this particular point, let's say he
Okay.
didn't.
Okay, so the author of 2 Kings is the one who lied.
Sure.
Okay. So if the author of 2 Kings, or we'll say any other Old Testament book, if they can just lie, How do we know what parts of the Old Testament are true and which ones are lies?
Well, gosh, I feel like we could go back and forth all day. I was really just trying to address the liar and a fraud thing.
Right. Well, we're right now. We're deciding whether or not Jesus is a liar. Want me to give you something that is a demonstrable lie that doesn't require somebody else being a liar?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So, are you aware that Jesus gave a cutoff date for his second coming?
No, the Bible says no man knows the hour but the Father.
I know. I'm not saying that he predicted the hour or the day. I'm saying he gave it a hard cutoff. I'll read it to you.
Okay.
There's basically 5 different passages, 6 of them actually in Matthew that refer to his second coming in very specific words. But let's start in Matthew chapter 10:23 when he sends out his disciples into the villages. He says, "Truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." That's referring to his second coming, which is clarified in Matthew 16:27 and 28. He says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everybody for what they've done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
Right.
But they all tasted death, and Jesus didn't come back.
I see that you're. Yeah.
I'm just reading the Bible, buddy.
Well, I know you got a couple of points there, but I've got points that I could make. I could say, what about archaeology and
What
the
about
fact that and these places were real and these people existed,
So, is Mecca a real place?
absolutely.
Does that mean that Muhammad split the moon in two?
No.
All right. Oh, okay. So yeah, the author of mythology using real place names doesn't actually legitimize whether or not the events of the mythology is true.
Isn't it really kind of about, it's just, if you just like, Roman times and we can prove that all these emperors existed and all this stuff, you know what I mean? Doesn't it all just boil down to if you either believe what he said or not, right?
Yeah, and I
So
don't,
you
because
okay.
I can see he's lying. And the gospel authors are lying too. The gospel authors lie more than Jesus does.
Well, I see your point, brother. I just it seems minute in the scheme of things when you want to talk about salvation and heaven and hell and grammatical errors. It
It's not a
seems
grammatical error. I mean, there's more than this. Are you aware that he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy?
I'm
That's why I
pretty
say
sure.
so. I know he's a liar because I can read his words according to the Gospels, and I know he's a fraud because I've read the prophecies.
Well, so you don't think like the Muslims do, the Christians, the Catholics? No, like there's no significance about Christ's life.
I mean, every mythology you can like find something important within it, right? Like I can go into the teachings of the Hindus or the Buddhists or even the Muslim faith. I can find something in those books that are like good. I can also go into those books and find things that are not good.
I
I
need
think
to address something in comments. The Chosen Nine, stop with that Hebrew Israelite BS. Jesus was not black.
no,
Jesus was a Jew. Full stop.
yeah, Jesus probably had the same skin tone as Hanji, or my ex-wife who was Egyptian. He was tan, just like everybody else in that region. He definitely
Absolutely.
wasn't white. There's no way he was
Nope.
white, but he
Not
definitely wasn't
even
black.
not even close
Yeah,
to what? Yeah.
yeah. So on that, David, we agree.
Well, hey, listen, man.
Common ground.
Hey, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I,
Yeah, Yeah, thanks for being here. We always appreciate people that have good faith discussions without getting bent out of shape, and I think
Oh
you've done
no,
that.
no,
So
I don't. Yeah, I'm not. I don't do that. I don't know why people feel the need to, you know, get tore up about every little thing coming and going.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with
Hey,
you.
listen, I hope you have a great day, man.
Hey, you too, David. Good to see you. Cheers.
You
You as
too.
well, David. Be well.
Thank you. You
He was nice,
He was,
wasn't he
see, I
nice?
like that.
He was
Yes.
nice. All right, DJ, I think was the next one up in here. Let's see if we can get DJ in here. How you doing, DJ?
I'm doing good. Um, so I listened to your shoot, which one was it? I'm trying to remember which one you pulled from the New Testament that you said with that you aligned with Second Kings.
Yeah, John chapter 3.
Okay, yeah. What I'm trying to remember what you quoted it as.
It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
Right.
Casey, thank you for the wiener. I appreciate that.
Okay, so
That sounds so wrong.
I mean, I think the wiener is named Frank, but it's funner to say the word wiener.
So, I mean, you are aware that the Bible, and whenever they have Jesus speaking, that he speaks in parables.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, you can't just take everything that you don't like that Jesus says and call it a parable.
Oh, I'm not calling that a parable.
Okay,
But
so
there are
John 3:13 is not a parable, correct?
yeah. So
It's,
there,
it's
I mean,
just a
there's times,
statement.
right? Because there's
Okay.
times where Jesus, I mean, you could tell when he's talking in parables, which is a good majority of
I
the
agree.
time whenever he's giving lessons.
Yeah.
And then there's some rare occasions where he like gives more direct statement to his disciples because they're like, we don't understand what you're talking about. And he does that a few times. But so in regards to, was it Elijah? So the Old Testament, I think, and everybody confuses this, is there's a difference between God written and God inspired. And then God inspired means that you have a set structure that people follow, like the Ten Commandments, for instance. And so if you're in those days and times, they would say like, oh, a king is appointed by God. And then these people, like
Are you
King
trying to
David,
say
for
that Second
instance.
Kings isn't God inspired?
No, I'm sure. Oh no, it absolutely is God inspired.
Okay,
I'm not,
is it true?
is it true?
Yeah.
Would you? I mean, you can't. I
Are
mean, from
are there
an
any are
from
there any
archaeological standpoints,
are there any false statements by the author of Second Kings?
in what regards? Because
Well,
if you're
you know what
talking
something
about
that is
from
false, right?
historical,
Something that is false is merely something that's not true.
but when you're giving something from a subjective nature of like what happens beyond somebody's death, I mean,
It's not
I can't
subjective.
prove to you what happens in somebody's death only on the word
Something that is
Jesus can I
false,
do
something
that
that is
because
false is something that is not true. Right? Now,
yes,
as it happens
aware.
in John chapter 3, there's a very clear statement made. In 2 Kings 2:11, there's a very clear statement that was made. They can't both be true because they contradict each other. So you've got to say either the Second King author lied or Jesus lied, or possibly the author of John lied.
So also though, you have to deal with the translations as well.
Do you know Greek
Because
or Hebrew?
do I know Greek or Hebrew? I have studied it to help kind of my interpretations of the Bible.
Can you read it?
Yes.
Like if I gave you Genesis 1:1, where it says Bereshit bara Elohim
Oh no,
hashemayim
absolutely, I cannot read that.
ve'ha'eretz, could you read that?
No, I would have
Okay.
no idea what it meant.
Okay, so I'm not sure you're a good candidate to tell me what's in the original text.
Can you read it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, very well then. So then why don't you go read it
I have.
for as it is? And so
Yeah,
you would
the
say,
word for heaven is hashemayim, literally the same heaven that is referred to in John 3.
okay, well, like I said, as I said before, God inspired is not God written. And if Jesus said that
Yeah,
no
but
man
that
is
point doesn't
in
really
heaven,
actually address what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether or not it's inspired. We're talking about whether or not it's accurate.
okay, so that doesn't make Jesus a liar to say if no man's ascended into heaven, and somebody in the Old Testament who is a God-inspired individual says that, well, then obviously it wasn't true. And here's the thing about that. So
All
you
right, so
look at King
DJ,
David,
again,
and you
you're
look at
actually detracting from the point. Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven.
right, because
That's
no one has.
except for Enoch and Elijah. Although you can write Enoch off, but you can't write Elijah off. It literally says he ascended into heaven in a whirlwind.
Okay. So here's the thing that I was trying to say is that if you notice King David, or sorry, not King David, but Samuel and many other historical figures of the Old Testament who were avid writers and God-inspired writers, if you'll notice that a lot of these individuals were of their own destruction, because although they were God-inspired, they were, like I said, they were not God-written, and they were not perfect individuals like Jesus, like people make the claims of Jesus to be. So yes, they had their own things that they wrote to try to better themselves, as you called mythology earlier. You know, I think we can say that Zeus wasn't real, but if he was real and wrote things in favor of himself, and then he led to his own demise, you would say, okay, well, maybe he wasn't as great as he said because his actions made him turn into this, sad tale or whatever of his ending. And there are many.
Okay, so DJ,
there's
you're
one-
But
saying
Zeus is a
things,
bad.
but you don't
There's-
actually have a point yet. How
I
does
do,
that
there's
deal?
kings because there's kings in the Old Testament where I can't remember which king it was, but I can look it up real quick if I need
All right,
to.
so we're not talking about whether or not kings are inspired. Thank you, Catherine Boy, for the money gun. I
Hey,
really appreciate
Sarah.
that.
And also, Zeus never wrote about himself. He never claimed to be all loving, all knowing. He just was. So that analogy is a faulty one.
They
Yeah.
had a setup so where he was supposed to inherit everything.
Yeah,
And
but DJ,
because
that's
of his
irrelevant.
actions, they
We're
pushed
talking
the
about
inheritance back.
we're talking about
No,
two contradictory
incorrect.
statements.
I'm sorry, you just said that was inaccurate. That
No,
that
Hanji,
Yes.
they never passed.
Yes,
they never
because
passed
I'm
off an inheritance of the
Malaka.
king.
Yes, because I am Greek and this is my religion. You are speaking on shit you do not know. Zeus has nothing to do with the Bible. Now please continue with what host was discussing. Thank you.
I've not said that Zeus was in the Bible.
Yeah, I think there's a miscommunication here. I don't think he was talking about Zeus, Hanji. But here's what we have. We have two contradictory statements. Only one of them can be true. Now, if you think that they can be harmonized, I would love to hear how you can harmonize them. But just talking about how some kings in the Bible were inspired, even though they weren't gods, is an irrelevant talking point.
Well, I said that Jesus was true.
Okay, so then the author of 2 Kings lied.
Yes.
Okay, so then if the author of 2 Kings can tell lies and it still be biblical, how do we know that the rest of the Old Testament is true?
By following and aligning with the 10 Commandments.
What is the 10 Commandments?
That was also said by Jesus to follow.
Yeah, but why does that matter? Are you not aware that it's literally the Old Testament that gives authority to the New Testament?
The Old Testament does not give authority to the New Testament. The New Testament, when Jesus comes, he speaks on the Old Testament, and he also says that no one has followed the law, and that he has come to fulfill the law.
Well, that would be another
because
lie.
we
He
didn't follow the law.
He didn't say no one could follow the law because he never said that nobody followed the law or could follow the law. That's not something he said.
Actually,
he literally said in Matthew chapter 5:17 the opposite of that.
Okay.
In Matthew 5:17 it says, "Do not think that I came to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish but to fulfill. And truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all of it is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks even the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven."
Right. So that's what I said, that he came to fulfill the law. I
Yeah,
used the
but
word
fulfill doesn't mean abolish.
I didn't say that it was abolished. I said to fulfill.
Well, he didn't.
So
He didn't fulfill them because he was a liar, and he also broke Deuteronomy 22, 22, and he also broke Deuteronomy 4:2 and Deuteronomy 12:32.
hey, why don't you quote what those two laws are, though?
Yeah, for sure. Deuteronomy 4:2 says exactly this. I've got it highlighted in my Bible for this very reason. While we're doing that, can we agree that Jesus did add things to the law of Moses and he modified the law of Moses, right?
Yes, and I know there's one specifically like
He says, a new command I give
certain
you.
meats and stuff that he
Yep.
claimed to have cleansed.
Yeah. So, but what we have in Deuteronomy 4 says, you must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am charging you. Then he says the same thing in Deuteronomy 12:32. You must diligently observe everything that I command you. Do not add to it or take anything away from it. So if somebody comes along and adds to it or takes away from it or modifies it, they're literally violating the law that God gave.
Not when you're coming to fulfill the law.
Yeah, that's how that works. You can't fulfill something by changing it.
So if meat is unclean, because this was one of the laws, if meat's unclean, and the Son of God comes and says, "Here I come to fulfill the law, and I cleanse this meat," because you would have, so like back in those days, you'd have to go sacrifice something, right?
Yes, we all know this.
All right, and so when he comes, he claims to be the ultimate sacrifice. So you no longer have to continue taking.
Well, he didn't say that. Other people said that about him.
You just wrote it, or sorry, you just read it in Matthew 5:17.
No, I didn't.
That this was
Matthew 5 says nothing about being the final sacrifice,
them, but to fulfill them.
Yeah, Matthew 5 says nothing about being the final sacrifice.
No, it says that he's come to fulfill the law.
Yeah, and do you know what fulfill means?
To act for, like I gave the analogy with the goat, to act for him and to complete the law for you, like I'm doing it for you. I'm covering you under these bases.
That's not what fulfill means.
Okay, well then would you like to elaborate on what fulfill means?
Yeah, to fulfill something just means that you've completed the requirements of it. So for example,
which is what I just said.
If I stop at stop signs and I buckle my seatbelt, I'm fulfilling the law of the road. That doesn't mean that the next time I drive, I don't have to buckle up or I don't have to stop at stop signs. And that doesn't mean that somebody can buckle up for me.
Oh, Jesus didn't say, "Oh, I'm coming to fulfill the law. Now you can go sin all you want." No, that was never said. He said to try to, and actually he made it harder technically, because one of his quotes was, if you even look upon a woman with lust, you've committed adultery in your heart.
Yeah, and so he violated the law when he said that. He broke the law when he said that, because God said through Moses in Deuteronomy 4:2 and Deuteronomy 12:32, you must not add anything to this law code. So he violated it. He broke it. So he's obviously not the final sacrifice.
No. He did not say, "Oh, if you do this, you're not going to be coming into the kingdom, that you've broke the law," and anything. That was never the quote of it.
I never said anything about coming into God's kingdom. I'm saying that when God gave the laws, when God gave the laws, he said, do not add to this and do not take anything away from it, which means if you add to it or you take something away from it, you are breaking the law that God gave.
You're misunderstanding what he said. This is a
I'm not misunderstanding anything.
What does it mean? Philosophical approach to it.
What does it mean to add something?
Okay. Can I talk on the point of Jesus making that statement about the looking?
Sure. I mean, you can run away from the point that I made if you want to.
Because you're misusing that to make another point.
I'm actually not. I'm just giving you basic readings of the text. The text says to not add anything to this law or take anything away from it. So the minute you add a new law to it,
it's not added though.
The minute you add a new law to it or you change it in any way, that's a violation of the law.
It's not added though. That's where I'm saying
it
you're
is.
misusing it.
Yes.
No, because he did not say that for you to do that is a sin. In order for you to So if you go look at look up mens rea and how we do our whole legal system and everything. So when you commit an act, you have to knowingly and willingly do it. So what he's saying philosophically is if I have already committed adultery in my heart, it's going to make it easier for me to actually do the act. So he's saying stop yourself beforehand. Is what he's saying. It's not him changing the law and saying, oh, just because you think of it means you're also committing a sin. He's giving him a philosophical standpoint on how to approach a situation. He's saying, stop yourself in the thought to help you not commit the act, because it's the act that makes it illegal. Because we don't throw people in jail for thinking about murder. We throw people in jail for acting out murder.
That's right. And what did he say? What did Jesus say? He says, you have heard it said that you shall not commit adultery. But I say that everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Now, that's something that you referenced, not me. Let's go to Matthew 5:38, where it says, you have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. That is in the law of Moses, as Exodus 21. It says, but I say to you, do not resist an evildoer. If anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn the other cheek also. That's an additional command. It's not in the law of Moses. That's something that he is changing about the law of Moses, which means he violated the law of Moses.
No, he did not command anybody to do that. He said it would be better if you did this.
That's not what he said. He didn't say
But
it
that
would
is
be.
not command any different
He didn't
from the
say. He did not say it would be better. He said, I say to you, do not resist an evildoer. That is a command.
That is not a command.
Yes, if I said go do your grocery shopping, that is a command. I'm telling you to go do something. That's how commands work.
Yeah, you're saying go. You're giving a command. You say go do this.
Yeah, that's how commands work.
If I'm talking to you on a parable and philosophical standpoint, and I say, hey, this is what the law says, but I say to you, you should do this because it would help you not even get into all of the trouble that will happen when you have to. Because in order for you to to get an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, you would agree that you have to be a person who can get that eye or who can get that tooth. And so it's going to cause pain on yourself.
Doesn't matter. That's what the law says.
That's not him saying, though, that this is the law now. He didn't say, hey, I'm rewriting the law. The law says this, so
he literally changed it. He literally said,
giving him a philosophical
he literally said, you have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, but I say, do not resist the evildoer. That simply is telling them to not do what the law of Moses says. The law of Moses says to take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Jesus is saying, don't do that. Rather than do that, do this. You can play your mental gymnastics all you want.
He's telling them it's better.
You can play your mental gymnastics all you want, but when Jesus says do this and don't do that, and the thing that he's telling you not to do is the law of Moses, then he is violating again the law of Moses.
Except for the fact that he did not say don't do this. He said it would be better because that way you don't have to go through the mental anguish.
Well, he didn't say that. Show me in the passage where he said it would be better to do this.
Because when he's talking to the person,
show me in the passage where it says it would be better.
You're just taking it as a command.
Show me in the passage where it says what you're saying it says.
Show me where it says you're saying what it says.
I just did. I read it 3 times. But I say to you, do not resist the evildoer. I read it straight from the book.
That's called a suggestion.
It's not a suggestion.
Saying, this is what the law says.
No, he didn't. He didn't suggest anything. He commanded it. He said, "Do not resist the evildoer." That is de facto a command.
That is not a command statement.
That is a command.
It's not, because
every time you tell somebody to do something, that is a command.
But he's not telling them to do it. The way they talk back.
He says, "I say to you, do not resist the evildoer." Yeah, he's saying, I'm giving you a command.
That's not how Old English works.
Well, I'm not reading it in Old English. I'm reading it in modern English.
It in Old English.
No, I read it in modern English. This is the NRSV.
When a person says, I say unto you, or I say to you.
I didn't say unto you.
I'm quoting what the passage says. When in that time period, when you say to someone, hey, this is what the law says, but I say to you that you should do this or do this, or I say to you to do this. You're saying, hey, this is what the law says and the law's firm, but it's better if you don't even approach that at all and you just forgive them, because in order for you to do the eye for the eye and tooth for the tooth, there's going to be mental anguish on you and the person that you're having to go justly fight. It's a suggestive
none of that's in the
tone,
text.
not a commanding
You
tone.
imagined all of that into the text. That's called
And you've
eisegesis, not
imagined it being a commanding
exegesis.
tone.
I didn't add a tone. I just told you what he said. He said, I say to you, do
Which
not
is suggestive.
resist. I say to you, do not resist an evildoer. That's not a suggestion. That's a command. A suggestion is, I say to you, you should not resist an evildoer. Or I say to you, I would rather you not resist an evildoer. That's a suggestion. A command.
But they didn't do that in Old English.
A command is when you tell somebody to do something. And again, I'm reading it in modern English. I don't care what's in Old English.
Well, considering the fact that it's from a very, very ancient time, you can't read it and try to establish it in modern English tone. You
Why
have
can't
to
I?
immerse yourself.
Why do I
Because
care?
modern
Why do
English
I
doesn't
care
work
about
how Old English
Why do I
does.
care about Middle English? The Bible, the text
Because
I'm
the-
talking about was written in Greek, not in English.
Right, and so when you
So
translate
why do I care
things
what the
over
King
time,
James
they-
says?
Well, because you got to date yourself back to that time
No, I don't.
period of how they talk.
Matt, the
Okay,
book,
then
the
good luck-
book,
good
the
luck- good
book,
luck
the book,
interpreting
the book
any
that I'm
legal
reading right
text or
now
any
is
text at
translated from the
all
Greek.
from that time period without immersing yourself in how they talk.
DJ, listen to my words. The book that I'm reading is translated directly from the Greek. It does not matter what is in 1611 King James English.
So does this
Yes,
mean
it
Jesus
does,
is an
because
Anglo-Saxon now?
right, so-
Apparently.
Hey, listen, so if I translate something today, all right, say you write something in Greek, and first of all, my opinion is a translation, all right? So if I translate something you wrote in Greek into English today, 500 years from now, when somebody comes and reads my translation in English, it's not going to make 100% sense to them, and it's going to get misused and mislabeled, and you can't say that it doesn't, because the law is just like that. We have laws from the 1900s and 1800s that we go back and read, and we're like, man, what in the world were they talking about? Because we do that with the Constitution. So you can't say, oh, I'm going to take modern English and because I know modern English, I know everything there is to know about Old English. That's a I mean,
That's
so
a non sequitur, because you don't need to know what's in Old English to know what's in Greek.
no, but
And us
when,
Greeks
if
So-
you know
use the
Greek,
So it's
it works the
irrelevant.
same way in Greek, though. So when
I
they're
know.
translating,
And what does the Greek say? It says un
The prob-
antistenai.
Hmm?
Un antistenai means do not resist.
And
Okay.
us Greeks still use
So-
Chionic Greek to this day.
that's not that's not the full passage. You only took out one part of the Greek part of it. But when you, so
I mean, how much of it do I need to read to you before it turns into a suggestion and not a command?
the whole if you're going to read a Greek portion of it, I'll just read one sentence of the whole context that we've been talking about.
Okay,
But-
so ego d lego umen antistenai tau penero. How far?
I would say the verse before and the verse after, and then the verse in the middle of which
Okay.
we're referencing.
Yeah. Do you know Greek?
No, I don't. So it's,
Okay. So then, what's your point?
okay. My point is that if the English wasn't translated until years later, like they didn't write
don't
this
care.
in Greek and write
So
this
again,
in
it
Hebrew
doesn't
and then
matter
have
when the English-
translation ready to go.
So again, it doesn't matter when the English translation was created.
It does.
We are translating from the Greek text into the English language that we're reading today. It's the same thing that they did in 1611. They translated from the Greek text into the English language of that day.
And how they used a linguist in the 1600s, this is what I'm saying, a linguist in the 1600s who's learning Greek, when they go and learn Greek, they're learning 1600s styled Greek because
No, they're
they're
not.
learning
No, they're not. That's
They're
a
not.
flat
They're
out
not learning
lie.
from a. They're
The
not
gr-
learning from a
That's what I was
professor who
trying to
learned Greek
tell him,
in the
that
16th.
to this day, I am Greek, I am from Greece. Listen, open your ears. To this day, we still use the ancient Kioni language. There are only certain words that have changed, but the language and translations are still the same. Greek is Greek, regardless. We can still read our steles from back in ancient times to this day. That's what Host is trying to tell you.
Yeah. Plus, the Greek manuscripts that were used for the translation of the King James, they weren't written in a different form of Greek. They were literally written in the same form of Greek that you would have in the Vaticanus or the Sinaiticus manuscript, which comes from the 4th and the 5th century. So it's not like there was a different Greek edition of the New Testament that they were using.
So, okay, we're on two different. We're talking about two different things here.
Apparently.
So, I'm not talking about definitions of words or anything like that. What I'm talking about is the style in which people place their words. If that, do you understand what I'm saying there? So
I understand that you're like spiraling, trying
word
to
I-
find a point to cling on to. The fact of the matter
really
is, the text was
That's how
written.
translations work.
You don't know anything about translation.
I
So
do. I speak French.
that's adorable, but you don't speak Greek. And as it turns out, in the actual Greek text that we
No,
have,
but I know how to translate.
you don't know Greek. So in the Greek text that we have, it is written in Koine Greek, just like Hanji said, and it's written in the format that you would expect for the 3rd and the 4th century. That same Greek manuscript was used by the King James translators, as was used by the NRSV translators. Same manuscripts.
Okay. So all right. So let me give you. I'll give you a prime example, and you can't. There's no way you're going to be able to dance around this.
I'm not
In
dancing. You're avoiding the fact that you don't like what is in the English
Okay.
translation.
Well, let me tell you. Can I say this? So for me, for French, when I say I'm getting off the game, like say I'm playing a video game and say I'm getting off, I'm going to bed. That's not what I would say in French. In French, I would say je quitte. So je quitte le jeu. So le jeu video. But je quitte or je quitte means to quit. I don't say in English, if I translated that exactly over, I wouldn't say in English, I quit the game, I'm going to bed. That would make absolutely no sense whatsoever in English, of today's English. It might have made sense in 1600s English to say that, but it doesn't in modern English. And that's what I'm saying here. You're using...
You made the same point that you made earlier, which is I need to care what is in 1600s English, and I don't care what is in 1600s
And that's why you're
English.
mistranslating a lot of stuff.
I'm not. The Bible was written in Greek and Hebrew, not in Middle English.
But
so
it wasn't written
it's
in the
irrelevant.
1600s in Greek.
It's irrelevant whether or not the King James translated it differently, which, by the way, it didn't. Even if you read the King James, it still translates it as command. That being said, I don't have to know what is in the King James Bible to know what the Greek text says. I don't.
No, you don't. You can go read the Greek text.
So it's
since you
irrelevant.
know Greek, yes, you can go read the Greek text yourself. However, when you go to translate something, you're translating it into your modern tone.
That's how language works. You translate it into the language that you speak.
Right.
Why would I translate the Bible into Elizabethan English when I speak modern English?
What I'm trying to say to you is if a Greek person from the year 300 BC was alive today and learned English, when they went and talked to this Greek lady who's in here, if they went and talked to her, then she would not 100% understand everything they're saying because
Yes,
of
I
cultural No, you would not, because of cultural differences,
I
of
actually
different
would.
patterns in the language.
This is how I
It
know
doesn't mean that the
That's
words-
actually
you
a
would be able to
bad
figure it out.
assumption, DJ.
It's not. You would be able to
that
figure
is
it out
a
because
that is a
French
bad
today
that
isn't
is
the
a
same
bad
French it was from 14.
that is a bad assumption. I can go to Israel right now and speak biblical Hebrew, and they will understand me. Now, I won't understand everything they're saying because they've added stuff to the language, but they'll understand everything I'm saying. So
This is how I know he wasn't listening to me.
he was not listening. So the fact of the matter is, even if what you were saying was true, let's say that medieval Greek was somehow different than Koine Greek. Even if that were true, it's still irrelevant because we're reading a text written in Koine Greek and we're translating it into the modern English tongue, which is the tongue that we're speaking right now. Thank you, Dev, for the eyes. I appreciate that. So the fact of the matter is, you just don't like what it says. And what it says is that Jesus changed the law of Moses. He did it again in Mark when he said, it's not what goes into your mouth that makes you unclean, but what comes out of your mouth. Again, nullifying the entire dietary law of Moses. And then in the book of John, he says, a new command I have for you, to love one another as I have loved you. Well, so that's the thing. Jesus modifies and changes the law of Moses all the time. You cannot fulfill the law of Moses by changing it, breaking it, and modifying it.
That's under the assumption that it's a commanding tone like you're claiming it to be.
The tone is irrelevant. The text
is because
says
you're using it to say
the
that
the tone is
the law,
irrelevant.
and I'm telling you that he didn't because
DJ,
if
I
someone said that to me, I'm taking it as suggestive.
Okay, so DJ, if I say to you, if somebody punches you in the face, don't punch them back. Let them punch the other side of your face. Is that a command or a suggestion?
It depends on the tone of which you're carrying it in.
The tone is
and
irrelevant.
In that tone right there, that's
words
suggestive.
Words mean words, whether you like the tone or not. The fact of the matter is the fact of the matter is that is so. The fact of the matter is there's no tone in Matthew 5:38. There's just words. Listen,
you're
DJ,
wrong.
DJ, you can't listen while you're talking. There's no tone given in the text. All you have is words. Any tone that you place into the text is eisegesis. You're not getting it from the text. You're putting it into the text. Now, tone aside, a command is a command. We have words in the English language and in Greek and Hebrew to differentiate between a suggestion and a command. And the words that are used in Matthew 5:38 and 39 are those of a command. Do this. Do not do that. Those are commands. Those are not tones of suggestion.
That's not true because
that is 100% true.
No,
and you just can't be honest with the text. It's okay. We just have another Christian up here capping for Christ.
Oh my gosh, dude! If you would let me speak instead of cutting me off like you claim that I'm doing you.
It's wrong every time you say it. You can say it 100 times, it'll be wrong every time.
When he was quoting that to those people, he was preaching to them and giving them philosophical points. He wasn't telling them, hey, you have to do this, guys. This is what you're doing wrong in society, and you have to do this. No, he was preaching to them like he has been through the struggles with them, and he was saying, hey, guys, I know this is what the law says.
Thank you, Steampunk.
And
yeah,
you can go
again,
and
you're
do
just
that
making
and
things
follow the
up.
law.
He didn't say
So
any of that. He didn't say that I have
Yes,
a better
he is.
philosophy.
Read what he was doing then.
He
Read
didn't
what he
say
was doing in Matthew 5.
He didn't
chapter
say
5.
I have a better philosophy. He didn't say this is a suggestion. Those are things you're adding to the text because you don't like what the text says.
And you're adding to the text because you don't like what
I
the
read it
text
straight.
says.
I read it straight from the book, and you don't like what the book says.
Because you're taking it as a command, and I'm taking it as
because that's how words work. Words have meanings. When somebody says, do this, don't do that, those are called commands. When my mother told me not to play in the road, that was a command, not a suggestion.
All right. So, okay. Hold that thought, because then I want you to compare that to this. So if I say right now, it's illegal to unalive, it's illegal to say, I want to unalive this person. Okay. Okay. So does that mean that I want to do it, or do I not want to do it? Or am I just saying that it's illegal? Because words mean words, right? So
well, neither. So what you said was neither a suggestion nor a command. What you said was a statement. When you say it is illegal to unalive people, that is neither a statement of command or suggestion. That is just a statement of fact. And what Jesus says is a command, just like he does in verse 34, when he says, I say to you, do not swear at all. Another command.
Okay. So when someone, take that beginning part out, right?
Why?
So when someone says that they're going to do something, okay, there's sarcasm
Thank you
exists.
so much,
Would you
Adrian, for
agree
the
that
subscription. Thank you so much.
Sarcasm exists.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. I appreciate
you can
that.
have a different meaning to your words than what you're actually stating. So I can state something, but have a different tone and different meaning, because that's what sarcasm is.
Jesus is not using sarcasm. He's giving a command. Do not do something.
He's if it is a commanding tone, but I'm
Bro,
telling you,
you're
that it's a
bending over
persuasive
backwards
tone.
to say that words don't have meanings here.
In
That's
order
what you're
for-
doing.
in
This is
order for-
embarrassing.
What?
This is literally the worst apologetic I've ever heard on this particular issue.
Then sarcasm doesn't exist.
I've had
Then
Christians come up
sarcasm
in
doesn't
here.
exist.
I've had Christians come up in here and give a much better defense of what Jesus is doing than this. Jesus is not giving suggestions. He's not using sarcasm. He's giving commands.
No, he's giving a persuasive tone.
He's giving commands. Do
In order for
not.
it to be
What does the word do not mean?
Just because you say do not does not mean you are commanding someone
Yes,
to do
you are.
that. If I say to my kid, hey, look, this is what the law says. The law says that you can go and sue this person and get your money back, but look, don't do that. Move on with your life. I said, is that a command?
Yes.
Am I commanding my kid to do that?
You're giving them a command. Yes.
No.
When you say
That's
do
a
not do
suggestive tone,
something,
the way I said that.
when you say do not do something, that is a command. That's how commands work.
No,
right?
you can
So
suggest.
when the law
something in
says
that.
the law says to buckle your seatbelt, that's a command. That's what you do.
Well, that's because that's written in the context of law. You're not taking context into play.
And I am taking context because Jesus is specifically talking about laws. He's explicitly talking about the laws of Moses and correcting the law of Moses, giving new commands. So you're the one ignoring the context, not me.
As are you. Because he's not having a.
Yes, he's explicitly correcting
Preaching.
the law of Moses. When he says, you have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Who said that?
That's in Deuteronomy. It is one of the laws that he has.
And
when he is
Exodus
preaching to his
21. Yes,
he's
that
giving
is
them how to live a better life.
that's
and he's
a law.
telling them, this is what the law says.
That's
but
a
if you want
law.
a better life.
Okay, so
I
DJ,
suggest
is it
maybe
a
sometimes you should ask for forgiveness.
Okay, so DJ, is it a law to take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth?
That was the old law, yes.
Okay, so Jesus is So Jesus is explicitly talking about laws, and he says, "Hey, this one law says an eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth, but I say to you, do not resist an evildoer." How can you ignore the context of this passage and not read this as being a different command other than what is in the law of Moses? And so far, the best you have is you think that Jesus was using a suggestive tone, despite the fact that we have words that could mean suggestions, and those words weren't used.
And you think that he was being in a commanding tone so
Nope.
that you can have the point.
Tone is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what tone he uses.
It
He
does.
uses
Tone
words.
matters everything.
He uses words that are commands. That's how words work. I don't care if he said it politely. I don't even care if he chuckled when he said it. What he said was a command.
Okay, oh boy,
This is not hard. When someone says do this and don't do that,
well, just what you're
those
saying,
are commands.
So I work in the legal field, and what you're saying,
I don't care where you
is
work.
completely absurd.
You need
because
to learn English first.
There are so many people that would be sitting in prison if what you said was true.
Incorrect. So what I'm saying is that
Incorrect,
Jesus
okay.
is correcting the law of Moses, and he's using it with new commands.
He did, but he's not. But what you're not understanding is that he's
He
not.
is. You're
commanding.
unable to be
And
intellectually
you're unable
honest.
to prove that it's a command.
It is a
Because there-
command.
if you took
By
that to
definition,
court-
when you tell somebody to do something, that is a command. That's how commands work.
I can assure you that
You can
being a
literally
person who has been
you can
to
literally
court
just look
and
up the
has had to
definition.
make- and
Just
has had to
Google
make,
just Google the
statements in
definition
court,
of command.
But you're wrong.
Just Google the definition of a command.
I know what a command is.
What is
I
it?
know.
What's
I
the
know
definition?
What it means to state
What's the
to state a
definition?
command is to
What's the
tell someone
definition?
to do something.
Stop crying and give me the definition. What's the definition of a command?
It's a statement made to tell somebody to do something.
That's
I
right.
understand what
It's an order. And how do you issue a command? How do you state it? What words do you use?
Well, there are many ways, but yes, you can say, hey, do this or do that, or don't do this.
Oh, funny. That's what Jesus used. That's exactly what he said. Isn't that weird how he used the exact same words that
Isn't it weird how
you
10
would
minutes
use for
ago,
giving a
I
command?
said that I used a sentence where I used do and don't as a suggestion for how my kid should live his life, not telling him that he can't do it. I can sit here and say this. I can say, hey, look, I'm not telling you what to do, but I think it would be better that you do this.
But again,
using the
Jesus
word do
didn't
there.
say it would be better. He didn't say it would be better. He didn't say
that's how they talked
he
back
didn't
then.
he didn't that's not how they talked. There's a word in both Greek and Hebrew for something that is greater or better or lesser than. That's not in this text. What you have is a command: do not. So you just don't like what the book says, and that's fine. If you don't want to be an honest Christian, that's your prerogative.
But yet in the context of where he was speaking, it would not be a commanding tone. That's what you're failing to understand.
It was a command and a commanding tone. He's literally giving commands on how to live, what to do with the law of Moses. He's literally correcting the law of Moses.
That is not what's going on in Matthew.
That's literally what's going on. Every time he says, you have heard it said in those ancient times, you shall not murder. You have heard it said, you shall not commit adultery. What is he quoting? Where did they hear these things?
He was speaking to the everyday people.
Answer the question. Where did they hear these things?
From the law of
Thank
Moses.
you. So he's specifically talking about the law of Moses. And he says, the law of Moses says this, but I say to you, do this and not that. He is giving commands about the law of Moses while changing it. The same way he does elsewhere when he says it's not what goes into your mouth that makes you unclean, but what comes out of your mouth that makes you unclean, which is completely invalidating all of the laws of what food makes you clean and unclean.
Hey, do you understand that Matthew chapter 5 is the Sermon on the Mount? He's preaching to people. He's not giving them a lecture on law.
I know he's preaching to them.
What they have to do. He's telling them what they should do, because that's what preaching is.
I know he's giving them instructions on how to live.
So it's
and why?
Persuasive.
No,
it's
DJ, why? Why is he giving them these commands?
My pastor doesn't dictate what I do.
DJ, why is he giving them? Why is he giving DJ? Why is he giving them commands?
To better, he's giving them suggestions to better their lives.
They're not suggestions; they're commands. I'm asking you why. Why did he do it?
Because there's mental anguish that comes along with doing eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth.
No,
not just the person that you're having to go.
You're not tracking. I'm asking you within the narrative, within the Gospels, what does he say before he gives the Sermon on the Mount? Why is he telling them all these things? He says, for I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. What does it mean to be righteous? Then he goes into the law of Moses. Well, the law of Moses said this, but I say to you. So he's specifically giving them instructions on what to do to be righteous.
Did you ever think that maybe or actually because when the people that I was talking about, like Samuel, who were doing eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth, what they were doing was just, but eventually it led to their downfall because of the morality conflicts that come into
No,
play.
it didn't.
And so
Not
as
at
a
all.
pastor,
That's completely
really,
false.
so Samuel didn't have his hair cut by Delilah?
That's
a
Samson.
girl that he got.
That's Samson.
Sorry, Samson. Samson didn't have his hair cut by Delilah, a girl that he met because he was doing the laws correctly, which got him into a position where he met someone who was bad for him, but he didn't know that.
No, following the law of Moses has nothing to do with his hair being cut. The reason why his hair was cut was because he was trifling with prostitutes from a city in which he was supposed to destroy.
Okay.
It's almost like you haven't read any of the Bible.
Oh my! Because you're making a point out of it that I wasn't making. The point is that
the point is you don't know what's in the story.
And got himself into that. Is what I'm saying.
The point is he got himself into that mistake by violating the law of Moses.
But for him to get his power from God, which was the whole concept with his hair and everything, and why it was a big deal for Delilah cutting it, he had to first be a man of God, which he was at first.
So?
Okay. Which in turn led to him being able to make choices that led to his downfall.
Him being a man of God has nothing to do with him making bad choices.
No, but the choice of Delilah came along. Like he was able to go into that city and do all of those things that he shouldn't have been doing because of the placement that God had given him.
Because he was living in a area that was right next to Philistia. That's why.
And so
It
on
had nothing to do with the law of
but
Moses.
you had to have the money to get there. You had to have the being to get there. You had to have if he
just
was
walked
just
there.
strong. If he was
He
strong,
lived in neighboring
they could
villages.
go there. Okay, he had it set up to where he could go and do those things.
Yeah,
And
but
so when
again,
you-
that has nothing to do with the law of Moses.
no, but it has to do with the persuasion tone of Jesus saying, "Hey,
No,
yes,
Jesus has nothing to do with Samson whatsoever. They're completely unrelated. The tone of Jesus in Matthew 5 is completely unrelated to what Samson is doing in the town of Gaza.
when you commit acts, acts have repercussions, negative
That-
and positive.
That's correct. That's why the law was given.
Okay, so Jesus says, basically the point of the persuasion tone is that Jesus is saying it is obviously hard for y'all to follow the law.
It's
And
not,
when
though.
y'all- and when
He didn't
y'all
say
do
that.
follow the law,
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. You're inventing words of Jesus now.
No,
in
actually,
fact,
I'm not.
in fact,
because
God
if you-
himself in Deuteronomy 30 says, surely this command that I'm giving you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away.
Okay, I'm about to pull up a scripture. Hold on, because I know you're wrong on that.
No, I'm 100% right. Jesus never once says the law is too hard for you to follow.
Hold on. Let's see here.
You're thinking of Peter in Acts chapter 15, when he says that the law was a burden given to us and our forefathers that even they couldn't bear.
Hold on. No. Hold on. Let's see.
That's Acts chapter 15, verses 4 and 5. In 5, it says, but some believers who belonged to the sect of the Pharisees stood up and said, it is necessary for them to be circumcised in order to keep...
John 7:19.
John 7:19. Okay, let's see what
Did
it
not
says.
Moses give you the law, and yet none of you keepeth the law?
Yeah. It said, did not Moses give you the law, yet none of you keep the law? He never said the law was too hard for you to keep. He's telling him, he's asking, why aren't you keeping the law?
Well, not everybody just break. Okay, so no, I would hope that you think that not everybody breaks the law because they want to.
Well, not everybody. Job didn't break the law. According to the book of Job, he was righteous according to the law. According to the book of Luke, both Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to the law. There's a lot of righteous people in the Bible.
That's not what I meant. That's not what my question was. My question was, do people break the law and act in what they believe is helpful to them or good? So like if a person who's about to go hungry steals from someone, say they steal food or whatever, that's a crime. So in that same context, sometimes people feel like, oh, because stealing is against the Ten Commandments. It's against the Word of God to steal from someone. But if someone's hungry and they steal some bread, is it theft? Yes, it is. Does it break the law of God? Yes, it does. Is it necessarily 100% their fault that they had to steal that bread? No, it's not. So
I'm still waiting for your point.
Jesus gives a persuasive tone on his Sermon on the Mount because he's preaching to people and he's saying, look, I've noticed how y'all try to follow the law, and I see where your flaws are.
He actually didn't say any of that. Again, you keep saying that Jesus said
Yes.
things that he didn't say.
I'm
Show me
showing you
the
how
show me in the
persuasive
show me
tone.
in show me in the text where Jesus said the thing you just said he said.
Show me.
See,
in the,
that's
show
the
me in
problem.
the
Your
text
whole
that-
your
show
whole
me in the text
argument
that he's
your whole
commanding
argument
someone to do
rests
something.
on the point
Did
that
he hold
Jesus
a
said
knife
things
to someone's throat out there and say, you have to do this or I'm cutting y'all down right now?
Your whole argument rests on the point that Jesus said things that he didn't say. So the next time you tell me that Jesus said something, I want you to show me in the text where he said it. Stop saying Jesus said things that he didn't say.
Okay, so I hope then you've never gone to church, because I feel like
I've
you
been there.
the pastor's yelling at you.
I've never been yelled at by a pastor.
Well, you're saying that everything that a pastor says is a command. So
No,
when you
I'm
go
not
to
saying that at all.
when you go to church,
I
because
didn't say anything like that.
this is
So
what
so now you're pivoting. Now you don't want to address the words in the book. You want to keep pivoting to another
you want to keep
silly
saying that,
analogy that is disanalogous.
and you want to keep saying that a pastor's telling you what you have to do or he's going to smite you down.
I didn't say any of that. You're making up a bad analogy about pastors now.
Because you're trying to say that that a pastor is commanding people to do something, because that's the
I didn't
context
say
of
any
what's
of that.
going on in here.
DJ, I didn't say anything about
You said
pastors.
it's a command.
You're literally the only one here that's even brought up pastors.
Because Jesus is a pastor on the Sermon on the Mount. He's the pastor of that day.
No. He's a liar and a fraud.
Okay. Well,
He's not a pastor.
well, whatever you want to call
He's
him.
a wannabe Messiah.
So, all right. If he is commanding people on the Sermon on the Mount, then that means that every pastor in the United States is also commanding their congregation. Would you say that?
Yeah, and they would also, if they're adding to the law of Moses, they're giving commands that are not in the law of Moses, then they are in fact violating the law of Moses.
Okay, well, that's where we disagree, because when I go to church, I don't feel as if my pastor's commanding me to do something. I don't think he's going to come and arrest me for not doing what he says. So that's where our difference
Whether or
is.
not you're getting arrested is
I'm
irrelevant. The minute your pastor says, Moses told you to do this, but I tell you to do this instead, that is breaking the law of Moses. That's how that works. If somebody said, listen, the law says that you should buckle up, but I say you don't need to buckle up unless you're going 55 or over.
So I have a question for you then.
That is a violation of the law.
So I have a question for you, kind of how you've been questioning me. So are there not words in Greek? Is there not a Greek word for law?
Yeah, namas.
So why did he not say, I'm rewriting the law, or here's the new law? Why didn't he use the word law in that
He
sentence?
doesn't need to. He's explicitly talking about the law. Everyone
But you
knows
said
what
he
he's
changed the law. You said he's
DJ,
changing the law. So why wouldn't he
DJ,
say that? Why would he say the
DJ,
word
put
law?
your listening ears on for the third time. He's explicitly referencing the commands of Moses. Those are the laws. When he says, you have heard it said, referring to Moses, such and such law, then he states the law. I don't need to say I'm changing the law when I state the law and tell you to do something otherwise. I don't need to say, hey, I'm changing the law. You know I'm changing the law because I'm saying, listen, rather than buckle your seatbelt, only buckle if you're going 55 or over. I don't need to explicitly tell you that I'm changing the law. You heard my words. You know what I'm doing.
Jesus Christ in the chat. Please chill with the captions, Sky Daddy.
So I mean, it's still the same issue with it, because
It's not the same issue.
you're saying to me that in order for it to be as persuasive tone, or
All right, DJ, the tone does not matter whatsoever. And I swear, if you bring up the tone one more time, I'll just drop you because I'm tired of repeating myself. The words are what matter. You don't know what tone is being used here whatsoever. You have no idea.
I know the context of what you speak.
You weren't in the crowd, and the context doesn't give you a clue. The only context you have is that he's talking about the law of Moses.
Context doesn't give you the clue to anything. So what's the whole point of totality of circumstances in the law field?
Irrelevant. What I'm telling you is that
100%
the words in the text say things.
You would struggle in court. That's all.
I wouldn't struggle at all.
You 100% would, because that is
incorrect.
Do you know what totality
So
of circumstances
this is an adorable pivot, but
Do you
I don't care what you think a court would do with me. I really don't. The question is, what does the text say? And the text gives clear commands, and you just don't like it. That's fine. You're willing to bend over backwards and do mental gymnastics to say the
Why
text
is the
doesn't mean
Greek
what
word
it
for
says.
law not mentioned of changing it?
It doesn't need to.
It
I just covered
In
this.
order for the law to be changed,
I
you
just
have to
covered this
say
2
that the
seconds
law
ago.
changed.
Okay, I'll do this one more time for you. Okay, I need you to listen very carefully. Okay, are you listening?
I'm listening.
Okay. You have heard it said that you must buckle your seatbelt every time you drive a car. But I say to you, you only need to buckle your seatbelt if you're going 55 or over. Am I changing the law about buckling seatbelts?
No.
Why?
Because you didn't mention that you were changing the law. You were just saying, hey, I
Incorrect.
understand that this is what the law says.
All right. So
but
you lack the
it'd be
intellectual
safer or
honesty
better
to
if you did
actually
this.
engage with what I said. So as far as I can tell, this conversation will never go any way
Well, the legal
forward.
world disagrees.
You're just going to
with you
keep
100%.
dancing around what
Totality of
words mean.
circumstances. Look it up.
I don't care about totality of circumstances. I'm telling you what words mean.
And I'm telling you how words are used.
I know how
Well,
words are
in
used.
court.
All right.
Obviously,
well,
you don't.
Go cry to the bailiff because you've got the weakest argument on this passage I've heard all year.
That was
What
so painful. Like, what the hell does
the
Levitical laws have to do with with actual laws being performed to today?
Yeah.
He had no argument.
just to be clear, the appropriate answer is Jesus is God and he's allowed to change the laws. That's the answer you should have given. It's still not a good answer, but that's the appropriate answer. You can't tell me that the tone somehow changes the meaning of the word. Anyways, Kelly, welcome in.
Hi. So I was listening to what you guys were saying. Between the Old Testament and the New Testament, God gave Moses law. My question is, why do you think he's a fraud when he came down with the new covenant? Because Jesus came down for one thing and one thing only, and that was to be the redemption of sins, because we're sinners and none of us will make it into heaven.
That's adorable. Can you show me where that says that in the Old Testament?
I can go from a lot of the Old Testament.
Yeah, show me. Show me where it says that nobody can follow the law and that we're all going to hell.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's in the Old Testament. I'm saying Jesus said it in the New Testament.
Well, I know the New Testament says things. I'm asking you to show me in the Old Testament where it says that.
If you go back into the Old Testament, Isaiah 43:5, it says that they were preparing a way for Jesus to come. So it
doesn't say that.
Okay, so I can give you scriptures of the Old Testament that proves Jesus was coming. I can give you the Old and the New.
There are messianic predictions, but Jesus didn't fulfill any of them. For example, Jeremiah 33 says, when the Messiah comes, thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time.
Let me give
So
you
according to hey, take a deep breath. I'm talking here, Kelly.
Okay.
According to Jeremiah 33, when the Messiah comes, there's going to be Levitical priests that are reestablished in the temple offering sacrifices. Did Jesus do that?
The massacre of children in Jeremiah 31:15.
That has nothing to do with what I just read, but we can talk about that next.
Okay, I thought that's what you were going with it.
No, I'm going with Jeremiah 33,
33.
verses 17 and 18, where it says that when the one from David comes, he's going to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished.
That hasn't happened yet.
It's not going to happen. According to the New Testament, Jesus got rid of Levitical sacrifices. That's Hebrews.
Okay, so I think there's a misunderstanding.
Only on your part.
Okay, so let me give you 10 reasons why I believe Jesus is the Messiah.
Give me one, and we'll talk about them each one at a time.
Genesis 3:15, that correlates with Matthew
No, it doesn't.
20, and Galatians 4:4.
Genesis 3:15 is about a snake. Would you like to read it?
I don't have my Bible on me right now.
I do.
Okay.
I got it. The woman said to the serpent tricked me and I ate. And then Yahweh God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all of the animals and among all of the wild creatures. On your belly you will go, you will eat dust all the days of your life. What creature crawls on its belly and for most of history believed that it burrowed by eating the dirt of the ground?
Well, they believe that Jesus, or that
Kelly, I need you to focus. What animal?
A snake.
That's right. It was a snake. Snakes were cursed to not have legs. Snakes were cursed to crawl on their belly and eat the dirt of the ground. Snakes are animals. So this doesn't say anything about Satan. Doesn't say anything about a malevolent angel. It's literally about snakes.
And you read Genesis 3:15. Correct?
I literally just read you 3:14.
No, 3:15.
I can read you the rest of it. It says, I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and her. He will strike your head and you will strike his heel. Fitting image. That's literally how all people in the ancient Near East were depicted killing snakes by treading on serpents.
Okay, so God speaks in parables. So when we go to,
This is not a parable.
okay, so go to Micah 5:2.
Sure. I love Micah 5:2. This is one of my favorites. So is this one of your 10 proofs?
Well, this is one of my 10 proofs.
Oh, you're not going to like this one. Micah
I'm gonna release the
5:2.
crack and I'll be back.
Yeah, go ahead. Micah 5:2. I assume you're referring to being born in Bethlehem, where it says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins are from Ancient of Days." Did Jesus rule in Israel?
Not yet. This is
Oh, he didn't.
prophecy.
Okay, so then Jesus didn't fulfill this.
Well, here it is. He's going to fill it in Matthew 2,
All
1.
right, so Kelly, listen to my words.
Uh-huh.
If he didn't do it, then he didn't fulfill the prophecy. That's how that works.
He did fulfill it being born in Bethlehem.
Yeah, how many thousands upon thousands of people were born in Bethlehem?
Well, then you got to go to the next one.
Kelly, answer my question. How many thousands of people were born in Bethlehem?
On the day that they say when the star was in the sky, one.
Well, there's no prediction of being born on a particular day or being born under a star.
So you don't believe the scholars are incorrect with their writings?
I agree with the scholars. In fact, I went to school with some of them, and I owned most of their books. And the scholars and I agree. I'm not disagreeing with scholars. You are.
Okay, so let me ask you this: You don't feel that in the Old Testament Jesus fulfilled the prophecies for the
Zero.
New Testament?
Zero prophecies.
So what? So you believe your Messiah hasn't come yet?
I don't believe in any Messiah. I believe the Old Testament prophecies are equally as mythological as the New Testament. I don't think that Yahweh exists. I don't think that Moses even existed. But for the sake of the prophetic discussions, I'm willing to read them. But if you just read them, Jesus didn't fulfill any of them.
So if you, let me ask you this. So do you believe that what's going on today is not part of Ezekiel 38? You believe it's got nothing to do?
Completely nothing to do.
And
What
Gaza has nothing to do.
have
with
you read the rest of Ezekiel? What's the rest of Ezekiel talk about?
Well, it depends on the different parts, but I mean,
It doesn't.
generally-
It doesn't. What
talks
does
about
the
the
entire
war.
second half of Ezekiel talk about?
Well, the way I read it is it's like a two-state solution. It's like keeping
No, incorrect.
people away of fighting. What do you think Ezekiel is?
The whole second half of Ezekiel is about God reestablishing his people in the land and reestablishing the temple and reestablishing the sacrificial laws of Moses.
So you believe 1948 is irrelevant,
It's completely irrelevant.
and you believe that them building the third temple is irrelevant right now.
Yeah, completely irrelevant. Yep.
So why is it? And I'm just asking too, because so then why do you think it's all happening? Because they're trying to follow the Bible, or do you feel like
It's-
it's just all coincidence?
It's not coincidence. It's happening because that's what the Jews want. Jews want to have their restored state. In fact, any nation that went through who went through what they went through would want that. But that doesn't mean that they're like fulfilling some prophecy by doing so. Because if you just like read the prophecy of Ezekiel, he actually gives you the background that you need to understand that this was all supposed to happen when they returned from Babylon. And then when you get to the New Testament, because the prophecies didn't come true, they have to reinterpret Rome as the new Babylon. So rather than just saying, hey, the prophecy didn't come true, they're like, no. It'll still come true. We just have to change the meanings of all the words.
So let me ask you this: what do you feel the Bible is based on? A story, like just people writing a story about a man who walked this earth and did some miracles and then died on a cross for unbelief? I'm just trying to understand your philosophy on the Old Testament.
Well, you just mentioned stories from the New Testament. Do you want the New
But I'm
Testament?
like, well, okay, no, but I'm saying the Old Testament goes into, this is what I was taught. So the reason why Jesus had to come down because David failed, Abraham couldn't do it correctly. So God
Do
had
what
to
correctly?
save us.
Abraham was never said to save anybody.
Well, Abraham's bloodline is where Jesus came from.
So everybody who's ever been a Jew came from Abraham.
Well, no, because
Yeah. unless you were a proselyte.
Wasn't Paul? Wasn't Abraham not a Jew originally?
Well, he was a Hebrew, but every Jew is a descendant of the Hebrews.
Okay, so then how do you describe him becoming Hebrew or Jewish?
I didn't say he was a Jew. I said everyone who came from Abraham, the people living today, the Jewish people, they all came from Abraham.
Well, God
because
made him a Jew though in
because
the Bible.
because Judah, which is where the Jews came from, Judah was a Hebrew tribe.
Right. Well, that's why I'm asking, because when you separate it, so I believe in Abraham and the two sons. Is it quite ironic that one is Hamas and Wild and one is the bloodline of Jesus?
Neither.
How would
It's not a coincidence of anything. In fact, you have zero evidence that Ishmael is the ancestor of anybody alive today. We have zero archaeological evidence to suggest that Ishmael even existed.
The scholars have said that
Who?
Abraham
Name one.
had two sons by one Sarah and one Hagar.
That's what the
That is-
Bible says. I'm asking you to name an actual archaeologist or a biblical scholar that says that happened in real life. There's zero evidence that Abraham was even a real person, much less that he had a son named Ishmael.
So you don't think the Dead Sea Scrolls are accurate?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are 1,000 years after Moses.
I know, but what was in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
A bunch of Hebrew texts, which came 1,000 years after the narrative that it's purporting to tell.
So you believe that the writings they didn't have writings back then until later on, because they told stories, and stories were stories until somebody could write. We know that. These were generational stories that were passed on and then
Thanks,
written.
Mike. Yeah.
Until
And I don't trust them. I don't think that oral traditions are accurate.
But then when you go to the New Testament and you go to Matthew, he was able to write, and he did walk
So?
with Jesus, and
So-
his writings are accurate.
No, they're not.
How can you say that? Because he wrote.
I can say that quite easily because I've read Matthew and I've read all of his prophecy fulfillments, and he's clearly a liar.
How can you call somebody a liar that you didn't walk with?
I don't need to walk with them. I can read the supposed writings.
That's supposedly. How can you justify the readings and writings of someone who accurately was with that person and call him a liar?
Easy, because I have the words that are attributed to him. So
Okay.
all I have to do is read the words. If you read the Book of Mormon, and the Book of Mormon, according to Joseph Smith, says that the Hebrews came over to America, but we know historically that obviously didn't happen. Does that not make
that
Joseph
was
Smith a
Mormon.
liar?
Well, it depends on where he's coming from with it. A lot of people that came in with these new religions after Christianity and after the Romans were taking only bits and pieces and creating their own religion.
Kelly,
you got to look back on Mormon.
Yeah, Kelly, just focus. If Joseph Smith says that the Hebrews sailed in a ship over to the United States and to our continent, when we know that clearly didn't happen, it's not even possible, would that not make Joseph Smith a liar?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so when Matthew says something happened, and then it clearly didn't happen, that's why I would call him a liar.
I guess my confusion is when somebody walks with somebody, like if I'm walking with you and you're doing certain actions and I'm writing it to tell a story about it, that's my perception of what I see you with.
Kelly, if you walked with me for 3 years, does that mean you're not able to tell a lie about me?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily have to, but they died for their lies. How do you explain that?
Okay, so now you're going to pivot to
No,
you're going to
but I
pivot
mean,
to it's
then you
true
go-
because they died.
But then you go into they
All right,
were
so-
flawed.
so-
Yeah,
so-
here's
So
the thing.
Kelly, hey,
If
take a deep
I-
breath. Kelly, take a
No,
deep
let me
breath.
answer this. If I
Kelly,
would-
take a deep breath.
No, you're trying to divert.
Kelly, I'm asking you a question. Do you want to move to the pivot that you just created, which is that they died, so it must be true, or do you want to continue talking about whether or not Matthew told things that were lies?
I don't believe Matthew told things that were lies.
But he
You have
did.
you have to prove that somebody else called him a liar.
I don't care if somebody called him a liar. I'm calling him a liar.
That's your perception of your truth.
It's
then.
not my perception. He makes things up out of whole cloth, like the fulfillment passages of Jesus. Have you not read all of the things that Matthew says Jesus fulfilled?
Yes.
Matthew couldn't even quote the Greek Old Testament appropriately. In Matthew 2:23, he quotes from the Greek Old Testament and he says, "Look, the virgin will conceive and bear a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel." There's not a single Greek Old Testament passage that says that. He's literally taking a quote from Isaiah 7:14 in the Greek, not the Hebrew, and he's changing she to they. He's a liar. He can't even quote from the
Are you
Hebrew
talking about
because he
Isaiah?
doesn't know Hebrew.
Are you talking Isaiah 7:14? That he
Yes, and
called Emmanuel, God is with us.
and he's quoting from the Greek text because he couldn't actually read Hebrew, and he doesn't even quote the Greek text accurately.
So don't you think that maybe he believed that he was the Messiah when he walked around and watching the miracles?
Well, I'm sure whoever
Weird.
Matthew was believed that Jesus is the Messiah. That's irrelevant. We're asking whether or not he said things that were untrue.
I don't believe he said anything untrue because this
All right,
was
so I'll start again. Matthew, according to the text, says that something was spoken by the prophet, and then he quotes, "Look, the virgin will conceive and bear a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel." That is not in the text. That doesn't show up in the Greek text. It says she will call him Emmanuel, meaning the mother of the child. So he changes they to make it sound more like Jesus.
So you think that Mary called Jesus Emmanuel to be God with us? And
No, that never happened either. That's the other thing, is Matthew quotes this as a prophecy, yet his name was never Emmanuel. His name was always Jesus.
in the beginning of the writings, if I'm not mistaken, in the Bible, Matthew talks about the genealogy. I don't know if I'm saying that right, of Jesus before he goes into the walk of Jesus. In the beginning of Matthew, he's describing who he was told Jesus was by the Old Testament of scriptures.
So
And that's the part of the first of Matthew. Is he's
why do I
going
care about that?
through-
Why do I care about the genealogy?
Well, you're calling it he's saying he's a lie, but that's what he was
He's
doing.
a liar.
In the beginning of Matthew, that's what he was describing, was the background of Jesus before
Yeah, we all know that. He's still a liar, though.
That's your perception of a lie.
No, it's true. He literally quotes from a text and then he changes what the text says. That means he's a liar. And then he says further, if you go to Matthew chapter 2, verses 15, he says that they remained in Egypt until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I've called my son." Should I be able to go to the Old Testament and find a prediction that says the Messiah is going to come out of Egypt? Is that a reasonable expectation?
I'm looking at my notes. He's coming from the line of Abraham. I'm looking.
I don't care about Abraham. I'm asking you a specific question about what
Well,
Matthew says. Matthew says that there was a prophecy that was fulfilled when Joseph took Mary and Jesus into Egypt.
is that Hosea 11:1?
It's Hosea 11:1. Yeah. Now, let's go to Hosea 11. Can you tell me where the prophecy is?
I gotta pull my Bible. Hold on. Do you have it up real quick?
Yep.
Okay, read it if you don't mind.
It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." Not a single prophecy in there. That's actually just a retelling of the Exodus narrative.
So you're referring to, okay. I'm gonna have to look more into this because I do study a lot, and you definitely are pulling up the same scripture coordinates and you have a different perception of the readings than I do.
I'm not perceiving it differently. What is a prophecy?
Well, prophecy is something that they say that gets fulfilled.
That's right. And that didn't happen. In Hosea 11, verses 1 and 2, there's no prophecy. It's literally just history. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And the more that I called them, the more that they went away from me.
So when
That-
Israel was a child, who's he talking about then?
About Israel.
Israel itself, because they called.
Yes, Israel here is being called a child.
because they called Jacob it.
Jacob was never called out of Israel, out of Egypt. Israel is referring to the nation, the young nation that was called out of Egypt. And then after they were called out of Egypt into the wilderness, they literally made a golden calf and started worshiping Baal. It's just a retelling of history. It's
Of
not a
Moses
prophecy.
with about, yeah, okay, that I
Yeah.
do know.
So there's no prophecy here. So when Matthew says that a prophecy was fulfilled here, dude's just lying.
So you think you believe that the 12 people or the apostles that died a hellacious death, you believe they died for a lie?
Yeah.
Do you think they believe that lie as a truth?
I think they believed it, but it was still a lie. Yeah. The same way 900 people died for Jim Jones. The same way 70 people died for David Koresh.
So you feel then you feel that God, Jesus being resurrected and the tomb being rolled away, and Uranus, I don't know if I'm saying it, his testimony of the writings to be accurate are a lie also?
You mean Irenaeus?
Irenaeus, yes.
He's not even in the Bible.
Oh, he's after.
That's a
He's the
church father.
father.
Yeah. No, I don't believe Jesus was resurrected from the dead at all. Why would I believe that? We've got like a dozen resurrection accounts from the first century, and we've got even more accounts of people that were like miracle workers in the first century. If I believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead merely because his disciples believed he did, or because a book said so, then I would also have to admit that other people resurrected from the dead, and I don't think that's a really healthy viewpoint to have.
So then, not to change the subject. So you believe that Elijah never was also raptured.
No, I don't believe Elijah was raptured into heaven on a fiery chariot.
How do you know all this education? Where did, if you don't mind me asking, you might have I not have known where, because you're very knowledgeable biblical, like very knowledgeable biblical.
Yeah, I went to school for it. I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense because you know Bible more than people that are Christian know the Bible.
That's accurate.
I mean, that's 100% accurate. So that's why I was. Have you ever followed? And he used to be my pastor that did the Case for Christ.
Lee Strobel.
Lee Strobel.
No, even when I was a Christian, I thought his book was silly. I didn't find it to be persuasive at all.
Because he was an atheist. He was a complete atheist.
Yeah.
That changed. He was my pastor in Illinois. So that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
I don't find his arguments to be persuasive. Even as a 19-year-old, I read his book and I was like, "Nah, this doesn't make it." I would never use these arguments convincing someone to follow the faith.
Yeah. What is your are you agnostic?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist, right? So like it's impossible to disprove all notions of God. Like at some point in time, you just have to admit that like there's a limited amount of capabilities that we have as human beings. Like we can't look at all of history. Eventually we run into a time barrier. So like that's the agnostic part. Like there are things that I don't know, but I'm completely atheistic to the idea that a God exists. And that's because I simply have never seen any good evidence to believe in any gods. And I think that the Christian God is especially unrealistic.
My question for you is, how do you explain creation made something out of nothing?
I don't believe that creation was made out of nothing, and I don't know any atheists who do. That's just something
I don't believe there's a true atheist that doesn't believe that. That's what I was wondering.
That's just something that Christians say about atheists. Science doesn't teach that there was ever nothing at all.
Right. I know that. I did a lot of science.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering because there has to be a creator for creation.
I don't think so.
Have you seen anything created out of nothing?
Yep.
In your whole life? What?
Well, let's backtrack again. The idea that something was created out of nothing, again, you don't believe that, neither do I. So it's kind of a non sequitur. But do things happen that are not created all the time? And I use this example like every time I go live. Every time it rains, there's a puddle that forms in my backyard where there's a little bit of a sinkhole where a tree used to be. The water fits perfectly inside of that sinkhole. Does that mean that the sinkhole was created for the water? No, it doesn't.
No.
Right. So things happen naturally, literally all the time. The fact that there is like some semblance of order in the universe I don't think is evidence that it was created. For example, snowflakes are highly ordered, right? But do we literally believe that God is up in heaven designing and creating every snowflake that ever fell to the ground? I don't think so.
Okay, so the other question I have is, and this, and I loved it. I'm just picking your brain because it's so I'm enthralled by it. But if all these millionaires, movie stars believe in a pagan worship God and the things that they do, how do you explain the bad to the good? Do you
Thank
know
you,
what I mean?
Gabs.
How
I
do
might
you?
not understand your question, Kelly.
Okay,
Can
so if certain people on this earth worship Baal and other things and demonic, or you might want to call it evil, pure evil, and doing crazy things, how and they get
thank you, Kim. Thank you, Snarky.
and they create, you just know it's complete opposite of good. How do you not believe in good and a creator that's good? Does that make sense?
I'm not
I
sure
don't
I
want to call it,
follow.
and I
I
don't want
don't.
to call it Satan. I don't want to say Satan versus God,
Yeah.
but evil versus good. I mean, there's so much evil with certain things that people are doing that there's got to be the opposite of that.
Well, I don't think that like goodness and evil are things, right? That's
Because
just
they
like
worship like Baal,
yeah,
they
but
worship other pagan gods.
yeah, but Kelly, what I'm saying is like evil and goodness are just descriptions that we give to things.
Right.
Like goodness doesn't exist. Like it's not an entity. So I know that people do like evil things. We call them evil things, but I don't think that means that there's like a transcendent source of evil or a transcendent source of goodness. I think that people do things that human beings just subjectively decide are good and evil.
But do you not see that these people are high society people in our society? Like these are people that are making millions and living lifestyles that are beyond.
Yeah, I think people that are wealthy are actually less likely to believe in God or an afterlife. And I think one of the reasons is because one of the things that drives humanity to want to believe in a God or an afterlife is the idea that the world that they're living in is kind of unjust, and that they would rather there be like this some sense of justice eventually, where the people who are like marginalized will eventually be vindicated and the people who are bad will eventually be punished. Whereas people that are like high up on the food chain, they don't care so much about that. They don't need justice. They don't need vindicated. They're having a great time. So I do find that there is a correlation between poverty and religion.
Well, that's what I guess that's what I'm getting at, because I'm noticing more and more that some of these people are saying they sold themselves, they sold their soul, and they're talking about it. So it makes me wonder, like, what is it that they're doing to create? And they do witchery, witchery, which I can't even say it right now, but they do like demonic stuff on stage to create this like portal, or I mean you could tell it's opposite, like Sam Smith, Katy Perry, like I
Yeah,
could name names
but
and
those
names.
people are ex-Christians. Like
Right, they're
they're
ex-Christians, exactly.
they're doing it to mock Christianity because they don't have any respect for Christians.
Justin Bieber did it.
Hmm.
I mean you can name them all, but you notice them going down a rabbit hole that is depression, drugs. Like it's not a good,
But
they don't go good well.
that's universal. You've got that problem everywhere. You're never going to get around that.
It's just kind of ironic that they switch away from God and they turn into this like different person. They're not like, they're just lost.
They're not lost. They just change their attitude towards religion when they become wealthy. It's a pretty known phenomenon. In fact, that's one of the reasons why the Sadducees didn't believe in the prophets or an afterlife. That's why you've heard the old saying that the Sadducees didn't believe in heaven or hell or an afterlife. That's why they're so sad, you see. But the fact of the matter was, the Sadducees were the upper echelon of the Jewish community. They didn't feel a need to believe in some sort of afterlife justice because they were already living the life that they wanted. We find the same thing with rich people all around the world. The people that are the wealthiest, quite often, they don't have this deep burning desire to find some sort of vindication in the afterlife. A lot of
But
them. are pretty agnostic towards that kind of a thing.
But it's also like it's new days and the old same demons. Baal. I mean, it's still the old same pagan
Oh
gods.
no, I've never seen anybody in Hollywood worshiping Baal or worshiping Dagon.
Oh, they are. And
Never
they
seen
talk
it.
about it. Okay, look up there's one King Charles in a Olympics, and they have the bull and they're worshiping it. It's absolutely out there. They
King
did
Charles worshiping a
uh,
bull.
yeah, you have to see it on the Olympics.
I'd love to see this. I'm looking up right now.
Look it up, and then there's another one in Brazil.
All right, so hold on. So I'm looking at it right now, and it says Commonwealth Games open in celebration of host city Birmingham. And as the opening ceremony, there's a raging bull. So what?
Well, you have to look at what they're actually doing.
But
It's
what does the bull have to do with Baal? You know,
well,
Yahweh was depicted as a bull in history as well, right?
yeah, I know. But then there's also, in Brazil they did something too, and then they had the raging flood. It's just kind of weird when you watch things
I
happen.
don't think it's weird at all. Actually, I think they're just because pagan religions exist, it doesn't validate the biblical text at
So you
all.
don't think it's coincidental that Brazil started worshiping and making mocking Jesus, the next day they had a major flood?
That didn't happen. In fact, Brazil is one of the most Catholic countries in the world.
Well, look up the Brazil parade last year, and then it was struck the Jesus on the Mount and lightning, and then all of a sudden they had a flood the next day.
They've had many floods in history. Those are
I
called.
know, but it just
So what you're
I'm just
doing
saying.
is you're just saying that the flood happened because of
Well, I
X, Y,
don't.
and Z. When the fact
I,
of the matter is the floods happened because that's kind of the way that like the water cycle works.
well, I just didn't know if it's coincidence or if this is just it was a flood.
It's just how weather works.
It's just interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's
And
just
then if you look at King Charles' picture, that he just did, it was all weird, and then you turn it upside down. Like people post things.
I think these are just conspiracy theories.
Okay,
You're
they're just
basically just
posting. They're
you're basically
posting
just like
stuff.
reading. You're just like reading something into like you're reading your own like religious commentary into like very normal things.
So you think that picture with all the red is normal?
Yeah. Are you aware that the association of raging bulls and the color red have gone back for like many hundreds of years?
Yes, I do know that.
Right. So that has nothing to do with Baal. Baal has nothing to do with the color red.
And maybe you are right. Maybe I am looking at it in a religious perspective, but it just seems very odd.
Yeah, I don't find it to be odd at all. Like the in country of Spain, like you can go running with the bulls. In Wall Street, there's literally a bull statue. That doesn't mean that these people are worshiping Baal. It's just the bull has a significant imagery in society, and it always has.
So you think the Bohemian Groves is nothing big either?
Yeah, Bohemian Groves is basically just rich people laughing at poor religious folk. That's all that is.
No. It's interesting. I like your perspective on it. I'm just kind of picking your brain and throwing things out there and seeing where you get with it because you went to school for what were you doing in school again? Like how did you study the whole Bible?
I went to school for biblical studies and I got an MDiv, which is a Master's of Divinity from a seminary. And the reason why I was in school was because I wanted to to plant a church. But the problem is, the more you study the Bible, kind of the more it falls apart.
Interesting. Okay, I've heard that before. I heard a lot of people that go to seminary school end up falling away. I just didn't know.
It's a pretty high amount.
And I heard, and if it's not true, you have to tell me, a lot of the professors that teach it don't even believe in it.
Yep,
And
that's a
and that,
fact. Mhm.
yeah, that's what I heard.
Yep, and you can tell pretty quickly which ones do and which ones don't. But it is a fact. There's a very high number of seminary professors that are just basically agnostic.
Yeah. I
Mhm.
mean, I believe agnostic is like the fence. You've got a lot of things to question, and why wouldn't you question it? But if it is true and Jesus does come down and reign, then you just want to see the proof. You're not just going to go by writings. I understand that.
But that's how
Yes
you
or no?
know that Jesus is the Messiah. When he does the things that the Messiah was supposed to do, that's how you know. So if he comes and does all those things, I'm more than happy to call him the Messiah. But
If he
until
comes
he,
down in the clouds like Revelations say, I always say you have your time to still get on your knees. I mean, if Revelations is what they say coming to fruition since 1948 and that generation will see him return, we will see it in our generation. Otherwise, the Bible's a lie.
yeah, I mean, I think the Bible's a lie either way. But the fact
I
of the
know you
matter
call it a
is,
lie, but I'm saying if he does not come in that generation of the Jews from 1948, which people say is prophecy,
well, generation's only 40 years. So that passed in 1980s.
I don't know. They say 80 years is a generation, but you say 40?
It's 40 years. In the book of Numbers, how many years did God say that the Israelites are cursed to wander the desert for to give enough time for that generation to die off?
Well, 40 is a trial year. 40 days, 40 nights was Noah. 40 years was when Moses ran in the desert after his affair. I mean, I get the 40. 40 is tribulation.
No, that's not what the word. The number 40 doesn't have an inherent meaning. What I'm saying is that in the Bible, God says this generation is going to die off in the desert as a curse, and it's going to take 40 years for this generation to die out and be replaced by the next generation.
Yeah, but I don't know if that really pertains to Israel's the generation. I'll have to look into those numbers, but I get
What?
what you're
It has
saying.
nothing to do with Israel. I'm just saying that's how we come up with the generation number of 40 years. But the fact of the matter is, Jesus never said he was coming back in the generation that of a future people group. He literally says he's coming back before his disciples all pass away.
I believe that to be when he was resurrected, but I don't know if that's the case.
No, because he says he's going to come with the angels. He's the Son of Man is to come with the angels in glory, and then he's going to sit on the throne. That's what he says. He says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," referring to the second coming.
Yeah, I've people have different opinions on that statement, I know.
Well, I'm sure they do, but it
Yeah,
says what it says.
yeah, I got what you're saying.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna
yeah,
follow you and
Kelly,
I'm
I appreciate you being here.
yeah, no, thank you so much. I appreciate I give somebody else time.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate
It was good to talk to you. I appreciate you.
it. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Have a great night.
All right, have a good one.
I'll keep following.
Well, I like Kelly. We thank you, user, for the eyes. I appreciate that. We got off to a little bit of a hot start, but I think we worked it out there towards the end. All right, let's see now.
It's always good when the end game is calm.
Right, yeah, for sure. I agree with that. We have actually got a good amount of Techman. Thank you for the eyes. Thank you for the hat. Appreciate that, Ellington. We got a good number of females in the queue. I'm going to try to get them up here because I want to give them the opportunity and the respect that they deserve. Aaron, we can hear your music in the background. Aaron?
Oh, Aaron, what anime are you watching?
I don't think she's with us.
Oh, the time I got reincarnated as a slime.
It sounds like an anime.
I didn't mean to. I'm an atheist. I didn't mean to. I don't know how I got
Oh,
into
that's
this.
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. You butt dialed in. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Thanks for being here, Aaron. I've done that more than once, actually. Accidentally got into somebody's live by requesting when I didn't really mean to request. How you doing, Torque?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I just wanted to speak about something out of nothing.
Why?
Well, we all have like thoughts, and we can monitor our thoughts and listen to our thoughts and hear our thoughts and hear ourselves think. So, what's responsible for those things? What's responsible for that? What's responsible?
The brain, neurons and synapses.
The brain is responsible for hearing our thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. You know that dogs have imaginations too?
Right.
Right. So do you think that dogs all have souls?
There's no way to prove that.
Right. I'm using your logic. If I understand your argument correctly, you're suggesting that our thoughts and our imagination come from something external to our brains, implying that we have a soul. So I'm just asking you, does that mean that parrots and dogs and other animals, dolphins, do they all have souls too?
Parrots, dolphins, animals, if they have souls. Yeah, I'm having this conversation to educate myself. It's not actually having an argument per se, because I'm trying to understand what it is. Because we understand what consciousness is, that which when leaves our body, or you might consider when we are brain dead, we no
That's not what
longer.
consciousness is. No,
Okay.
conscious
So
does not leave your body. We've never once observed a consciousness outside of the human brain or outside of an animal's brain.
yeah.
That was
Okay.
a
So
great poll. Whoever put that
back
one up.
back to what I was talking about. You said that's because of brain activity.
Yep.
So we don't have souls, basically.
We have no evidence that souls exist whatsoever.
Okay, so how did this earth come to be? Do you have information as far back as the existence of this earth and what we're actually doing here?
Well, I mean, according to science, the Earth is what, like 4 billion years old, and I think the accretion disk model is probably the best explanation for how the Earth actually formed. Of course, everything according to science, the consensus model still is, what we call the Big Bang or the Great Expansion. The Big Bang's not really a great description, but whatever, it works. So everything that we see around us appears to have come from a smaller form of the universe that was hotter and denser, and then began to expand, most likely because of dark energy.
So where did the dark energy come from?
The same place everything else came from.
Where?
It's always been here. It's eternal.
So we're eternal as well.
Yes, matter, time, and energy have never been demonstrated to be able to be created or destroyed, which means by its nature, it's always been here.
So why do we die?
Because we expire. The cells in our body decay, and when they start to decay and they replicate, they will replicate those decayed forms. And so, as our body begins to replicate decayed forms over and over again, you enter into a losing battle with the process of decay. Eventually, your body will decay so much that you'll start to have failures of operation.
So so the sun is a universe, the earth is a universe, the moon is a universe.
No,
They are not.
no.
So what accounts for the
A,
behavior of seasons? What accounts
a,
for the behavior?
a moon is a satellite. A sun is a star. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Yeah, but you can't prove that the sun is not a living thing.
Yeah, we literally know what it's made out of. It's a ball of plasma.
It's a
Are you
ball of
suggesting that the sun is a god?
no. We're having a conversation about
Praise Amun Ra.
we're having a conversation about existence, right? And
I don't
if
know actually what the conversation is about. You keep moving from topic to topic.
no, we are talking about existence. Why are we here? Why do we have different races? Because obviously you're saying it's a big bang and
But
nothing is
what does race have to do with it?
because everything is created differently.
No, it's not.
If
We have races because of people's adaptation to their geographical environments.
right, so you know I'm an African and I don't get sunburns, right? But the sun exists
Yeah, we know
and
the
it's
sun exists.
good and it's part of our geography basically. The sun exists almost everywhere on this planet, right? You get
The sun
sunburns,
does
don't
not exist on the planet. The sun exists in the center of the solar system, and we
you?
can view the planet from our we can view the sun from the planet.
Yeah, but then the sun affects certain people and creates sunburns,
It affects everybody.
right? Negatively and some not negatively.
No, in fact, the sun affects everybody the same. The difference is that some people get more of the sun than others
So why do people get sunburns?
because we don't have the melatonin that you guys have. This is like really basic Wikipedia, Google stuff. You should be asking Google and not me.
We are talking about the basics here, right? We're talking about how
I
everything
think
came from the
I
bang.
think you're talking about like junior high, like science. I think you would be better off Googling these questions before you come up to somebody's live and ask them these questions. Because
Agapemo. Melanin, not melatonin.
oh, I say melatonin. I said melanin.
But I get sunburns. I get sunburned too. So
Yeah, thanks for correcting me. I didn't catch that. Yeah, listen, melatonin's not going to help you if you're in the sun. In fact, that might hurt you. You could fall asleep in the sun and get even more burnt. But
Melatonin is
listen,
helpful.
Torque, I don't know if you actually want to be here right now. It sounds to me like you're just asking questions that you should be asking Chat GTP first.
Not really. We're talking about basics, right? We're talking about the basics of existence. And I've been on this live and
I don't think we should talk about the basics.
I'm not being
I'd
religious.
rather do something a little more in depth. I don't think anyone wants to hear me talk about things that they learned in junior high.
You can ask them in the comments if they want to hear that.
They're literally asking me in the comments to move on to the next guest already.
Nick, my Antichrist baby.
All right, listen, Torque, it was good to talk to you, but I'm going to get a more serious discussion going, okay?
It's all right.
All right, have a great one.
Cheers.
What in the Amun Ra was that?
No idea. Not a clue. I have no idea what he was getting at. It sounds like he needs to get acquainted with Chat GTP and ask a series of questions there.
He made my Chinese get cold.
How you doing, Somali?
Hey, what's up, man? Great discussion. I appreciate the beautiful discussion you're having. I didn't come up here to question what you have because I am a Muslim, but I feel like you said something. Maybe I misheard you, so I didn't want to assume something wrong. Did you say the Canaanites did not used to worship Baal?
No, I never said that. The Canaanites clearly worshipped Baal.
So you said something about the bull, like you said they didn't worship the bull.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, that's what I thought you said. That's why it came up.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. The Canaanites clearly worshipped Baal as a bull, and they worshipped Elohim as a adult bull, and they worshipped Baal as a calf.
100%. No, you're right. No, because I thought I had you there. I was like, I got this guy now. No problem. So you said Jesus was a liar. I understand the lying part. Why a fraud?
Because he purported to be the Messiah, but he wasn't.
So right. Do you believe in the concept of like, do you believe like there is a Messiah?
No, I don't think there's ever going to be a Messiah. I think the Old Testament is just as flawed as the New Testament is. So
if you don't believe in religion and you don't believe in messiahship, then how do you know he wasn't the Messiah?
Oh, I can just read the book, right? If you just read the book, you can tell that he's a fake, right? Because the Old Testament tells you what to look for, and he didn't do any of those things. Any of the prophecies about the Messiah, he just didn't fulfill, right? So even if I don't believe that the Old Testament is true, I can look at it and see like, oh, well, what does it say? Does it say that the Messiah is going to come and heal people and then die for their sins and then come back thousands of years later to do the rest of the prophecies? Doesn't say anything like that.
What did it say?
It says that he's going to come. He's going to sit on the throne of King David. He's going to rescue Israel and Judah from their enemies. And he's going to smite the wicked with the rod of his mouth. And then he's going to collect all of the elect from the ends of the earth. And then all the people of the earth are going to know that Yahweh is the one true God when they see the vindication of Israel.
Yeah, and that didn't happen because they crucified him.
Well, it didn't happen because he wasn't the Messiah.
Yeah, but also one of the main indication is because they crucified him. Because if he was the Messiah, that wouldn't have happened, because the prophecy doesn't say that he's going to get crucified.
That's right. There's
Mm.
no prophecy saying the Messiah is going to get crucified at all.
Kind of okay, cool. Now I get what you mean. But what would you say about his teachings, though? Wouldn't you say he kind of revolutionized the old barbaric way of thinking of the Old Testament? Like, for example,
He
turn
tried.
the other cheek and all of
Hmm.
that. So he was would you say he was more like a revolutionist,
Yeah.
someone who was revising? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I agree. And I actually like a lot of his teachings. I have no problem with it. I just don't think that he was the Messiah,
Mm,
right?
okay. Well, what about okay? We're talking about Jesus. What would you say about Muhammad?
Well, I think Muhammad was a warlord pervert.
Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. All right, bro. All right, no problem. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Because
Hmm.
maybe next time when you're talking about Muhammad, I can come up and we can talk about it. But I don't want to hijack the conversation.
Sure,
All
no,
right.
it's fine.
Yeah, enjoy your life, bro. Thank you for
All
coming.
right.
For bringing me up. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers. Thanks for being here, man. Well, he took that very well. I
He
was
took
quite
that exceptionally well. I'm honestly shocked. I
blunt.
dropped my. Yeah, I was like, chicken wing and all. You want some?
No,
Listen,
I do love
Chinese
some
fried
chicken though.
chicken is the best.
I know it is good. I'm sure it's loaded with MSG, and I love MSG.
It's the best.
Um, I know people really get bent out of shape over MSG, but it's delicious. If you have fried rice without MSG,
What are you even doing with your life?
right? Have you really had fried rice? I don't think you have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you had fried rice without MSG, I'm going to say that you were a liar and a fraud. That's what I'm going to say. Anyways, this guest is not connecting. I think they were just in the guest box too long. They're probably not here anymore. So we'll move on to the next. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're almost to 100,000 likes. So thank you so much for all the likes and all the gifts. If you're not following my backup account is right here. Please make sure you do so you don't miss any lives because we
It's
know
the
how.
account topping me, guys.
That's
I'm
right.
power bottoming tonight.
Hey,
JM, how you doing?
good. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so the first thing I would like to talk about is something you mentioned offhandedly, but you mentioned, and I'm saying this first because it segues perfectly into my first argument, that the followers of Jim Jones and David Koresh died for a lie. This is not exactly true. The followers of Jim Jones were forced at gunpoint to drink the Kool-Aid. They didn't do it willingly.
You know, some of them
And
left, right?
yes, some of them did leave, but then Jim Jones sent out people on trucks with machine guns to shoot them.
Yeah, but
And
they chose not to, is what I'm saying.
yes, some of them did choose not to leave, but they believed that
Right.
them choosing not to leave was the safest option, which
Do you think the
proved not to
people
be.
who went out with the machine guns were doing so because they believed Jim Jones's lies?
Yes, absolutely, I do believe
Okay,
that.
so I don't
But
care how many of the
generally,
900 were coerced into it. We know a proportion of them did it willingly.
yes, that's true, but generally they did not. And with David Koresh, um, they fought for him, but they did not die for them because the fire just consumed them all.
They had the opportunity to leave, and if you like listen to the teachings of David Koresh, he literally said that they are going to be persecuted by the government. That's why they were stockpiling arms. That's why the ATF was there to begin with, because they were stockpiling arms for the end times battle. They were already prepared to die for their Messiah.
They did have the opportunity to leave, but that was once David Koresh was finished with his manuscript. And once the fire was consumed, one person ran out with the unfinished manuscript showing that he was working on it. So
But they were
if they
there knowing that they're risking their lives to be there, and even after the fire broke out, they had an opportunity to leave. And in fact, some people actually did leave.
yes,
They've actually given their testimony about it, and some of them that left still believe that he was the Messiah.
Yes, I'm also somebody in the comments said that they were brainwashed. They absolutely were brainwashed. I'm
Mhm.
just saying that it's not, it's kind of a misconception, which I would not like to hear often, that these people just haplessly threw themselves into the hands of death,
I didn't say that.
um, because somebody with a silver tongue just lied to them.
I didn't say that at all. What I said is that they were willing to give their lives for what anyone else would call a lie.
Yes, but this transitions into my first argument, which is that Jesus had no reason to lie. What did Jesus gain by lying? He gained a small following of 12 people for 3 years, and then he got killed by the government.
Did I say Jesus lied? I mean, he
Yes,
lied about certain
it's
things, but did
literally
I say Jesus
at
lied
the top.
specifically? Like, do you think that Jesus believed he was the Messiah? I think he did.
I do.
I think Jesus actually believed he was the Messiah.
Yes, but your banner also says that he was a liar and a fraud.
He was, yes. He clearly told lies. He clearly said things that were untrue. But
Okay.
do I think that he lied about being the Messiah? No. I think Jesus actually thought he was the Messiah.
Okay, and for what reason did he have to lie about other things to continue on with this con until the moment of his death at the hands of the government?
Yeah, well, he lied about a bunch of stuff. Were you here for the very first guess when we went over like one or two of the things that he lied about?
I wasn't.
Okay, so you can tell a lie sometimes without even doing it on purpose. But the thing of it is, we don't know if he did it on purpose. Like in John 3:13, he says something that is clearly untrue. He says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man," which obviously is a lie. It overlooks completely Elijah. Now, it might be that Jesus had a mental lapse. Maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe he just forgot.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a lie. I would just call that poetic phrasing because
Oh, it's not poetic
it's,
phrasing. He said something that's demonstrably untrue.
I mean, like it's the same thing with the plain mustard seed uh
Oh, no, it's not at all.
inaccuracy, where people will say, ah, Jesus said that the mustard seed was the smallest of all the seeds, but it's actually this other seed. So Jesus lied about the mustard seed because he
No,
didn't. It's not the
that has
same thing.
nothing to do with
It's the
what we're
same
talking
like the
about in
mustard
John
seed is a
chapter
very
3.
small seed.
Jesus made a definitive statement. No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. Nobody. As it turns out, words have meanings.
Yes, words do have meanings,
Yeah.
but but people use words to convey a certain meaning.
Yeah.
So
And
if he's
what does
saying,
no
if
one
he's
mean?
trying to convey that he is the Son of God and he's
Yeah,
using
yeah,
the fact
but
that he
Jan, what does no
descended
one
from
mean?
heaven to show that he's the Son of God,
But
then
Jan, what do the words no one mean?
no one means absolutely no one. But
That's what that means. No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. That's a definitive statement. Now, if you want to
what
rescue Jesus here, you should just say he was mistaken.
I wouldn't say that he was mistaken, but
Well, he was
there are
wrong.
also multiple other points in the Bible where
I can
this
show you other
happens.
places
For
where
example,
he clearly
there
did say things that were lies.
there are points where uh, God will say, completely wipe out these people or just
Mm-hmm.
completely destroy them. And
Mm-hmm.
then and then the Bible will say, and they were completely wiped out and there was nobody left. And then they'll pop up in the next book.
Yeah,
That's not a
That's pretty
that's not a
typical.
lie. That's
J,
poetic hyperbole.
JM. Yes, I know what hyperbole is. That is typical war language. That's not uncommon. In fact, if you just read like the Merneptah stele or the King Mesha stele or anything from the ancient Near East, that's common. When people destroy another nation, they say that they completely annihilated them. No one was left standing. That's just being bombastic. We have no reason to believe in John 3:13 that Jesus is being bombastic. He just makes a simple statement. Nobody has ascended into heaven.
But If Jesus was who exactly were the figures present at the transfiguration?
Moses and Elijah?
Okay, and was it not Elijah? If I'm incorrect, am I incorrect? Was it Elijah?
We have to ask your question first. What's the question?
Was it not Elijah who ascended into heaven?
Yeah, Elijah did ascend into heaven, yeah.
So if Jesus was aware of Elijah ascending into heaven on the chariot, then how could it be that he says to his audience, who is aware of that, a lie that is easily disprovable by them?
Again, because the logical conclusion of what is spoken here is that Jesus just misspoke, and that's fine. And again, the narrative of Elijah and Moses during the transfiguration is not something that Jesus said. It's just a story about Jesus. In
Yes,
fact, Jesus himself says that John the Baptist is Elijah.
but it proves that his
So
audience
was John the
aware
Baptist at
of
the
this.
transfiguration, or was it Elijah?
No, but it proves that his audience was aware of Elijah and his story.
Yeah, and
which
they would have
means
been
that
aware
at
that
the
what
moment-
Jesus said was cap.
It means that
It means that he
his
said
audience
something
would
that
have
was
easily been able
untrue.
to call out him if
It
he
means
was
he
wrong about
said
that.
something that was simply untrue. You can make any excuse for why he had said something that was untrue, but he said something that was untrue.
Yes, but it's also untrue.
A lie. It's also a lie, yes.
It's also untrue that the
It is
Philistines
untrue,
were
yes.
completely wiped out.
Yes.
Yet it's not a lie.
That is also untrue, yes.
But that's not a lie.
I didn't say it was a lie. It is untrue, though.
I'm just making a comparison. It's not
I know.
a lie.
Are you suggesting that Jesus is using war language?
I'm suggesting that
Do you know how literary genre works?
yes.
Okay, so don't superimpose the literary genre of military over top of Jesus's teachings.
I mean,
So let's just move on, because
various-
you're just like every apologist I've ever talked to. You're going to bend over backwards to say that words don't mean words. Let's go to other lies that Jesus told.
I'm not saying that words don't mean words.
You're saying that words don't mean words, and that's fine. If that's your position, just own up to it.
I'm saying that that if that was a lie, it would be easily disproven by his audience.
It was
because he
easily
knew of the
disproven by
story.
me, who has two eyes.
And nobody over 2,000 years.
Yeah,
Nobody else?
it's literally been mentioned hundreds and hundreds of times throughout history. I'm, in fact, not even remotely close to the first person to point this out.
Okay, but let's move on to your next point.
Yeah. Are you aware that Jesus gave a firm cutoff for his second coming?
When?
He
I'm
said
not
it's
aware.
going to happen before all of his disciples have passed away.
Can you quote the verse?
Yeah, there's about 5 verses. We'll start with one. Matthew 10:23, when he sends his disciples out into the villages, he says, "Truly I tell you that you will not have finished going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." And then in Matthew 16:27 through 28, he gives more clarification. He says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for their deeds. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." And what does it mean for the Son of Man to come in his kingdom? He describes that in Matthew 25:31. It says, "When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats."
Okay, so what I'm about to say, you as an atheist, I believe, you might see this as trying to brush across something that might fly in the face of my faith. But to anyone else who is convinced by the evidence that Jesus is God and that he rose from the dead, it would seem like, what am I trying to say? Just basic reasoning
Coping.
into a position that you've already been convinced by.
Yeah, I'm using basic
And
reasoning
that-
to determine that Jesus was a liar and a fraud, yes.
So, are you aware of the story of Jonah?
I'm very aware. The mythology where he was swallowed by a great fish.
Okay, so at the beginning of the story,
So you're
God
not
gives.
going to address the lies of
I am.
Jesus that I
I
just
am.
read. You're going to pivot to something
I'm
new.
about to. I'm not pivoting at all.
Can't wait.
God gives Jonah a prophecy
We know the
saying that.
story. Just state your thesis.
Okay, I'm basically saying that in the ancient Near East, it was believed that prophecies could be subverted if the people who the prophecy was supposed to come to pass to were not prepared for the prophecy to come to pass.
That's incorrect.
No, it's not, because it
It's
happens
literally
later in
incorrect.
the story of Jonah.
Incorrect. If you actually read the story of Jonah, you would understand that the story of Jonah, God himself says that I'm going to do something unless they repent.
That's a prophecy.
Jesus didn't say that. Jesus didn't say I'm going to come again unless something else happens. He didn't say that. You're adding that to the narrative.
Um, what about the time that I forget the kingdom? Israel was supposed to conquer this kingdom, but the king sacrificed his child on the city gates, and God did not allow them to conquer it. And he made a prophecy
I
that
think
the
you're
children
referring
of
to the
Israel would
war with the
conquer.
Moabites
Yes,
when the leader of the Moabites sacrificed his own son. They
yes,
lost that war, by the way. The
that's
Moabites
what.
lost that.
But they did not. But the Israelites did not conquer the city.
Irrelevant.
He said that he would deliver the
How
city
about we
into
read the
their hand.
passage?
Okay.
Should be in Kings. Was it Kings? Second Kings? Let me check. I think it's
Can you
Second
tell me
Kings
the
chapter.
verse? I have my screen split between
Yeah. Hold on.
Second Kings. Second Kings what?
I'll get it. Second Kings 3. Yeah, so I was right. Second Kings chapter 3. And we're going to want verses 20 something. Let me grab it. When all the Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them, all who were able to put on armor, from the youngest to the oldest, were called out and were drawn up to the frontier. When they rose early in the morning, the sun shone upon the water, and the Moabites saw the water opposite of them as red as blood. And they said, "This is blood. The kings must have fought together and killed one another. Now then, Moab to the spoil." But when they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and attacked the Moabites who fled before them. As they entered Moab, they continued to attack the cities that they overturned, and on every good piece of land, everyone threw a stone until it was covered. And every spring of water they stopped up, and every good tree they felled. Only Kir Hareseth, there we go. Only Kir Hareseth did the stone walls remain until the slingers surrounded and attacked it. When the king of Moab saw the battle was going against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through opposite the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him, and offer him as a burnt offering on the wall. And great wrath came upon Israel, so they withdrew from him and returned to their own land. So the battle basically stalemated when the king of Moab offered a sacrifice, presumably to Chemosh. So are you suggesting that Jesus' return was thwarted by Chemosh?
I'm suggesting that the prophecy was not meant to come to pass.
It was, or else God is a liar. So Jesus said something was going to happen, and then it didn't happen. You can make any excuse you want for it, but if Jesus, who is God and knows all things and knows that it's not going to come to pass, then quite clearly he would not have said it's going to come to pass. Why would he just tell blatant lies to his people?
Okay, and how is this prophecy? How is this example that you've just read not an example of a prophecy that was meant to come to pass, not fulfilling?
Because Second Kings is not a prophecy. Find me the prophecy in Second Kings.
For those in the chat begging to come up, this is a one-on-one debate.
Yeah,
Please just
we don't
request and wait your turn.
we don't double team. Anyways, listen, JM, give me a second. I got to use the restroom. I've had some coffee here this evening, and I've got to take care of that. But I'll be right back. I would love to figure out where the prophecy is in Second Kings, though.
We literally had coffee at the same time. That's funny. All right, guys. I see 723 beautiful souls in here. Let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's see if we can get host to 200K. I feel like it should have been there. Come on, guys. If you have time to chat, you have time to tap. Thank you all so much for being here with us on this Sunday. You guys could be doing anything else for your weekend, but instead you decided to chill with us. We appreciate you. If you enjoy this live stream, you are more than welcome to follow both accounts, this main account and this backup account of Justin's right above me. And also, if you love the cute little emojis, my Kraken council, may you please spam the chat with our cute little emotes. It is $2.99 a month, or you can do it every month or just a one time, just to test it out, see what you like. Hi, Tom. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for supporting us, because without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do this. Justin spends a lot of his time doing his research and obviously giving us knowledge when it comes to the Bible. He takes a lot of his time. He does a lot of research. He doesn't want you to steer away from the faith, but he wants you to understand the book that you are reading. That's all it is. Whether you choose to stay within the faith, that is your own prerogative. We are not going to push you away from that. And for those of you who are curious, host is an agnostic atheist. I am a Hellenic, in this case, what people call pagan, even though it is a actual religion. But I digress. We love you all, babies. Thank you all so much for the subbies. Thank you all so much for the gifts. They're not necessary, but they are appreciative. And once again, you guys make this happen. And if you want to stream this later, you are more than welcome to hit up his YouTube channel, which is streaming right now at the same time as we are. So you could go ahead and catch what you missed earlier. We love each and every one of you, and thank you all so much for your support. Mwah! Se agapo, agapemos.
All right, let's see here. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being patient so I could take a break. JM, where did we leave off?
Okay, so the prophecy is actually not in Second Kings. It's in Jeremiah 48.
So this passage that we're reading right here happened after or before Jeremiah. King Mesha lived in the 8th century, and Jeremiah lived in the 6th or 7th century.
Okay. My phone just got too hot, so I couldn't
I get it. Don't worry.
do the double screen. Would it be helpful if we moved on to another one of your points?
Sure. Yeah.
Since I can't easily see the verses now.
No, I get that. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. So let's see what else we have. Do you believe that when Jesus claimed to be the Messiah and that he fulfilled prophecy, do you find that to be a true claim?
Yes, I do find that to be a true claim.
Sure, yeah. So every time Matthew says that Jesus fulfilled a prophecy, how many of those prophecies do I have to read for all of those claims to be true? Let me rephrase the question. If Matthew says that Jesus fulfilled 20 different prophecies, and then I read the book and I determine that he only fulfilled 10 of those prophecies, does that mean that Matthew is a liar?
I mean, what do you think a lie is?
Well, a lie is simply just something that's not true.
In
I'll give
my
you an
view,
example.
A lie is something that isn't true while the person who says it knows that it's not true.
Yeah, I think you can tell.
Something you say that's not true.
Yeah, I think you could say things that are untrue and not be a lie. If we're going to be like precise about it, I can agree with you. I think that you can say something that's untrue and it's not necessarily a lie. But I think that Matthew did explicitly lie.
Okay,
Let's
so
read
I
something real
remember one
quick.
of your examples from that was, I don't remember the verse and I can't find it because my phone is overheated,
Hmm.
but something about there was this prophecy about the child being named Emmanuel, and you're saying that Matthew didn't know Hebrew,
Nope.
um, and that he changed it from her to they
Yep.
to fit more with the prophecy. Can you read what that is specifically?
Yeah, it comes from Isaiah 7:14 and Matthew chapter 1, I believe. So what's your contention here? Because I've actually got a couple of different problems with Matthew citing Isaiah. Um, so
Okay,
uh,
so
which
so
which
what do you
specific
think the
problem
meaning?
which specific
What do
problem did
you?
you want to look at when he changed the words from you to they?
Yeah. What do you think the meaningful difference is between those two versions?
Quite easily. So when you read the Greek Septuagint version of Isaiah 7:14, it says, "Look, the virgin shall conceive, or the virgin shall be with child and bear a son, and you shall name him Emmanuel." That's what it says. But what does Matthew say? Matthew says, "Look, the virgin will conceive, give birth to a son, and they will name him or call him in some translations. They will call him or name him Emmanuel." So that's just changing the words. Now, it sounds insignificant, but it's not insignificant because what he's suggesting here in Matthew is that anybody who calls him Emmanuel is now fulfilling this prophecy. But if you just take the Greek text literally for what it says, it doesn't say that. It says that the parents of the child are going to name him that. In fact, if you read it in Hebrew, that's literally what it says. It says, she, the mother child, she will call his name Emmanuel.
I mean, I just don't. I don't find that difference
Yes, it is
that
different. One is
meaningful.
suggesting that the parent is going to give the child a name, and the other is suggesting that anybody will just call this child this particular title. It's also it's also problematic because if you just read it at face value in the form of Greek that was current at the time of translation, the word Parthenos does not mean literally always somebody who is not known a man. It could literally just refer to a young woman. We find that in other Greek writings. You could find it in Homer. You could even find it in Genesis. The Greek edition of Genesis calls Dinah a Parthenos after she's raped by Shechem. If you just look up Parthenos in the Greek lexicon, like in the Thayer's Greek lexicon, it gives you examples of how Parthenos was used to refer to non-virgin women. So it's just Matthew read this passage in Greek, probably having very little literacy, and just thought, well, according to what it means right now, to me personally, or to my circle of people, it must be referring to a virgin birth. But that's not what that means in the Greek at the time it was written. And it certainly doesn't mean that in the Hebrew. The Hebrew literally says, therefore, look, he will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and is bearing a son. So that's present tense. Is pregnant and is bearing a son.
I mean, I feel like that makes sense as a as something that someone could do if you agree with the documentary hypothesis.
No, this has nothing to do with JDP. Nothing at all. In fact, JDP typically refers to the Pentateuch, not to the prophets.
And also, who is the intended audience of Matthew?
Well, according to most scholars, the intended audience of Matthew were like Jewish people that were probably looking for a Messiah or who already believed that Jesus was the Messiah.
Okay. So,
That's why there's so many prophecy fulfillments.
so in Paul's letters, Paul quotes pagan philosopher, philosophers.
Yeah,
Like,
on Mars
I
Hills, we all
believe he
know.
quotes. Who's he quote again?
I don't know exactly who is he quoting from, but
I think he quotes.
the speech is given
Uh,
on Mars Hills, Mars
yeah,
Hill.
I think
That's
Paul quotes
irrelevant.
Aristotle.
It's
I
irrelevant.
believe. Um,
The fact of the matter
and
is,
well,
Matthew is saying that Jesus was the fulfillment of a prophecy in Isaiah 7, and he wasn't. Isaiah 7 is not a prophecy about even a Messiah, much less one born of a virgin.
I'm saying that they're using material that their audience will be familiar with. So
I
why?
know,
So
yes.
why would
But
he?
did Jesus say that did Jesus say that the Greek writings prophesied about Jesus? Because
No, I don't believe
just
so.
quoting somebody else's text and saying that, hey, this text is authoritative to you, but hey, check this out. That's different than saying, look, God spoke through the prophet, and this is what God spoke through the prophet. Because that's how Matthew frames it. Matthew says that Yahweh spoke through the prophet and Jesus fulfilled the prophecies.
Yeah, I think that. So why do you think that the documentary hypothesis is irrelevant here?
Because the documentary hypothesis quite generally refers to the Pentateuch and then also to the Deuteronomic history, like Joshua and Judges. It does not apply to all of the prophets.
Oh, then I must be using the wrong term here. I'm talking about the Gospels here.
Oh, the Gospels have nothing to do with the documentary hypothesis.
I'm
Typically, when
saying
we
that
talk
if
about the source criticism of the New Testament relating to the Gospels, we would say things like Markan priority, or even Marcionite priority, or you might say that there is like a Lucan material, Matthean material, or shared content from Q. But there's no hypotheses, like single hypotheses in New Testament scholarship that explains the formation of the Gospels.
um I guess I'm gonna have to concede this point.
That's fine. Yeah.
But yeah. So you think that Jesus lied about some things, some things.
Yeah, he lied about being the Messiah. He lied about coming back. He lied about other things. He lied about being the only one to ever see the Father. Right? He says in John 6:46 that no one has seen the Father except the one who is from God, meaning himself. Right?
Yes.
So, am I to assume that nobody else has ever seen God?
I mean, other people have seen God, like Moses, I believe, saw
That's
God
right.
as he passed behind a rock.
It says in Exodus 24 that he spoke. I'm sorry, in Exodus 33. Now I forget. It says in Exodus though that he spoke to God face to face as a man talks to his friend.
Okay, and so must Adam and Eve have if
Most likely, yeah.
they were with him in the garden,
Yeah.
as well as, I believe, was it Elijah's vision of heaven, or am I
Ezekiel
getting that?
in
Yes,
his
Ezekiel's
yeah
vision of heaven,
in
where
Ezekiel's
he
vision
sees
of
God
heaven,
on the
he
throne.
sees God too.
But we are led to believe throughout the Gospels that Jesus is aware of all of these things because
I
he
don't think
makes
he
them.
was.
You don't
I don't,
think
I
he
don't
was
think
aware?
Jesus knew nearly as much of the Old Testament people lead on. Even if you read Luke chapter 4 when he quotes Isaiah 61, he misquotes it. He doesn't even quote the Greek text correctly. He misquotes even the Greek.
How so?
How so? I've got the text. You want to just read it?
Okay, but I don't think that Jesus was some type of like actually trained rabbi.
No, he definitely
Like,
wasn't. If he was a trained rabbi, he would have known that he's not the Messiah, because he would have known that the Messiah was supposed to do a certain number of things, and he explicitly didn't do those things. In fact, he said that his kingdom is not of this world. But if you read the messianic prophecies, all the messianic prophecies talk about being a king over Israel in the actual land of their forefathers.
I mean, but it becomes very clear when you read the Gospels that he's subverting what the people believe their Messiah is.
Right. That's why
They
he's not the
obviously
Messiah,
don't, because they believe that he's going to be a military leader, and he makes clear
because
that
that's what
that's
God
not
said.
what he's going to be.
Because that's what God said. God said that's what the Messiah is going to do, right? So Jesus is basically calling Yahweh a liar. They wanted him to be a military leader because that's what God said he would be. And they wanted him to be a king because that's what God said the Messiah would be. They wanted to be restored to their land and have all their enemies defeated because that's what God said he would do. Right? Ezekiel 37, my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. This is Messiah who is going to be restoring the people to their rightful land.
Well, yes, I agree that that's what the people believe.
No, that's what God
Because
said.
because it says in
Yes,
the because
that's
it
what God
says
said. That's what Yahweh said.
in the Torah that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jesus also makes references to other things that God has said, like for example in his take on divorce,
Yeah. He
where
adjusts the law of Moses, but in doing so, he broke it. You
but
don't get to adjust the law of Moses. You can't
his
add to it.
justification
You can't take anything away from it.
his justification for that is that that is not what God originally had in plan.
Incorrect. You don't get to change the law of Moses because you think you know better than the lawgiver. That's why it says in Deuteronomy 4:2, God literally states, you must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God with which I am giving charge to you. And he repeats it in Deuteronomy 12:32. You must diligently observe everything that I command you. Do not add to it or take anything away from it. So the minute somebody adds to the law of Moses or takes something away from it or nullifies part of it, they're violating the law of Moses.
And do you believe that Jesus could break the law of Moses if he was God?
No, because that makes God a liar. God wouldn't tell people that his law is perfect and eternal and then go and change the perfect and eternal law. That's a contradictory God. In Deuteronomy 12, he says that he wants them to follow the law all the days that you live on the earth. Thank you for the eyes. I appreciate that. I didn't see who it was. All the days that you live on the earth. That's what that means. So, and then again in Leviticus 16 on the Day of Atonement, God says this is an everlasting statute for you. Everlasting. So again, if God came and changed his law, you're just calling God a liar.
I mean, all throughout the Bible, we see God compromising with the people of Israel. All throughout.
So
To me at least, it makes perfect sense what Jesus is revealing here, that this was just another one of those compromises.
the only compromise I see that God made with his people is not completely destroying them. He never compromised on any of his laws. Not one. He said his laws are perfect. He also said that they're easy. He says these are not too difficult for you. This is Deuteronomy 30. I grabbed Deuteronomy 30, verse 11. Surely this commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. So he didn't come and like say, okay, well, I'm changing my commandments. He never said that. In fact, if you read the messianic prediction in Ezekiel and elsewhere, where he talks about pouring out his spirit and giving them a heart of flesh to replace their heart of stone, what does he say? He's doing so in order that they can then follow the statutes and ordinances. That's Ezekiel 36:26. A new heart I will give you, and a new spirit I will put within you. And I will remove from your body the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, and I will make you to follow my statutes and to be careful to observe my ordinances. And the whole rest of the book of Ezekiel, he describes how when that happens, the temple is going to be reestablished. The Levites are going to be reestablished. The sacrificial laws are going to be reestablished. But according to the book of Hebrews, Jesus did away with all that. That's just a contradiction.
So,
Right. Like, again, in Ezekiel 44. In Ezekiel 44, when this new kingdom arrives, when the Messiah comes, it literally says, thus saith the Lord, no foreigner uncircumcised in the heart or in the flesh of all of the foreigners among the people of Israel will enter into my sanctuary. And then Paul comes along in Galatians and Colossians and says, no, you don't need to be circumcised. What? Paul, hello, McFly, have you not read Ezekiel 44?
and you can't think of a single time where God compromises with his people.
His only compromise with Israel is to not destroy them when he believes that he should have destroyed them. He never once does God change one of his laws. If you gave a perfect law, there is no need to change it.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to concede on this point also until I do some more research on that point specifically.
Sure, that's fair. Anything else?
So, at one point you said that oral tradition is not reliable.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
Why do you believe that?
well, there have been books on it. Well, we've actually studied people who have oral traditions, and we've documented how people passing stories is not a reliable form of documenting history. Thank you, Lisa. And if you've ever played telephone as a child, you know that it doesn't take long for a story to get corrupted. Even if you document it in writing, the written documents get corrupted. In fact, if you study the ancient manuscripts of the Bible, you'll discover that over the course of time, even the manuscripts, even though they were written, they were changing over time. The book of Jeremiah, completely edited and parts rewritten over the course of a couple hundred years. The book of Daniel was being added to for 350 years. So like, even if you say like, well, we have at least this written history, we can't even trust the written history, much less the oral history.
So my pushback against that would be the fact that cultures which did not have writing
They did.
I know that they had writing, but they obviously didn't have writing since the beginning of their existence. And definitely not since the beginning.
Well, I don't know about that.
Beliefs.
I don't know about that. Because according to the Bible, within like 2 generations of Adam, they already had metallurgy. So if they were already doing metallurgy 2 generations after Adam, I don't think writing would be a problem at all.
Okay. But my real place of study is West African history. And throughout West Africa and South Africa as well, we can see that cultures which did not possess writing had other ways to almost completely preserve the histories of their people with accuracy throughout time.
You don't know that.
Through people like griots. Do you know
No,
what a griot
Jam,
is?
listen to me. You don't know that the oral tradition is accurate. Because by nature of oral tradition, you have no method of comparing it to the previous oral tradition.
I mean, there are ways to prove that parts of it are accurate.
Now, what I'm saying is, you have no way of demonstrating that an oral history that you're hearing right now is the same as the oral history that was there 10,000 years ago, right? Because you don't have it.
Yes, you don't have it, but you can compare it to other oral histories around it, as well as
You can't.
archaeological evidence.
That's what I'm telling you. You cannot compare oral history. You could compare it to archaeology, and we have done so. Archaeology quite often disagrees with oral history, both inside the Bible and outside of the Bible.
Yes, that's true, but when people are meticulous about recording their history,
They're not.
you don't think that people are meticulous about recording their history, especially
They're
the
not.
Hebrews. They were especially meticulous about recording their history, so
They
much
weren't.
that when they lost, we still see them as the victors. Like, you know the saying,
They weren't though.
history is written by the victors. No, it's not.
All
And
of
the
the
Bible
Hebrew
shows
all
that.
of the Hebrew manuscripts, all of the Hebrew manuscripts, for every sentence in the Hebrew Bible, there are like 5 variants. They weren't good copyists.
5 variants is extremely low.
It's I mean, I'm saying a minimum. There are other texts that have many. What I'm saying is every sentence in the Hebrew Bible has a host of variant texts. There, you cannot pick a single Hebrew manuscript and say this is what was in the original, because we have no idea what was in the original. All we have are reconstructions. The reason why that's true is because they didn't do a good job at copying, and they were adding to the documents and taking out of the documents all throughout history. In fact, if you just look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and compare the Dead Sea Scrolls to the Masoretic texts, the Dead Sea Scrolls only match the Masoretic text about half of the time, and even when it matches, it doesn't match word for word.
I mean, when you have a transition between an oral culture and a written culture, there has to be some type of give and take. Like, for example,
No,
when
they had written culture. The Israelites
they
always
didn't have
had
written,
the Israelites always had a written culture. If you just read the book of Exodus, about 8 different times Moses wrote something down. And then at the end of Deuteronomy, Moses commands people to write down all the laws. So they had written culture all the way back to the time of Moses.
but the people of Israel, even in there, it it existed before Moses.
The laws of Moses didn't exist before Moses. Maybe the book of Genesis did, maybe some of Genesis did, but we know from linguistic evidence that most of Genesis was written just prior to the Babylonian captivity or post-Babylonian captivity, which is obviously evidenced by the many, many Aramaic words and anachronisms within Genesis. There are tons and tons of passages in Genesis where they refer to geographical locations that were only called that hundreds of years later. They weren't called that at the time of Moses. And there are many words and phrases that show up in the book of Genesis that didn't enter the Hebrew vocabulary until the time of the Babylonian captivity. So we have no reason to believe that the book of Genesis is like preserved when we find words and things in it that came from hundreds of years later that simply were not in the original language.
Yes, but that's the written text.
I
And
know.
if you already don't believe that um that the story is that old, then the written version can't possibly be that old.
I think you're missing the point. My point is the narrative is hopelessly flawed, whether it's written or oral.
So you don't believe that there's accuracy in oral accounts?
No, I think oral accounts have been demonstrated over the course of history to not be accurate.
I mean, there are numerous times that I can show that oral accounts have been incredibly accurate.
I don't think they
Like,
have. There are oral accounts that have said some true things. But to say that oral accounts are accurate is just false.
do you know
And
what a
the
glue
fact
that
of the
is?
matter the fact of the matter is, even if there was a good oral tradition somewhere, let's say there's like a tribe in the Amazon that did have like an exceptional oral history, this says nothing about whether or not the Hebrew oral history is good. We have the archaeology. We know the Hebrew oral history is not good. It can't be good because it's full of lies.
What about the curse on Mount Habal?
What about it?
It shows that,
Mount Ebal?
yeah,
What
I
about
guess
it?
I'm just wrong. I don't speak Hebrew.
What about it?
It shows that the written text was correct, at least about that.
No, it doesn't.
Also, there's evidence of Semitic um, presence in Egypt
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
during the time
During a time of
that
during a time of who?
that some
During the time of
Egyptologists
who?
like David Falk
I know
believe
David Falk. I'm familiar with his work. I'm familiar with K.A. Kitchens.
believe that the Exodus happened.
I'm familiar with not Vanderkam. I mean James Hoffmeyer. I know the Egyptologists, but the Hyksos are not the Hebrews. The Hyksos people are Semitic-speaking people who entered into Egypt at a time long before Moses. The Hyksos people were expelled like 200 years before Moses supposedly left Egypt.
And when do you think that was?
Well, according to most scholars, it was in the 1600s. I can double check to see what biblical archaeology even says.
While you're checking, somebody in the comments said, "Are pastors who went to seminary all liars? How could they go through with it and still believe?"
Yeah, some of
Absolutely
them are
not.
liars. I know
No.
them. I've met people who went through seminary and are literally agnostic pastors as we speak.
I mean, they're just scam artists, but
They're not scam artists. They just don't have anywhere else to go. So here's the thing. So the Hyksos were in Egypt already before Jacob and his ancestors entered there. In fact, they were already in power in the 1600s. So they couldn't have rose to power and prominence in Egypt before Jacob entered Egypt. Now, it's possible that the Hyksos legend is where the Israelite legend came from. That is possible. Yeah. But does that mean that the mythology that is created in the book of Exodus is accurate? No. Because even if you read the narrative of the Hyksos, the Hyksos went to war against Egypt. And when they lost the war, when it was clear they were losing the war, the Egyptians drove them from the land, But according to the biblical legend, there was no war. Nobody was at war. God just sent a bunch of plagues. So
Okay,
what we have in the oral history of the Bible is just like any other oral history. It started with like a story that may have had a kernel of truth, and then they built a whole mythology around it.
okay, but let's move. Let's move on to the previous point.
You mean move back to the previous
So
point?
yes, what? I mean, there are examples of text being changed to deceive people. Religious text specifically, like for example,
The Bible.
the Jehovah's Witnesses Bible
No, the
makes an
Christian Bible.
alteration. Huh?
The Christian Bible has been purposely changed.
Well, I'm using this example. The Jehovah's Witnesses Bible alters prophecy and revelation to make it seem more like it's governments that are attacking rather than it being more ambiguous like it is in the text.
What do I care what the Jehovah's Witnesses do?
But
Am I a Jehovah's Witness?
why? I'm moving on to something.
I think you're demonstrating my point, which is people that have religious motivations are willing to change the meaning of the text to fit their religious motivations.
Yes, it does. It does prove that people who have genuine beliefs will change the text in order to convert more people to their belief.
Yeah, so you just proved my point. Thank you.
But the texts were not so readily available to those people, whereas
It was to the
Matthew is
scribes.
speaking to Jews who would be familiar with those stories.
Jay, it was available to the scribes. That's why Jeremiah literally talked about the lying pen of the scribes. Jeremiah admits that the scribes were changing the text. And irony of ironies, Jeremiah was one of the heavily edited, most edited books of the Old Testament.
But I'm saying usually when people
I don't know what you're saying yet, buddy.
Usually when people alter text to deceive people, they do it directed to an audience who would be unfamiliar with the text that is being altered.
The
So
Israelites
why
were
on earth-
unfamiliar. The Israelites simply were not literate enough to know the texts were being changed. The vast majority of them couldn't read. Even in the first century when Jesus was alive, it was literally a 7 to 8, maybe 9% literacy rate. And that was in Rome. A lot of those people couldn't even read Hebrew. In fact, the New Testament authors couldn't even read Hebrew. That's why they never quoted the Hebrew Bible, not once. There's not a single quote from the Hebrew Bible in any of the Gospels.
I mean, you can't lead a nation based on people who don't know the stories that you're talking about. So obviously they knew the stories.
They didn't. That's why they can change the text and nobody would know. What they know is the gist of a story. They don't know the details. They don't remember the details. Do you remember the details of every story that your parents told you? Or do you just remember the gist of the story?
I remember important stories, not things that aren't important.
Right. Well, the Bible is full of hundreds of stories, if not thousands. The Hebrew people didn't have the entire Old Testament memorized. In fact, most of them, if they were boys, only heard it growing up. The women, they didn't study the Torah. They didn't study the Bible. They weren't even allowed to. So you've got a culture that's largely illiterate. They don't know the text is being changed. They're unfamiliar with the text. That's why the New Testament is so easily debunked, because I can read the New Testament and clearly see where they misquote the Old Testament. They don't remember the Old Testament correctly. They don't understand what the Old Testament is even saying.
Reds, I see you chatting a lot in the comment section saying how, like, Justin is lying, this, that, and the third. Why don't you come up here and request? school us on your knowledge, which I'm pretty sure you do not have.
Yeah, no, I
Also,
would.
Justin,
Yeah.
Missing Link wants to know. I'm sorry, JM, just 1 second, my darling.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, sweetie. Um, Missing Link wanted to know where in Jeremiah it said the scribes lied. If you could
Yeah, the
find
lying pen of the scribes.
Mm-hmm.
He accuses the scribes of being deceitful on multiple occasions, but the one I'm thinking of is Jeremiah 8:8, where it says, let me grab it real quick. How can you say that we are wise and the law of the Lord is with us, when in fact the false pen of the scribes has made it into a lie? So Jeremiah himself is saying, listen, people are editing the laws. They're editing the text.
And
Anyways.
thank you, Crow, for the subby. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anyways,
But
what were you saying, Jameis?
yeah, to respond to anybody who was saying that you're lying, it's very clear that you're not. You're very clearly extremely knowledgeable about this topic. In fact, more knowledgeable than any atheist that I've spoken to about this. I was not expecting to concede anything upon talking to you.
Sure. That's very gracious of you to say. I appreciate that.
So yeah, to anybody, any Christian who's saying that Justin's lying, he's clearly not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an atheist by accident. Like, I didn't decide to be an atheist. This is just where the evidence has led me, right? Anyways, JMS, I really appreciate being here. We're kind of losing some audience. I think they're ready for a new guest.
Do you need to move on to a new guest?
Yeah, I think so. When I talk to the same guest for too long, they start to get a little antsy in the pantsy, and I get that. So I'm going to try to move through some of the people in the queue if I can.
But yeah, see ya.
I was great talking to you, man. Have a great night.
You're always welcome back, JM.
Yeah, Jam was nice.
See, I like that. I like the fact that he was able to concede rather than go through mental gymnastics to try and make it seem like you were wrong. He didn't do that. He was able to hold a conversation. He was able to actually have a actual discussion, a back and forth, without yelling over you, without saying you're wrong, and being.
Yeah,
I like that.
In fact, I mean, I got a little spicy with him every now and then, and he took it quite nicely. Yvonne, welcome. Hello?
I don't know how it happens, but it's about once every week now. I'm going to have to.
I gotcha. I thought that was an accident. Don't worry. Thank you so
sorry.
much.
You're good, Yvonne. You're good.
Love you guys.
I love you too, darling. Have a great night. Thanks for supporting.
Yes.
I thought she was with us. Listen to I am his pastors says, Justin, I'd sin if you got spicy with me. Oh boy.
Pastor.
It's feral hour. Pastor. In the house.
Fisticuffs, babe.
All right. Well, we ran out of Christians to talk to except for Dark NATO, so it looks like we got Dark NATO in the house again. How you doing, Dark?
Doing good. How you doing, Justin?
Doing good.
That's good. Glad to see you.
I hope you're doing well. Yeah.
Doing good. Chilling. Relaxing.
Good. What's in your mind?
Okay, so let me just read your prompt real quick. Jesus was a liar and a fraud. Prove me wrong. Okay. So my question to you is, why was Jesus a liar?
Yeah, he was a liar because he said things that were untrue. I think he said things that were untrue on purpose sometimes. I think he said things that were untrue on accident sometimes as well. For example, in John 3:13, he says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. But that's not true.
No, that's true.
No, Elijah did.
Elijah?
Yeah.
Elijah was taken up to heaven.
Ascended. 2 Kings 2:11. As they continued walking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Right. Yeah.
So Elijah ascended into heaven.
Right.
Right. So that means Jesus is wrong when he says no one has ascended into heaven. Right. Now that could be a mistake. It doesn't have to be a lie. Right.
Okay. So that verse, keep going. Keep going.
Right. So there's more. There's more, right? In John 6:46, he says, "No one has seen the Father except the one who is from God."
Mm.
Right? But that can't be true, because Exodus 33:11 says that the Lord spoke to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend.
No, actually, Moses, he turned his back.
No, in Exodus 33:11 it says that the Lord spoke to Moses face to face. Right? And then Exodus 24:9-11, a bunch of the Israelites go up. It says that Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 elders of Israel went up on the mountain, that is. And they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heavens in its clearness. But God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites, and they beheld God, and they ate and they drank.
Yeah, who was that?
That was God.
No, yeah, right. Who was it though?
Yahweh.
Right. Yeah. So they seen him, right?
Yes, Moses, Aaron, the sons of Aaron, and 70 elders saw God.
Yeah, the whole fam bam, right?
Yeah.
They seen him, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so let me ask you this one question. I know you know this. I know you know this verse. It's a very popular verse. Who is the invisible God and who is the visible God?
No such thing. There's only Yahweh. Jesus is said to be the visible manifestation of the invisible God, but for some reason, every time we read about Yahweh in the Old Testament, he's not invisible. Yahweh is quite tangible. He lives just in the skies above the firmament.
Okay.
He can smell the offerings rising up to him. He
Okay.
could hear the cries of the people rising up to him. So he has some sort of body, some sort of mechanism for sensing the world around him.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense. So let me ask you this question. So in Exodus, was it Exodus or was it Genesis? I don't remember. I remember the story. So when Abraham was talking to the Lord, and he
Genesis 18.
Oh yeah, there you go. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
you got it right. So when Abraham bowed down to the Lord, there were three people there,
Mhm.
right? So okay, so
Well, it was, as far as my interpretation goes, it was two angels and Yahweh.
okay, so it was two angels and Yahweh. Okay, so it was a theophany. So it was three. Three was there.
Yeah, there was three beings. Yes.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine with me. That's cool. So it was three there, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so he was there with his wife Sarah, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so cool. So then, okay, that's cool. So after that, or not after that. I'm not trying to tell the story. Actually, okay, so cool. So boom.
Yeah. So after that, Yahweh goes back to heaven, and the two angels depart for Sodom.
The two angels depart to Sodom.
Mhm.
Okay, so my question to you is, in that next chapter, chapter 19, how do you know that was those two angels?
Yeah, because it says so. If you just follow the story, like in Genesis 18, it says near the end of it that the two angels carried on, right? So in verse 22 says the men turned aside from there and went toward Sodom, while Abraham remained standing before Yahweh. Right, and then Yahweh at the end of the chapter goes back, says, and Yahweh went on his way, and he had finished speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. The very next line says, the two angels came to Sodom in the evening. So the text seems to be pretty clear that the two angels go on to Sodom, but Yahweh goes back. He returns to where he came from.
Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know.
Thank you, Mac.
That's cool, but
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm not gonna say nothing more. I'm gonna let y'all have y'all day. Hey, love y'all. Y'all take it easy.
Hey, good to see you, Dark. Take care of yourself, okay?
Yes, sir.
See you, man.
Yep.
It's good to see Dark. He pops in. He pops in. I see Sweet Uncle Rory in the queue.
He's been wanting uppies, my love. That is your call.
I love Rory. I don't know if I'm ready for a story right now. Maybe if we lose our audience and we get to a smaller number. But I think right now a lot of people, and you guys are welcome to take a poll. I think a lot of people are looking forward to some cooking. But listen, take a poll. If you want Uncle Rory up in here, listen, am I not fair? I will give the audience what they want. AQC, to be very clear, I love Rory.
You are more fair than Yahweh.
I love what Rory does, and I love
I
a good
just said-
story. How you doing, AQC?
Good. How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks for asking. What's in your mind?
I've heard you saying that Jesus is a liar.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What are we considering a lie here?
A lie is basically saying something that is untrue, assuming that you know it's untrue. Now that's a little bit subjective. It's possible that Jesus said things that were untrue and he didn't necessarily know they were untrue, but it's my contention that he did know some of these things were untrue. Right? When he said he was going to come back, his second coming was going to be before all of his disciples have tasted death. He had to know that was untrue. Like, even if you think he is God, that's just an untrue statement altogether.
Well, I could argue in many different ways, and I don't even know where to start because the way you understand the concept of what a lie is going to define everything that comes after.
We'll just make it simple.
Somebody,
We'll say Jesus said things that were untrue and is a fraud. How about that? Is that better?
Jesus said things that were untrue and was a fraud.
Yep.
Well, like I said, it depends on who's interpreting Jesus's words, right? For example, I'm just gonna take one example. He cursed a tree.
That's a great biblical contradiction.
That tree.
Are you aware of this
Let me
contradiction?
go. Let me finish.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Go on.
There's going to be a delay regardless because he has red bars.
I have red bars.
You've got bad reception.
Oh, sorry about that. But can you hear me properly?
Yeah, it's just a little bit delayed.
I was just gonna take the example of the fig tree that Jesus cursed, right?
Sure.
He was just walking and he was just going about his business, and there was that tree, and he was expecting that tree to bear fruits.
Which is ludicrous.
The thing was that the which is crazy, right? Because the tree was not supposed to bear fruit in that season.
Yeah, Jesus literally got mad at a tree not bearing fruit when it wasn't supposed to bear fruit.
Right. And I've been confused about that for a long time. But until you get to the point where you know that when God asks, we should obey, you get stuck up. You get confused as
I'm not confused.
Right?
I'm not confused.
When you know that the ones that made the rules gets to tweak the rules, you get your deliverance.
No,
right?
you don't. You get to lying. Because the guy who gave the rules, Yahweh.
Well, that's not a lie.
The guy who gave
That's
the
not a lie.
rules.
For example,
It is. The guy that gave the rules says that he wants you to follow this perfect law forever. He even says this is not a difficult commandment for you. This is an easy commandment for you. Right? And you also don't get to you don't get to start with your conclusion as premise number one. Before you tell me that Jesus was allowed to change God's laws because he was God, you need to first demonstrate that Jesus was God.
Well, there are many different verses in the Bible that shows that Jesus is God, but then you
There's not.
decide whether or not you want to
There are
believe,
verses
and
demonstrating that
that's where faith comes in.
there are verses demonstrating that he was a fraud and a blasphemer.
And because
Wow.
there is a lot of people
I'm
in here, I'm
always
just going to make this statement one time and one time only. Any captions or spamming, automatic mute. Moderators, you know what to do. You see caps, mute them for 5 minutes.
Hey, y'all know the rules. No,
I'm
no
always
caps.
amazed at the I'm always amazed at the ease with which you people talk about Jesus. It's like it's either ignorance
It's almost like
or
we know
it's
more than you do.
foolishness. I don't know where to put it.
It's almost like you don't know any better and we do.
Well, I'm not saying that I know any better than you. I'm just saying that
But
the
I'm
more
saying
you
I know
know, the
better than
more
you.
humble
That's what
you
I'm
get.
saying. I do know better than you. Because I've read the book and I've read it multiple
Well,
times
I
and I've
don't.
read it intently, and I can demonstrate that not only did Jesus tell lies, but he didn't fulfill a single messianic expectation, not even one.
Well, that's where I started, right? By telling you it all depends on who's interpreting the lie
I
and
don't need an interpretation.
on
I can just
what
read it with
basis the
I can just read it
person.
with my own two eyes. I can read in Jeremiah when he says that he's going to rescue all of Israel and Judah. When it says he will execute judgment and righteousness in the earth, and in those days Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will dwell in security. That doesn't need interpretation. It means what it means. God is saying that when the Messiah comes, he's going to rescue his people. That's why
In
in Luke
what sense is
chapter
that
1,
allowed?
the author, whoever wrote Luke, literally paraphrases this. Says, according to the words placed in the mouth of Jesus's uncle, he says, "The Lord, blessed be the Lord God of Israel. He has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouth of the holy prophets of old, that we would be saved from our enemies and from the hands of all who hate us." I wonder where he got that idea from. Could it be because all of the Old Testament prophets literally said that the Messiah would sit on the throne of Israel, usher in the era of world peace, and rescue Israel from all of their enemies? Do you think that's where it came from?
Well, he came to fulfill the law.
But he
So
didn't. He broke the
if
law
that's
on
what
multiple
you, if
occasions
that's because he's God,
because he's a blasphemer.
he gets to do whatever.
He doesn't get to do anything he wants to, unless
What?
unless he even
Why would you?
fulfills
What? I mean,
unless he even fulfills the messianic predictions. There's not a snowball's chance in hell that I'm going to believe that he's God. He has to be the Messiah before he's God. The Old
what about
Testament
his
does
both?
the Old Testament does not say that God's going to come and change everything. It's not in the Old Testament.
What about his both?
His what?
Has it ever dawned on you that he could be both?
He's not. He's not even the Messiah. Until he demonstrates that he is the Messiah, I'm definitely not believing that he is God. That's crazy. Thank you, Denise. Good to see you in here, by the way.
Really complicated. This is complicated because it's a matter of
Jesus
faith.
is
You
a
guys,
liar and a fraud. He's a liar and a fraud. He's not even the Messiah. You can't tell me that a guy who's not even the Messiah gets to be God.
he came,
And lied
was
and
born
died.
out of a virgin,
He wasn't. And that's not even a
died
prophecy.
crucified on a cross,
That's not even a prophecy. There's no
resurrected,
prophecy about a
and
child being
ascended to
born of a
heaven,
virgin.
and yet
There's no prophecy about a child being born of
everything
a
about
virgin.
Jesus is godly.
AQC, listen to my words. There is not a single prophecy in the Bible about a Messiah being born to a virgin. It's not in there.
What do you mean?
It's not in there. There's no prophecy.
I've read the Bible.
There's no
I've read the Bible
prophecy.
multiple times. What do you
You
mean?
haven't. You haven't. Because there's no prophecy about a child who is going to be the Messiah and going to be born of a virgin. That is a bad reading by Matthew of Isaiah 7. Because Matthew couldn't read Hebrew. He was reading the Greek text. And even when he read the Greek text, he misquoted it. And even when he read the Greek text, he didn't understand the meaning of Parthenos, which doesn't always refer to a literal virgin.
So we're judging Matthew now, and
Yes,
you know,
Matthew was a liar as well.
because Matthew was a liar, Jesus was a liar. Is that
Yeah.
what we're saying here?
No, Jesus is a liar because he said things that were untrue. Matthew is a liar because he said things that are untrue. In fact, the entire New Testament is based on lies. Without lies, Christianity dies.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It's like, here's the truth. You believe it or you don't. You are on the side of the people that do not want to believe it.
I don't believe it because
right?
it's
I'm on the side of
untrue.
people who believe it.
No, you believe it because you want to believe it. I don't believe it because I'm honest with the data and you're not. See, I was a Christian for over 2 decades. I became a non-Christian because I studied the book and I had 2 eyes and an honest brain.
What happened to you? I'm
I
curious.
read
What
and
made
studied
you
the book,
change?
and I had 2 eyes and an honest brain. Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. He said things that were blatantly untrue. He failed his own predictions. The Bible is full of contradictions. It's even full of theological contradictions. For example, 1 Corinthians chapter 8, Paul says it's okay to eat meat sacrificed to idols. Are you aware of this?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Revelation chapter 2, on 2 different occasions, Jesus chastises 2 different churches because they're eating meat sacrificed to idols. So it is okay to eat meat sacrificed to idols or not?
It depends on the person who's eating. That's what I was telling you.
It doesn't.
It's always
so we'll just read
on
it.
Something faith.
So we're just going to read it. All right, we're going to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 8. It says, now concerning food sacrificed to idols. We all know that all of us possess knowledge. Knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. Anyone who claims to know something does not yet have necessary knowledge, but anyone who loves God is known by him. Hence, as it is to eating food sacrificed to idols, we know that no idol in the world really exists, and that there is no God but one. Indeed, even though there may be so-called gods in heaven or on earth, as in fact there are many gods and many lords, yet for us there is one God, the Father, from whom all things and for whom we exist, and the one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom all things are all things and through whom we exist. It is not everyone, however, who has this knowledge, since some have become accustomed to idols until now. They still think of food they eat as food offered to an idol, and their conscience, being weak, is defiled. Food will not bring us close to God. We are no worse off if we do not eat, and no better off if we do. Right? So Paul's stating in this, listen, Paul's stating in this chapter that meat sacrificed to idols is not wrong to eat, but if your conscience still feels guilty about it, then maybe you shouldn't eat it. But again, in doing so, he's explicitly saying there's nothing wrong with it. You're allowed to do it.
I see Pablo, guys. Don't worry, I'm watching. He's just mad that the woman is up here that agrees with the truth rather than a bullshit lie.
Yeah.
There's a condition on eating it.
Yeah, the condition on eating it
Don't forget that part.
The condition on eating it is that it doesn't violate your conscience. But again, Paul is explicitly stating that you're allowed to do it.
That's what free
Pablo,
will is.
instead of spamming
That's
my
what-
chat with, hold on, AQ. Paul, instead of spamming my chat with prove it's a lie, you have enough followers, get in the box and host can prove to you how everything you're reading is a lie. Continue, AQ. My apologies.
Yeah. So Paul says
So we are
Paul
all
says
we're-
Paul says you can do it.
yeah.
Cool.
Everybody's
So
free to do
okay,
whatever they want.
so according to Paul, is it wrong to eat meat sacrificed to idols?
You're free to do whatever you want, but you
Cool.
always have
Then
to keep
then why is Jesus
the mirror.
upset with the
Let me finish.
churches?
I'm not done yet. You always have to keep yourself aligned with God's will so that whatever you do falls in line with
And,
God's will.
and what is God's
As long as
will?
you're in God's will,
And what is God's will concerning meat sacrificed to idols?
it's all about you and God.
What is
It's all
God's
about you and
will?
God. If God tells
What
you,
is God's will concerning meat sacrificed to idols? What does he say about it?
that's what Paul is saying.
You're
God has
you're
a
not listening.
specific word.
What does Jesus say about meat sacrificed to idols? He's upset with the
If you do
churches.
not have the knowledge,
He says, I have this against
you
you.
do
You
not have
tolerate the woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet and is teaching and beguiling my servants to engage in sexual immorality and to eat food sacrificed to idols. Jesus, in the book of Revelation, does not want his people eating meat sacrificed to idols.
No one is leading anyone into hell. We're just reading your book,
Yeah, hell doesn't
which is
exist.
something that you guys don't do.
hello,
Mm-hmm.
hello.
I can hear you.
As long as your heart space, as long as you're eating the meat from the right heart space, it's okay. That's what Jesus is saying.
That's
If you're
not what
eating
Jesus
that
said.
meat, knowing that
That's not what Jesus said. Now you're just making things
he
up.
knew the people he was addressing. He
Okay,
knew the people, the
so
kind of people
okay,
he
so
was
we're just going to read it
addressing
again
then.
since you weren't listening. Jesus says, I have this against you. You tolerate that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet and is teaching and beguiling my servants to engage in sexual immorality and to eat food sacrificed to idols. Eating food sacrificed to idols is laid right next to practicing sexual immorality. Jesus is saying, this is bad. I do not want the people to do it. That's what that means. He didn't say, he did not say that they're beguiling my servants to engage in sexual immorality, and the ones who think that it's offensive to eat food sacrificed to idols. He didn't say that. He just said that they're being beguiled
Well,
into
it is
eating food
assumed-
sacrificed to idols,
it
which
is
clearly he has a problem with.
it is assumed based on the culture
It's
of
not
that
assumed.
society back then and based on who that woman represented, that the people that ate that type of meat were doing a certain specific thing that was not honorable to God.
Yeah,
Why
and
is
that
it that
thing,
hard to do
and
that part?
that thing was eating meat sacrificed to idols, which is why he says the same thing in
Right.
Revelation 2:14. I have a few things against you. You have some there who hold to the teaching of Balaam, who taught Balak to put a stumbling block before the people of Israel so that they would eat food sacrificed to idols and to engage in sexual immorality.
Right.
Jesus is saying
Right.
on two different occasions that it's not okay to eat meat sacrificed to idols,
Yes. Yes.
which is a contradiction of what
I
Paul
agree.
said. That's how contradictions work.
And again, I'm saying, I'm saying that eating meat was always related to an act of idolatry.
Mm,
So it's
No,
not
incorrect.
the meat eating itself that's the problem.
That's a lie. Eating meat was not an act of idolatry. In fact, God's own people are
Meat
commanded to eat.
sacrificed to an idol. You have
God's
to include that
God's
part.
own people are instructed to
Meat.
eat meat on many occasions. Every time you eat meat, is not an idolatrous practice. That's nonsense.
But
If it
those
was, then
people
Paul
Jesus was
wouldn't.
talking
If it
to,
was, then Paul wouldn't have instructed his people to eat meat sacrificed to idols. Paul wouldn't be encouraging his people to commit adultery. I mean, to commit blasphemy or anything of the like.
again, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think you know what
When
you're
your
saying.
knowledge of the truth,
I have knowledge, you don't. See,
you're
that's
not
why I'm trying to educate you, because in Revelation, in 2 different occasions, Jesus says he doesn't like these churches eating meat sacrificed to idols. It's a bad thing. He doesn't like it. Paul says it's okay to do it. That is a contradiction. It's a theological contradiction.
well, God said that committing adultery was a sin. Jesus came and said that even looking at a woman can be considered adultery.
That's
So
right.
there are
He added,
levels.
he added to the law of Moses, did
There
he
are
not?
levels of these things.
AQ, did he not add to the law of Moses?
He came
AQ, answer the question.
to
Did
make
Jesus add to the law of Moses?
He clarified it.
Did
That's the
he
language I
add?
would
Did
use
he
to describe
add?
what
And
he did.
did he
He
add
did not
to it?
add. He clarified.
Okay,
He
so he
made it
didn't. So
clearer.
I'm going to read the Bible to you since you haven't read it. It's okay. I counter this a lot. Don't worry. I got you. I got you.
It's a matter of interpretation. That's
It's not
what
a
I'm
matter of
telling you.
interpretation. I'll just show you where it happens. In Matthew chapter 5, he says, "You have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." That's the law of Moses. And he says, "But I say to you, do not resist an evildoer. If anyone strikes you on the cheek, turn the other cheek also." Jesus literally says, don't do what Moses told you to do this instead. That's adding to the law of Moses. That's adding and taking away from the law of Moses in violation of Deuteronomy 4:2 and Deuteronomy 12:32.
And what's your
Jesus
point?
is the false
What
prophet
if he
that
added?
Moses warned about in Deuteronomy 13.
What?
Jesus is the false prophet that Moses warned about in Deuteronomy 13. He explicitly says that false prophets will come among you. It says, if prophets or those who divine things by dreams appear among you and promise you omens and portents, and the omens and the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let's follow other gods whom you have not known and let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love Yahweh your God with all your heart and soul. The Lord your God, you will follow him alone, and you shall fear him alone, and his commandments you shall keep, and his voice you will obey, and you will serve, and you shall serve him, and to him you will hold fast. So you can't come along and change the commandments of God. You are a false prophet when you come and change the commandments of God and you claim that somebody needs to be worshiped other than Yahweh. That's why it says, but those prophets or those who divine by dreams will be put to death for having spoken treason against the Lord your God, which means Jesus got literally what was coming to him. Thank you, Carly, for the eyes. I appreciate that. Jesus was a liar and a blasphemer and a false prophet, and they did with him exactly as the law of Moses prescribed.
Justin, can I say something?
Yeah, sorry, I monologued there pretty good.
Jesus didn't come to add to the law. He
But he
came
did.
to make the law. Wait, let me finish. He came to show people how impossible how impossible living by the rules of the law is, how crazy it is
So
to live by God's standards.
So,
right? So he came and
so what does Yahweh
he
mean when he
clarified what
says,
God
surely
wants
this
from us.
commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away? What does that mean?
Who's saying that?
Yahweh said that
To who?
to the Israelites.
Can you please remind me of the passage?
Yeah, it's Deuteronomy 30, verse 11. Right after Moses finishes giving all of the commandments in Deuteronomy 30 and then has them written down on tablets and says that you're going to recite these. That's 31, sorry. But after he gives all the commandments in verse 30 and he's wrapping things up.
39:11?
30:11.
39:11 or 30:11?
Nope, 30:11. There's no 39.
Okay. Let me just. Yes, and then what?
Right. So Yahweh says that
It's
this
not too hard
commandment
for
that
you.
I'm giving you today is not too hard for you. So Yahweh himself literally says that this commandment is not too hard for you, which is unsurprising because all throughout the rest of the Old Testament, God keeps reinforcing that he wants people to follow these commandments. Thank you, Femke, for the crane. I appreciate that. Over and over again, God says he wants you to follow the commandments, and then he chastises people for not following the commandments. And he says all the psalmists, if you believe the Psalms are inspired, literally claims that the law of the Lord is perfect. In fact, not only is it perfect, but it revives the soul.
Well, we're talking about the 10 Commandments here, right?
No. In
All of the
Deuteronomy 30,
commandments, even the ones that were added.
so in Deuteronomy 30, Moses is referring to all of the commandments that he just gave according to the narrative in Deuteronomy. And in Deuteronomy, he summarizes all of the laws that God gave to him. So this idea that the law was a burden, that's not supported by the lawgiver.
I would need to read the passage again in the right context to know how to respond to that, because in
So you
many
haven't read
occasions
Deuteronomy.
it's been proven that.
So you haven't read Deuteronomy,
I have,
assume?
but again, I have. It's just that I need to read it in the right context to know exactly
I'll give you the context.
what it's talking about.
Moses is on the foot of Mount Sinai, recounting all of the laws that God gave to him, telling the Israelites what the individual laws are. And then at the beginning of verse 30, he says, when all of these things have happened, because now he's talking about the blessings and cursings that will come upon you if you do not follow the law. If you do not follow the law, here are the blessings and cursings that will befall you. And then that continues all the way until verse 11 in chapter 30, when he says, hey, listen, this commandment is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away.
Again, it looks like it's a specific command. But
It's
you're
not.
telling me that he's talking about the whole thing.
There's not a
'Cause he's using
specific.
the singular.
It's not a specific command because he doesn't give a single command in this chapter.
Well, in the sentence, I'm not seeing multiple. I'm seeing
I
singular.
know. So
I'm not
the
seeing plural.
commandments.
That's why I'm saying I need to reread it.
I know you need to reread it. The commandments of God are often listed in the singular. That's like if I say so AQC. Let's talk about how plurals work. Okay, I live in a country where we have a body of laws. If I say this law code here before you, you shall follow, am I referring to a single law code or a body of law codes?
Can you please say that again?
If I say this law code you will follow, am I referring to a single law code or am I referring to all of the law code?
Oh. Oh. Hello?
I'm listening.
I said all.
Exactly. So Moses is referring to all of the laws that he just laid out. That's the context. Moses lays out all of the laws, and then he says, listen, if you follow these laws, this is what will happen. If you don't follow the laws, this is what will happen. But you should follow the laws, because the commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you. It's not too far away.
Well, what I can answer to that is all of the commandments could all be summarized in one. That is, you
They
should
can't.
love God. You should love God more than yourself. You should love God with your whole heart, with your whole self, with your blood. It's all about loving God,
Well,
and then
that's
loving your
false even
neighbor
according
as
to
yourself.
Jesus.
That's the law.
That's false even according to the New Testament, because Jesus says that all of the law and the prophet hang on two separate commandments. And then he quotes Deuteronomy 6:4 and Leviticus 19:18. So again, doesn't matter if you can categorize the laws. The fact of the matter is he wants you to follow the laws. And
Yes.
I don't think you
And
actually like the law
what
of the Lord. When was the last time that you executed somebody for breaking the Sabbath? Are you aware that Exodus tells you that the person who breaks the Sabbath is to be executed? Do you think that's a good law?
again, that's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm telling you that the harshness of the law was a mirror that God put up for us to look at
No, it's not.
and be like, oh,
Show me in the
I
Bible where the
can't live up to
lawgiver
God's
says that.
standards.
Show me in the Bible
Because
where
that,
show me in the Bible where it says that. I don't care that James said it. I know James says that the law is a mirror. I'm asking you, show me in the Bible where God says that.
whose mouthpiece was James?
Nobody. James is a liar, just like the
God.
gospel authors. Incorrect. I'm asking
They're
you,
all liars. Everybody's a
AQC,
liar. Only Justin
AQC, let me help you
only
understand.
Justin knows the truth.
Until you can demonstrate that the New Testament isn't telling lies, you can't tell me that I need to treat the Old Testament or the New Testament as being authoritative, because it's full of lies. Now, the fact of the matter is, thank you, Abu, for the hat. The fact of the matter is, the New Testament makes definitive statements about the Old Testament, which are false. What the New Testament says about the Old Testament is strictly false. Hebrews 9:22 says that without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness for sins. That is strictly false. There are many occasions in the Old Testament where sins are forgiven without the shedding of blood. Even in the sacrificial law, if you go to the book of Leviticus, you can get your sins forgiven for as small as a tenth of an ephah of flour.
Okay, but then you'll sin again, and then you have to shed the blood
It doesn't
again,
matter.
and then you'll sin again.
It doesn't
and then you
matter.
shed
It
the
is
blood
a
again.
lie. Let me I'm going to say this one more time. I don't care
well-
what the New Testament says until it quits lying about what the Old Testament says. Do you like I don't believe the New Testament for the same reason you don't believe the Book of Mormon.
Who told you that I had a problem with the Book of Mormons?
'Cause
I
you're a
don't have any
Christian.
problem with the Book of Mormons.
Have you read it?
What does that have to do with anything?
Are you Mormon?
Just because I'm a Christian, I should.
Are you Mormon?
I'm a disciple of Jesus.
Are you
That's
Mormon,
for sure.
though? But are
I'm
you
not even
Mormon?
sure that I'm a Christian,
But are you a Mormon?
I could. I don't know. Let me just say I don't
You
know.
haven't read the book.
Because
You're
I
not a
don't know
Mormon.
what it entails.
So I'll just help you out. The Book of Mormon says things that are demonstrably untrue. That's why Christians don't believe the Book of Mormon. If Christians
Why don't you
believe,
tell him about how, Justin, why don't you tell him in the Book of Mormon how our skin tone is considered a curse?
Yeah. In fact, in the Book of Mormon, all black people have black skin because they were cursed by God because they picked the wrong side in the war against the Nephites. Do you think that your
I
skin
think
is
in the
black because
Quran,
do you
there's a
think that your
passage that
skin is
says
black because you were cursed from something happening in the Book of Mormon that talks about?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I
You
don't
should
know.
know your skin is not black because God cursed you. That is preposterous. Do you believe that the ancient Hebrews sailed
He
in a
did
big
not just say that.
Do you believe that the ancient Hebrews sailed in a big boat to the
I don't care
Americas?
about my skin tone, and I don't care about
Do
what people
you
think about my
believe that
skin
the
tone.
Hebrew people sailed in a big boat over to America?
Do I believe in what?
Do you believe that the Hebrews, the ancient Hebrews, made a giant boat and
Yes.
sailed to the Americas?
Based on history, I don't think that's correct.
That's
I
correct.
don't think
Okay,
it's
so
correct.
you have no reason to believe what is in the Book of Mormon because the Book of Mormon has demonstrably untrue things in it. And I say the same thing about the New Testament. I don't believe in the New Testament. I don't care what the New Testament says because the New Testament has demonstrably untrue things in it.
Yet you have not been able to give me an example that is plausible, that is justifiable, that is
I did.
legit.
I did.
Because I've always been able to counter.
You haven't. You're living in a
Well,
dream world.
only your own.
Let's just talk
Only
about
your own
let's just talk about the
understanding.
lies of Jesus. Jesus said he was going to come back within the lifetime of his disciples. In fact, he says in Matthew 10:23, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And he says in chapter 16, the Son of Man is to come with his angels and the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for their deeds. And truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And then he never came because he's a liar and a fraud. All of those disciples are dead.
Again. Are there not disciples living today?
Who was he talking to in Mark chapter 16? It's 3 verses prior.
Are those new disciples?
It's 3 verses prior. Jesus told his disciples. The fact of the matter is, everybody listening to Jesus when he spoke those words, every one of them tasted death. They're all gone. They're all dead. And Jesus didn't come back with his angels.
Again, that's what I'm saying. Misinterpretation will
It's
always
not.
lead to.
I'll read it for you again. I know like listening comprehension is hard, but listen very carefully. Thank you, user, for the treadmill cat. It literally says there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. They're all gone. Everybody standing there listening to him, they're all dead, every one of them.
Can you please give me the passage?
Matthew 16, 27, 28.
Matthew 16. 20 what?
27 and 28. Thank you for the donuts, human.
I don't know why you guys always want to take things and view things only from your perspective.
It's not my perspective.
Words can be viewed.
Words have meanings. Words mean words.
Wait, let me just go read real quick where he said standing here. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father and his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. I think that's 27, right? But it's not saying anything about.
And 28.
And 28. So that's the only thing that you have.
Thank you,
that you're
Yolanda.
using
No, not at all. I've got
That you,
a literal document full of lies told by Jesus. This is just one of them. So in Matthew 20, how many lies does Jesus need to tell before he's a liar, by the way? Because I'm told by Ray Comfort and other apologists that I need Jesus even if I only told one lie. Isn't that how street preachers always do? Have you ever told a lie? Oh, yeah, I've told a lie before. Okay, so you're a liar, right? Okay, so how many lies does Jesus need to tell before he's just a liar?
um, do you remember? I mean, I could answer to these questions in many different ways.
I would love to hear at least one coherent
First,
method.
first, and I've already used that argument before, but I'll just use it again. He doesn't have truth. He is truth. So even when he's
We're not talking about
when
what you
he
think
opens
he
his
is. We're
mouth,
talking about the words that left his mouth. Tell me what the words that left his mouth, what they mean. I don't care what you think he is. Thank you, Thinker. Good to see you in here, by the way. Guys, if you're not following Thinker yet, you're really missing out. I don't know what you're doing with your life. You need to make sure that you're following Thinker. Okay, so in Matthew 16, 27 through 28, he says he's going to come again. He's going to repay everybody for their deeds, and he's going to do it before everybody standing there has tasted death. So do the word gymnastics.
well,
Tell
again,
me how it means
death
something other than what it says.
death can be interpreted in many different ways, and Jesus was known
Yeah,
for
what
his
does it mean to taste
parables.
death?
You know,
What does it
saying
mean to
thing,
taste death?
saying things.
What does it mean to taste death?
Well, death being separated from God. That's a form of death.
Incorrect.
That's a form of death.
Jesus' disciples did not experience the second death. He's referring to a mortal death. That's what it means to taste death. And the people who experience the people who experience second death don't experience it until long after Jesus comes back. Long after.
What are you calling second death? Because I'm talking about separation
death,
from God, and
there's no separation from God being death. That's something you made up. The second death is given in Revelation when death and Hades is thrown into the lake of fire and completely annihilated. It says this is the second death. So the second death, which is your post-life death, doesn't happen until way after Jesus already comes back. So there's no way that they're experiencing the second death before Jesus comes back.
that's what I was telling you. Your interpretation
You weren't telling me. You're very confused about how timelines work. Jesus says there are some standing here who will not taste death before the see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which means some of them will taste death. But nobody there, not a single person, tasted the spiritual death, because the spiritual death doesn't happen until after Jesus comes. That's Revelation chapter 21.
Spiritual death is separation from God.
It's not. Revelation 21
And you can
verse 8 says, "But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexual immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all the liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death." And all of these people get thrown into the lake of fire after Jesus comes back. So being thrown into the lake of fire is the second death. And if you just read Revelation, that happens after Jesus comes back.
Well, I don't think I will change your mind about that, so I'm just gonna move to the other argument that I have, if you're willing to listen.
Sure, yeah, you can take the L on that. That's fine.
There is a woman I think it's in the Old Testament, that helped Israelites flee before the
help them flee.
It was I think it was Caleb And
Caleb's not a woman.
and
I think you mean Rahab when
I
they
know.
first entered the promised land and she
I'm
hid the
talking about.
spies.
Yes, I'm talking about Rahab, who
Yes, we're
helped
familiar with Rahab, the
the
prostitute, lived in the wall of the city.
and she lied. She
I'm sure.
lied, right? She
I'm sure
lied
she
to
did
the
lie. I don't
right.
care. I don't care if she lied or
The
not.
lie was.
Why do I care if Rahab told a lie?
But the
I'm talking
lie
about
was.
lies told. I'm talking about lies told by
That's
Jesus.
what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't care if Rahab
That's
lied.
what I'm trying to explain.
I don't care if Rahab had lied. Rahab's not
She
claiming to be the
lied,
Messiah.
but it was counted to her.
I don't care if Rahab ever
it
told
was.
a lie.
Let me finish. Why are you not letting me finish?
I don't know why you're not just listening to the
She
words coming
lied.
out of my mouth. I don't care if she did.
I'm listening.
I don't care if Rahab told a lie because it's irrelevant to whether or not Jesus told a lie.
It is relevant in the
Okay,
sense that.
tell me how it's relevant. Tell me how Rahab
she-
lying makes Jesus not a liar. I can't wait. Tell me.
That's what I'm telling you.
I'm all ears. Tell me.
Rahab lying is considered as a lie to you.
Thank you, Bash.
And
Yeah, keep going. I'm listening.
as a person, an ordinary person, somebody who just reasons with their brains and base their argument on what society tells them is right, wrong, what a lie is and what's not a lie.
I'm waiting
But
for the explanation.
there's another dimension.
I'm
right?
waiting for the explanation
That
about how
serves
Rahab
God.
lying has something to do with Jesus lying.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. There's
Well, you better
another
get there because you haven't got there
that
yet.
serves God. Well, you keep interrupting me.
I promise.
You keep interrupting me.
I'm just waiting
There's
for you to
another
say something
dimension.
relevant. Because what I'm hearing is
There's
yapping.
another dimension.
Okay, so let's just say this. Rahab told a lie. I don't know if she did. Let's just say she did. What does Goblin, thank you for the eyes. What does Rahab lying have to do with Jesus lying?
I'm using that example.
I'm trying to ask you what it has to do with
Your
Jesus.
understanding of a lie can differ from God's understanding of what a lie is. That's where I started my argument from the beginning. What's a lie? Who gets to define what a lie is?
A lie is when you
Right?
say something that is
Who's-
demonstrably untrue.
Well, who's telling me what's truth and what's not truth?
I can
Who's
look.
defining that
I can look
limit?
at the
Who's doing
Bible.
that?
I can look at the Bible and see Jesus saying things that are not true. I have two eyes. That's all I need. Jesus said he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples. He says it again in Matthew 24. Not just in Matthew 16, in Matthew 24, he says, "This generation will by no means pass away until all of these things take place." And all of those things include his second coming. He
And I don't
was
see
a
how that's a
liar
lie.
and a fraud. Did Jesus come back
Because-
with all of the angels and judge humanity? Did he separate the sheep from the goats? Did he do that?
Well, he's waiting on the church.
I'm asking you, did
He's
he
waiting on
do
the
it?
church to
Did he do
be-
it? Did he do it?
Not yet. But the time
Okay, so
is
he
coming.
didn't
And it's
do
sooner than you
it.
think.
So he didn't do it, and he said he
Not
would.
yet.
Listen, he said he would do it before that generation passed away. That makes him a liar. That's how lies work. If I said I'm going to pick you up at 3:00 on Monday and I don't come for 2,000 years, that would make me a liar. That's how lies work.
But you're deliberately, deliberately 'cause you tell me
reading
you
the
know
book.
the Bible. You deliberately,
I'm deliberately reading the
you
book.
deliberately closing your eyes. when
I'm
it
deliberately
comes to
reading
other
the
things
book.
Jesus said.
You're closing your eyes to what the book actually says.
Because there are conditions to Jesus coming back.
No, there's
You're
not.
You're not even.
No, there's not.
You're not even looking at
No, there is
those
not. That is
parts
a
of the
lie.
scripture. You only
That
focus
is a
on.
lie. You just made that up. Jesus does not
It's in the
give
Bible. I'm not making anything
Jesus
up.
does not give conditions. In fact, in Matthew 24, he gives a list of signs. These are signs to look for. And then he goes on and says that this generation will by no means pass away until all of these signs have taken place. Oddly, confirming what he said in Matthew 16 and Matthew 10, which is that it's going to happen within the lifetime of his audience.
Justin,
He's a liar.
you know that to God, one day is like 1,000, a million years, right?
One day is
And
not a
vice
10,000
versa.
or 1,000. That's from 2 Peter, and that has nothing to do with how long a day actually is. That's ridiculous.
God
What that is a
outside of time.
it's a description.
You can't base your timeline.
It's a description of how
timeline.
timeless God is. It's not saying that one day is 1,000 years. And even if it was, that would be
Again, that's what
that
I'm
would
telling
be
you.
a
You have
preposterous
to
that would be a
open.
preposterous thing to surmise that every time a day is mentioned in the Bible, it must equal 1,000 years. That is dumb.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
You
God's
are.
timeline has nothing to do with ours.
He gave a
Right?
timeline.
I don't care if it's 1,000.
So I'll
I
say
don't
it
care if
again
it's a
since
million.
I'll
I
say it
don't care
again
if
since
it's
you weren't
10
listening.
million.
I'll say it again since you weren't listening. He gave a definitive cutoff date. And that cutoff date was before all of those people listening to him died. That's the cutoff day. It doesn't matter how long you think a day
What
is.
type of
It
death are
doesn't
we
matter
talking
how
about?
long you think a day
What
is.
are you telling me?
It doesn't matter
does.
how
It
long you
does.
think
When
a
it comes
day
to
is.
God,
He's saying that before all of you have died, I will have come back.
I had to mute him just so you can get a Malakis sentence in.
Yeah.
And a day is 24 hours.
Yeah. Anyways, this clown is cooked. I don't think he has anything left to say other than nuh-uh. AQ, do you have anything to add to the conversation other than nuh-uh?
Are we quiet now?
I don't think he knows how to unmute himself.
I'll send him an invite. I'm nice like that.
yes, I don't know how to do it. I'm really new to TikTok.
Right.
All I want to say is please just stay open-minded.
Why do you think I'm not?
Nobody's forcing you to anything.
Why do you think I'm not?
Because you sound like you're pretty set. You're set. You know what you know, and what you know
and
is
why do you
right
think
and
that is?
correct.
And why do you think that is?
What if you were wrong?
And why
What
do
if?
you think
Ask
that
yourself, what if?
why do you think that is?
Your interpretation of
Why
the
do you
scriptures
think that
are
my
valid.
mind is already set? Why do you think that is?
Because you're not willing to be making compromises. You're
No,
not
because
willing to
I read the book
try.
and I was honest with what the book said. I was a Christian for over 20 years. I studied the Bible professionally. AQ, listen to my words. I was a
That's what
Christian
I'm
for
saying.
over 2 decades. Listen, shh. I was a Christian for over 2 decades. I was in ministry for at least half of that. I have 2 degrees in this field of study. I am no longer a Christian because I was sincere with what the book said. And I was honest and admitted that what the book said was full of lies and contradictions. That's why I'm not a Christian. I was open-minded. That's why I was studying the book in the first place.
Can I speak?
When I'm not talking, that means you can speak. That's how conversations work.
Okay. Because I was muted earlier, I don't want to be the type of guy who, steps over people's boundaries and limits. So it's a good thing that I ask you if I can speak. I'm not doing that out of pettiness.
Fair enough.
it's okay to having been in ministry and being a Christian for over 2 decades, and all that's great, but nobody really cares about that. You know, God's only willing to have a relationship with you. He doesn't care how much you've read your Bible, or I don't know how many people you've convinced to join the faith, or I don't think God really cares about that. When it comes to you
I didn't
and
make a
Him,
statement about what God cares
one on
about.
one. Well, you're trying to base your current position. I mean, your current stance
On
on
intellectual
your
honesty.
experience with religion.
I'm basing my
That's
viewpoints
that.
on facts.
Well, it sounds a lot like religion to me.
It's
A
not.
lot like religion.
No, religion is when you believe in a God, and I don't. That's the definition of a religion.
No, no, no,
Religion
no, no.
is the belief in
That's
the
not
worship
what
of a God.
religion. That's not. No, 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 no.
Yeah, I'll just look it up for you. Look, the
That's not
definition.
what religion.
The definition of religion. Let's see what it says.
Religion is a concept
These
made up by
guys,
men to control
these guys
men.
can't read the dictionary any more than they read the Bible. Religion is the belief or
God is after
listen,
an
I'm trying
intimate
to read the
relationship
dictionary
with
for
you,
you.
Chester.
It says religion is the service and worship of a god or the supernatural or the belief or devotion to a particular faith or observance. That's just the Webster. I know the Oxford
Right.
Dictionary gives one almost
Ooh,
identical to it. In the Oxford Dictionary, let's see
nice.
what it says. So a religion,
Awesome. You
so
don't
a
even need to go
religion,
further.
a religion,
Shush, AQ.
a religion is a belief in a deity.
Can I speak?
Again, I've
Yes.
already told you, you can speak when I'm not speaking. When I'm in the middle of
Okay.
a statement, that's not the
Okay.
time to speak.
Okay. So that's what written, right? That's what Google said. That's what.
That's what
But there is a reality
that's what the
around
dictionary
religion
said.
that you shouldn't ignore. So if you're only reading the word and you're not reading reality, you're not reading society, you're not reading what you're going through, you're always gonna be out of
Bro, what are you talking
context.
about?
You're always gonna be,
Bro, you're
because
you're a
again, the
king yapper.
Bible.
You're a king yapper. What does society have to do with what the Bible says? I read the Bible and I found it
You
to be
just have
unreliable.
to.
It doesn't matter what society says. It doesn't matter what's happening around me. The Bible just is not true. Do you think that the earth is flat? The Bible says the earth is flat. Do you think there's a dome over top of the flat earth? The Bible says there's a dome over top of the flat earth. Do you think that rabbits and rock badgers chew cud? The Bible is an
All I
unreliable
was trying
holy
to say.
book.
All I was trying to say is there is the logos and then there's the rema. There
Don't
is the
don't
there's
pretend to
the
know Greek.
literal letter,
AQ, do not pretend
and
to know
then
Greek.
there is the
AQ, do not pretend to know
behind
Greek.
the word.
AQ,
I
do
don't know
not
Greek.
pretend to know Greek.
I'm just telling you what I know.
You don't know. You don't know
Doesn't
anything
mean
about
that I know
Greek.
Greek.
AQ, you do not know anything about Greek. Don't pretend to.
Did I ever say that I knew Greek?
You're just now
I never said that I
expounding.
knew Greek.
You're just now expounding on two Greek words, which I can guarantee you've never once looked up in a Greek dictionary. Do not pretend to know
Well,
Greek.
those words mean something.
Hanji actually is Greek. I learned Greek when I was in seminary. It's not a good place to learn or to pretend that
Again,
you've
that's
learned
the
Greek when you
problem
haven't.
with Justin.
Okay, so what I heard was
That
a
is
big
the
pivot.
problem.
So what I heard was a big pivot away from what I said. Are you going to address anything that I just said, or did you want to go to a new pivot and get cooked
Henry,
on that?
you're not I mean, I'm always interrupted, but he's never told that
I
he shouldn't do
interrupt you
that.
because you
But every
constantly start saying things in the middle of me saying things. So then when you do that, I interrupt you because you interrupted me. See how that works?
what I was trying to say using those two words was that you should try and look beyond the literal letter, right? You have to, because God's not always in the open. God is a spirit. God sometimes is intricate. Things are hidden. You have to go beyond. So if you only base everything on what you read and only what you read and nothing more, you're gonna get confused.
All right, so
You're gonna
prove
think that there are
prove that God
contradictions.
is real then. Without using the Bible, prove to me that God is real.
What I always tell people when they ask me that is, look around you. You look around you. You're breathing in and out thousands and thousands and thousands of times. The
Yeah.
sun is up there and the earth is rotating around it for like ever.
What does that
The
have to do with
whole
God?
solar system,
What does that have to do with God?
creation is amazing.
What does it have to do with
Creation
God?
is amazing
What
design.
does the
And
world have to do with God?
how could there be creation without a creator? That's the
Because there is
question.
no creation.
How can
You call
how
it
could something
you
that
call you call
well
it
structured,
creation, but you cannot demonstrate that it was created. Merely calling it creation doesn't make it a creation. In fact, the cosmos just exists, and it always has existed. There's always been something.
how can you speak into your microphone when somebody hadn't made that microphone in the first place for you to use?
A microphone
That's
is
the
not a
basic logic.
cosmos. A microphone is not a cosmos. Not everything that we
Well, a
encounter
microphone was made.
not everything that we encounter on a day-to-day basis is created. Are you aware that puddles form and they fit perfectly into the shape of the hole that they form in, but they're not created? They're just an act of nature. Lightning is not created. Lightning is an act of nature. So, yes, microphones are created. We literally know that microphones are created because we created them. But we have no evidence. We have no prior evidence of a God. So all you're doing is begging the question. You're saying that creation requires a creator, but you're implying the conclusion in your first premise.
Based on faith.
I don't have faith. I like facts.
100% agree.
I don't care about your faith.
Well,
I
the
care
thing
about
with
things
you
that are
guys,
I care about things that are demonstrably true.
Can I speak, please? The thing with you guys is that you say that you don't use faith or you don't know what faith is when you constantly use it.
No,
What
I
is
don't.
faith? Faith is the belief without evidence. You get out of your house, you don't know if you're gonna die in the next 2 minutes, but you still get out of your house.
That's
You
not
go to
faith
the
without
doctors,
evidence.
the doctors tell you this is what you need.
That's not faith
This is
without
what
evidence.
you need to take in order.
Hey,
You're
AQ.
interrupting me. I'm
AQ.
not done.
AQ, you can monologue on your own time. You made a statement that is simply just not true.
You're doing it again.
I do not
You're allowed
have
to do it, but
I
I
do
can't
not
do it.
I do not have faith that I'm not going to die when I leave my house. That's just an untrue statement that you made about me.
Why do you guys keep muting me?
Because you never shut up. So you made an untrue statement about me, and I simply corrected you before you moved on to your next point. So what's your next point?
I wasn't using that example specifically for Justin. I'm just saying that people that operate from your point of view always use that argument.
What
I
argument?
don't know what faith is. I don't believe in faith. I don't operate with faith. But
They
you're
don't.
always doing it when it comes to science.
No, you don't.
You're always doing it when it comes to your daily lives.
No, you don't.
You always do, but you don't want to.
You just keep stacking
ability.
You just keep stacking one lie on top of another.
That's all
We
he's been
we
doing.
believe in the
How
conclusions.
is that?
We believe in the conclusions of science because they are based on factual findings. I believe that my car will start tomorrow because my car has started 30,000 times beforehand. I believe that I'm most likely going to make it to work tomorrow because I've made it to work for the last 20 years. These are not things that are based on no facts or no evidence. All of these beliefs, all of these assumptions are built on prior knowledge about something. Thank you, Mac, for that. I appreciate that.
Can anyone hear me now? Apparently, no one heard what I said.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, so it's not a good point.
Well,
The point that you're raising is not a good one because we don't believe in things without evidence. At least I don't.
well, there are certain things in science that can't be proven, but still, they accept it. They call it accepting an axiom, right?
Not in
They know it
science.
is true, but they can't really explain why it is true.
No.
That's
Science doesn't
and
work
that's
on
exercising
axioms. That's
faith.
philosophy. You're mixing science and philosophy. Science has hypotheses sometimes, and sometimes the hypotheses are on very little evidence, and they reserve judgment until they can find more evidence. A good example of that is when they hypothesized the existence of ether. We had very little evidence that the ether existed, other than the idea that it had to exist in order to transmit signals through outer space. And then eventually, we had a series of experiments that demonstrated for a fact that the ether did exist. But before we did those experiments, people were okay with saying, it appears that the ether exists, but we have yet to demonstrate that it exists. That's how that works. So science doesn't work on unprovable axioms. It's not just random beliefs based on no evidence. Thank you, user, for the power of Zeus. I appreciate that.
Well, I think you may need to dig a little deeper on that aspect of things because I
I
know
have
what
an
I'm talking
engineering
about.
degree. I've studied science.
Well, I do too.
Are you aware that once upon a
I
time,
did too.
are you aware that once upon a time electricity was an unproven theory and then we proved it to be true?
At a certain point, they needed to exercise faith. That's what I'm telling you.
No, they didn't.
Faith is
No, they
something that
didn't.
everybody does to a certain degree.
That is a lie.
That's what I'm trying to tell
It's a lie every single time you say it. Every single time you say that people, myself included, are exercising faith, it is in fact a lie. Because the assumptions that we make in our daily life are backed up on prior knowledge of experiences.
But no
Hey,
proof.
Justin, I know where you can dig
Absolutely,
deeper.
Just the
absolutely with proof. I've already explained. I've
statistics,
already
just
explained this.
probability.
AQ,
It's
name
like,
one.
okay, out of 1,000,
AQ, name one thing. Name one thing that I believe in without evidence.
you don't know if you're gonna still be alive tomorrow. You do not know that for a fact.
I have evidence. I didn't
don't.
say. Listen.
Nobody knows.
Hey, shh. I never said I have 100% surety about anything. That's irrelevant.
Well,
the definition,
that's enough. That's
AQ,
enough for you to be
AQ,
exercising faith.
listen.
That's what I'm telling you.
AQ, you cannot listen while you're talking. I never said that anyone, myself included, has 100% surety on anything. Your definition of faith was believing in something without evidence, which means you believe something with no evidence. And what I am saying is that I do not believe things on faith. I do not believe things with no evidence.
No evidence. But okay, anyway. I would have said with full evidence or complete proof, but yeah. Anyway,
you gave the
same thing.
you gave the
you want to
biblical
keep out.
definition of faith, and you know what that definition is. It's the belief in the belief in things unseen, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fact of the matter is I don't have faith. I base my assumptions on things that have evidence or a past reputation or from experience. I don't just believe in things blindly.
To a certain extent, you do.
I
That's
don't.
what I'm telling you, even if
Name
you don't want to
one.
admit it.
Name one.
I already gave you an example. You don't want to.
And then I debunked
You
your
don't just don't.
example, and now you're crying about it. Is there a reason why you can never just admit that you made a bad example? The fact of the matter is, I do not
It's a basic one.
I do not for a fact practice a form of faith, especially not the one that you described. I don't do that.
That's what I'm telling you. Because you don't want to. Not because you don't know what it is. Not because you don't know how to do it. It's literally just because you do not want to. You don't want to.
I
Why?
don't want to
know
believe
why.
in things
That's
without
where
evidence. That's right. That's right. I don't want to believe in things without evidence because that's how you get roped into believing lies. That's how you get roped into drinking Kool-Aid and committing suicide for Jim Jones. That's how you get roped into being burned alive in a building in Waco, Texas for another cult leader named David Koresh. That's how you end up getting unalived wearing a bad pair of sneakers in Mexico for another cult. That's how you get unalived waiting for a comet to pass by Earth that you think by committing suicide you'll be magically transported to the comet because some guy named Marshall Applegate told you so. Believing in things without evidence is how you end up making dumb decisions. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate the hearts.
Can we smite him now because he
Yeah.
is stir-fried Christian at this point?
Yeah, listen, AQ, the audience here is tired of you. They're ready to move on. Thank you for being here and giving us your time. I would encourage you to learn better apologetics.
Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for being here, man. Cheers. There's a whole lot of nut-ons. A whole lot of nut-ons. I've been pretty calm all night, but even he was getting me frustrated. I don't know how many times you can just say no to an argument and then not actually address why
I know.
you disagree with the argument. He was getting me a little hot. All right, guys,
is that a ring light, by the way, that you're using?
what? Where?
You look lighter.
Oh,
Like
no, it's because I got a second monitor. So now I can do more things at once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, user. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got a used monitor for like $30. It was awesome.
You can see the hazel in your eyes now.
Thank you. Yeah. So, anyways, listen, we got almost 900 people here. Let's keep tapping. I'm going to try to get another guest into the chat. Oh, shoot. We got 2 now. I don't know what happened. All right. Well, Liam was here first. I'm going to drop Jonathan down. Sorry about that. Liam, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Well, I would like to start by saying, well, I've been listening to you for like, I don't know, probably like a few weeks now. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, you do some good work, man. I like how critically you think. Like, I respect that. But I do have, well, a counter argument, I should say. Yep. So, well, for one, I like to start by stating I'm not Christian, but one thing you gotta understand is, well, I'm Muslim, but one thing you gotta understand is us Muslims, we also accept Jesus as being truthful and all that. So I understand how you can prove things throughout the Bible because obviously us Muslims, we do it all the time.
All right, guys. We're not here debating Muslims. It's fine if you agree with me that Jesus is a liar and a fraud. But just be aware that your prophet's not much better.
Not in the slightest.
How you doing, Jay Diz?
Oh, yeah. Oh, perfect. Hello.
Yeah, how you
Did I get in eventually?
You're in.
Awesome.
I know it's a long queue sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, actually, thanks so much. So the word Jesus, right? It's not correct. That's not his real name in the first place.
And no
right?
one cares.
So we have
No one cares, Jadis.
evidence that
Jadis, literally nobody cares
a
what his real
person
name is.
existed in that time. His name was Yeshua or Yahweh, right?
I couldn't listen. No, I dropped you. Yeah, how you doing, Juan?
I'm doing good. I'm going to be off in a minute. I just say thank you for doing what you're doing, man. I mean, I am a Christian, but I do believe what you say, bro. Cause like if we think about it, bro, like
All right. Well,
if we think about like the car's gonna turn
do you
on.
want to talk about the topic or no?
No, I don't want to talk. I want to say what
All
you
right.
said earlier. Like,
All right. Well, thanks for being here. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate your support. We love you, but we're just looking for debates. So I don't mean to be rude, but we are just looking for some debates here, guys.
Please only send the request if you disagree with host or the prompt that is above him. Thank you.
Hi, Justin. Hi, all.
How you doing, Taskin?
Good, thanks. How are you today?
Good, thanks for asking.
I'm an ex-Muslim. Jesus cannot be a liar because he doesn't exist in the history. He doesn't
You're a
exist.
mythicist?
No, I study history. I cannot find a sign
Wait,
of Jesus or
so
Moses.
are you a Christian?
No, I am a deist. I don't
okay.
believe in Christianity, or I'm an ex-Muslim. I used to
Right.
be.
Well, I'm glad that you left those lies. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for talking with us. But we're just looking for Christians to debate, and so we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, W guest for leaving the religion, though. You freed yourself. How you doing, Eku? Ecumerica, you with us?
Yes, good evening, man. I'm a Spanish speaker, so I'm going to try to understand what you say, about Jesus. Believe me, I don't know, but if you exist, but I don't know if you really exist, but I don't believe that because I think you don't have brain. If you have brain, just show me that you have brain, and then I'm going to believe that you really exist. I don't know if uh, you mean what you understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand a word coming out of your mouth right now. Like I hear words, but there's no coherence. What are you trying to say?
That Jesus will exist in our life. So I don't know why you
But he
say that
doesn't.
Jesus doesn't exist.
He doesn't exist.
Well,
show me. Where is he?
He's everywhere. He's in my mind, in my brain. He's in my soul. He's
Is he
in
in your
my heart.
rectum?
Yeah.
That seems to be a problem. Have you read Deuteronomy 23?
Well,
this is how I know. This is how I know for a fact that God is not omniscient, because one of two things is true: He's not in hell. I'm told by every Christian that separation from God is hell. So He's obviously not omniscient if He's not in hell. I also know from Deuteronomy 23 that God Himself does not want to touch feces. It literally says in Deuteronomy 23, you shall have a designated area outside of the camp to which you will go. With your utensils, you shall trowel or dig. When you relieve yourself outside, you will dig a hole with it, and then you will cover up your excrement, because Yahweh your God travels along with you in your camp to save you and to hand over your enemies to you. Therefore, your camp must be holy, so that you may not see anything indecent among you and turn away from it. So the God who gave the laws in Deuteronomy says, I don't want to come in contact with any feces. You bury that stuff. So God is not omnipresent. He's just not.
okay, that is what you think, But what I think it's that Jesus that exists, God exists. That is what my belief.
I don't care that you believe it. Demonstrate it to be true. Yeah, Zena never read that one before. Listen, a lot of people never read that one. It's the same chapter. The same chapter says that anyone born of an illicit union will not be admitted into the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. If you don't know who your daddy is, God doesn't want you even into the 10th generation. That's how petty Yahweh is. All right, Ecumen, I don't think you came to the right conversation. I think you might need to have a conversation with somebody in Spanish. I appreciate you being here, but I'm going to get an English-speaking Christian up in here, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. I understand what you're saying, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. I really do. I don't think we're going to get very far communicating.
Okay, so just
Okay. Shoot, we got Bro. I don't know who is next in the queue, but I liked Bro's name, but he dropped. He didn't make it in. We'll try somebody else.
This is fun.
We've got Latin Heat. Oh, well, Latin Heat. Well, that didn't work either. We'll keep clicking until somebody gets in. Somebody's gonna get in.
He thought he was Eddie Guerrero.
The wrestler?
Yeah.
Eddie Guerrero.
He's a Latino Heat, you know?
That's some callback to the 90s. Eddie Guerrero.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, what's up, man? So I have a couple questions, or I have a couple thoughts about religion in general.
Are you not here to talk about the topic?
No, but I think Jesus. Okay, so I like Jesus's message about love and.
But you're not a Christian.
I'm like on the fence. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Well, listen, you can leave that trash right now. You don't have to be there. You don't have to be on the fence. You could like the teachings of Jesus and not be a Christian. I like some of the teachings of Jesus. I don't like that he advocated for stoning unruly children. I don't like that he said that he came to bring a sword and not peace, and to set mother against father, or mother against son, and a daughter and father against son, so on and so forth. I don't like that. But listen, if there's some things in the Bible that you like, it's fine that you like them. But I don't think you need to be a Christian.
Yeah. What do you think about like the talk about like heaven is now, and like it's like a mentality thing, like nirvana and stuff like that?
I call that woo-woo, and I think that's foolish. I think that's just as foolish as thinking that you can cast out demons in your house by burning sage. To me, that's all silly.
Hey, don't come for me on that one.
Sorry, love you, Hanji.
Don't come for me on that one. No.
Yep. I don't believe in any of that woo-woo nonsense.
But I feel like that type of stuff, it's more like perception, you know what I mean? Like, if they do this, it will, bring forth better energy type of stuff, you know what I mean?
I don't believe in good or bad energies. I think that all vibrations are just a natural formation in the universe.
Okay, so like, like when you're in love, like that feeling of like, you feel
oxytocin?
alive. I guess it could be chemicals, in your brain.
It's definitely chemicals. A mixture of oxytocin and even adrenaline.
I see.
Yeah. I don't believe in vibrations.
So about like, do you think like Jesus like took any drugs or stuff like that, or it was like he thinking about like the chakras and all that type of stuff too?
No, he didn't believe in any of that nonsense. He was a Jew, man. He believed in the Jewish Old Testament.
I see.
Yeah. Anyways, listen, bro, it's good to hear from you, but I'm going to try to get some serious Christians up in here to debate. Okay?
No, yeah, for sure. Appreciate it.
But listen, continue on in your journey. Never keep questioning, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, cheers. That's right. He did drink wine, by the way. Listen, if y'all like the teachings of Jesus, I'm going to implore you, okay? If you like the teachings of Jesus, don't forget that Jesus was pro-wine. Good wine. He was pro-good wine.
And sometimes we can make it ourselves.
That's right. I do make wine and cider and beer, yeah.
Oh, give me.
Hey, brother, I've been in the chat for a while now, and I was in your live a couple days ago, and I was going back and forth with some of the chat members. But your topic tonight kind of it got my attention.
Mac, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that.
Your topic says that Jesus was a liar and a fraud, and in order to debate that, I would have to ask what you're meaning by that. What exactly are you saying he's lying about, or that he's fraudulent in?
Well, I think a lot about a few things. We know also that there are probably some things he said that were untrue that he might not have known were untrue. We could say those were like mistaken sentences. For example, in John 3:13, it says, "No one has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man," which obviously is false, because Elijah ascended into heaven on the fiery chariot. So that's just something that he said that was clearly false.
May I
I don't.
ask what version you're reading from?
I probably the NRSV, but I can read it in multiple editions for you.
I would just like to state that I am a fairly new Christian. I have only been a devoted Christian for about a year. I've been in a wishy-washy relationship, so to say, with Christ for my entire life. I've been on and off, in and out, but I've only been a devoted, so to say, for the last year. So I'm still fairly new to the Bible, but I also know that in the Bible there are very many man-made translations as where there are versions. So there are different versions of the Bible versus translations. So if you're getting your
every version is a
you're reading-
translation.
Essentially, yes, but
Yeah.
some
And
have
so-
less, some have more. So it's very hard at the same time to depict what the meaning is unless you're reading from multiple. You have to get your knowledge from multiple. Am I wrong there?
I mean, you could just read the Greek.
The Greek, I don't understand Greek, so therefore I'm by default, I am understanding of the original context.
Right.
So yes, I would agree. I do agree that in modern, if you just pick up a modern King James version, for example, there is a lot of falseness in it because man has took the original language, the original version of that, and turned it into what he wanted it to say. Does that make sense? So thereby, by default, there would be lies and frauds in that, and throughout that. There are lies and frauds in the Bible, but it's not necessarily Jesus or God or whoever you want to call him, whatever you want to call him. It's not necessarily him being fraudulent or a liar. It boils down to man has corrupted it and turned it into a lie and a fraud. Man has used God's word and tried to use it for his own benefit, for his own, if you want to get really into it, denominations are cults. They are all cults, every one of them. Every denomination is meant to divide and separate us from one another.
Sounds to me like you have no reason to trust the Bible if all the translations are corrupted.
I have no. Okay, there's a lot of argument that I'm not going to read that book because a man made it. Yes, I understand that man wrote the Bible. Man has rewritten the Bible thousands of times. I understand that. But where did the Bible?
So how do you know which edition is true?
Which edition is true?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily believe that any edition is true, but I do believe that it did come from God. Because can you explain to me how 66 books came together by 44 different authors over a period of 1,500 years? Can you please explain that to me? And how
easily.
did it come to be? How and all of it makes sense with each book?
Yeah, Caleb, I can explain all that.
Please.
Okay, so there weren't 66 books. There were 72 books.
Originally, yes, correct.
Okay, so there's 72 books, and they weren't written over 1,500 years. They were written over the period of about 800 years. The oldest document we have of the Old Testament is 2 little silver amulets that have a quotation from the book of Numbers. Those are from the 8th or the 7th century. We have no documents going back to the time of Moses. So if those were from the 8th century and the New Testament texts were presumably started in the 1st century, then we're talking about texts that span about 800 years. Jake, thank you so much for the 666 over Venmo. I really appreciate that. So 1,500 years is inaccurate. That being said, is it amazing that a bunch of people from the same culture over a long period of time wrote things in a book that are somewhat in agreement with each other? No. In fact, the Old Testament prophets quote from parts of the Bible. The latter prophets quote from the major prophets. So for example, if you go to Micah quoted from Isaiah. Zechariah, same thing. So we know for a fact that the people writing the Bible had the other books of the Bible that had already been written and was adding to it. I could do that. I could look at any American history book and I could write my own American history book and just make sure that it included stuff happening in 2024. That doesn't make it special. It means I had access to prior books, and then I wrote my book within that same genre using quotations from these other books that I had access to. So that being said, The books of the Bible do not agree with each other. In fact, they're full of contradictions. So to say that all of these books were written over a period of time by multiple authors and that they all are in like perfect agreement with each other just is flatly false. They're not in agreement with each other. For example, in Exodus, there's a clear command to give the firstborn son over to the service of priesthood or to serve the priests. Yet Ezekiel interpreted that command as being child sacrifice.
Can you please explain the child sacrifice? Because I've actually been studying this with another person about the whole sacrificing children thing.
Yeah.
Can
So
you please give me
Ezekiel,
background on that?
yeah, hold on. Let me get to passages.
Thank you, Tina, for the tiara.
That's right. Thank you, Tina. Okay, so Exodus lists a bunch of laws, right?
Okay.
And then it says in Exodus 22, 29 through 30, you shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it will remain with its mother. On the 8th day you will give it to me. Now, most people, when they're reading this, would say this is probably about devoting your eldest son to service to the Lord, not about child sacrifice.
Does it specifically say child sacrifice? Is what I'm curious about. Is does it specifically say child sacrifice anywhere in any translation?
Not in Exodus, but listen to what Ezekiel says.
Okay.
Ezekiel says, because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in offering up their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they may know that I am the Lord. So according to Ezekiel went back and read Exodus because Ezekiel is one of the only biblical prophets that actually knew the laws of God. Most of the biblical prophets don't reference the laws of Moses. Ezekiel does. Ezekiel references the law of Moses over and over again. And he seems to be of the opinion that God is commanding child sacrifice.
I'm having trouble understanding where the sacrifice comes in. He says, read it one more time for me, so I can get a clear thought on it.
It says, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, meaning offerings and sacrifices, in offering up their firstborn in order that I might horrify them. Offering up your firstborn is child sacrifice. That's exactly what Jephthah does to his daughter in Judges chapter 11.
And this is all Old Testament, correct?
This is what Ezekiel is saying. Ezekiel is reading the law of Moses, and he's interpreting this as being about child sacrifice. Yet, if you go and read the rest of the Old Testament, God himself, he says in Jeremiah that child sacrifice is not something that's even crossed his mind before.
Right. As in, he has not asked for a child sacrifice, so to be, right? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now that contradict. I'll agree with you here. It does contradict that because I don't know exactly, and I'm sure you can look it up quickly. You got more access. There is a passage somewhere in the Old Testament that talks about God asking a individual to specifically sacrifice his firstborn child. Do you know which passage that is?
Yeah, that's Judges chapter 11. He doesn't ask him to sacrifice his child, unless you're referring to the test of Abraham when he asked him to offer Isaac up, and that's Genesis chapter 22. But in Genesis 22, it's clearly a test. He doesn't intend for the child to be sacrificed.
Correct. Exactly. I was talking about this with my wife earlier, how it was a test of sacrifice, a test of his faith in him that he would do so, and then he stopped him before it was actually before he actually gone through it, right? Mm-hmm. Essentially, that's the gist of it.
Which is odd for an all-knowing God that he would have to test the faithfulness of Abraham. And then in 22 verse 12, he literally says, now I know. What do you mean now you know? You're supposed to be all-knowing.
Yes, the omnipresence is being tested there by us, correct? So therefore we go in to test his omnipresence. We say that if you're all knowing, then
Well,
you would
omnipotence
faithfully
or
follow you, right?
omniscient. So all knowing means you're omniscient. Omnipresent means that you're in all places.
But if you're to argue that for him to be omni-knowing, or what is omniscient?
Omniscient?
Like the word
Yeah.
omniscient. So for God to be omniscient, he would have had to known that Adam was going to eat the apple, right?
Yeah, and he did, according to Ephesians chapter 1 and Revelation 13. God did know. In fact, he planned Jesus to be sacrificed before the foundation of the world.
That's where I was going with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that it was his
Whoop. Where'd he go?
I got muted. My bad. Inevitably, that was his plan. So it was not necessarily that he didn't know. He did know, so that way he could send his ultimate sacrifice, right?
Yeah, so God set the garden scene up, which means he's not all good. He's not just, because he punished people for doing something that he literally designed for them to do.
But he also, in that same argument, he gave us a set of laws and rules, so to say, to live by, which we defiled. Man defiled it.
So?
Adam made the choice, correct, to eat the apple.
Yeah, he didn't know right from wrong.
He didn't before he ate the apple, because he ate the apple of the tree of the knowledge.
So how can you sin? How can you do something wrong before you know right from wrong?
You can't.
Right.
So Adam ate the apple.
So
and
do you think it would
that
be
door.
do you think it would be fair to punish your child for eating the chocolate bar that you left out when you didn't tell him not to eat the chocolate bar?
But he did tell him not to eat from that tree. That was a commandment that he gave him. Do not eat from that tree.
Yes, and Adam and Eve did not know that disobedience was evil.
Correct. But once
Okay,
they
so
ate, they did. And then,
why?
and then that
So
brought it
again,
to
why would
that
you
brought it to
punish
disobedience.
somebody for doing something wrong when they didn't know right from wrong?
Because they were told not to. They were given a rule. Don't do this.
Okay, so we're going to try this again. How can you punish somebody for doing something wrong that they didn't know they were doing wrong, and in fact, you set them up to do?
No.
He did.
The snake tested them.
Who put the snake there?
Who put the snake there?
Yeah.
Inevitably, God created the snake, because the snake is who?
Okay, so the snake, according to the New Testament,
the snake is a metaphor for who?
Nobody. According to the New Testament, you could make a case that they thought the snake was Satan, but if you just read Genesis, there's no indication that the snake is Genesis or is Satan whatsoever.
No, they don't speak of it as
But
in that
even
form, no.
but even if you believe that the snake is Satan, God made the snake. He knew what the snake was going to do beforehand. He chose to put the snake there. So anything God does, anything the snake does, God is ultimately responsible.
He's ultimately giving you the choice.
He's ultimately responsible for everything the snake does.
He gives the snake permission to test you, yes.
I know.
agree with that.
Yes,
Yes,
he
I
is
agree with that,
ultimately
yes.
responsible.
Absolutely.
So God
Absolutely.
created the snake, knowing the snake was going to beguile Eve.
Absolutely.
He made the snake anyways, and then he put the snake in the garden with him, knowing that Adam and Eve didn't know right from wrong, which means the eating of the fruit, that's God's responsibility. God set that up.
Yes, he did.
So Adam and Eve got punished for a crime that they didn't know was evil,
But
and
they
that,
did.
and that God set up beforehand.
I'll agree that they didn't necessarily know that it was evil, but they did know that they was not supposed to, because they felt guilt, right?
No, they only felt guilt because after they ate, their eyes were open and they knew right from wrong. But before they ate, they did not know right from wrong.
Correct. I agree with that.
So it's not fair for God to make it so that they don't know right from wrong, and then he punishes them for doing something when the reason they did it was because God put somebody in the garden with them to trick them.
I don't necessarily think it was to trick. I think it was for that free will. You have your own.
What was he
will.
there
You
for?
have your free choice. You have the choice to make the decisions you make.
Is Satan required for free will to exist?
Is Satan required for free will to exist? No.
So then there's no reason to put Satan in the garden.
But without the snake, without Satan, without those tests, we wouldn't have a choice to make.
Yes, you do.
What choice would you have
Hey,
before
thank you
the
for the
alien
gummy bears,
happened?
Sarah. Good to see you in here. Yeah. So again, Caleb, it doesn't matter if Satan exists. If you believe mankind was given free will, that you have the free will to obey or disobey, Satan is irrelevant. You do
Right, right.
not need to create a wily snake and put it in the garden to trick somebody in order for them to have free will. They already have free will.
That is true in essence. That was the first form of temptation, though, correct? Before that, they had no
could they
temptation.
not be tempted without Satan? James, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that.
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I would have to say as a fair argument that yes, they could have been tempted without Satan.
Okay, so Satan's not necessary for them to experience temptation. In fact,
He's not necessary.
if you go to James, James explicitly, thank you, Denise, for the eyes. I appreciate that. James explicitly demonstrates, or at least explains, that temptation comes from your own heart, not from Satan, not from God.
Yes, I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Okay.
Again, it comes down. Really, what it comes down to is it's your choice. You choose to do these things.
Right. So then, why did God create a wily serpent and place it in the garden with them?
I have an easy answer.
Let's have it.
I don't know. I do not know why he did.
It's not
that.
an answer.
I do not know why he created the snake. I do not know why.
I know why.
To tempt them. I do not know.
I know why.
But I do know that the snake did come and the snake did tempt and Eve did eat, which then led Adam to eat. That's what I
know.
do.
And then God, through an act of injustice, punished them.
He planned that all out. I would agree with you. You stated earlier that was part of his plan. Yes. Do I know why that was his plan? No. Do I understand why that was his plan? No.
I do, because the Bible is full of plot holes and they haven't thought the narrative through. It's a major hallmark of mythology that there's always theological plot holes.
There is areas in it that raise question. In another aspect of that, yes.
It doesn't raise question. It just demonstrates that God's a bit of a prick.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I could agree there. I don't necessarily understand why, but I understand what I get from believing in Him. I understand what I get from trusting in Him. I understand what I get from living my life in a Christ-like manner. I understand what I get eternal heavenly peace. I get to spend eternity with Him.
No, that's a belief. You believe you get those things.
So
we have no evidence that there is a heaven. We have no evidence that there's a hell.
But in the original, right? What is it called? The Apocrypha. In the original books, there was a special book. No,
the Apocrypha is not the original anything. The Apocrypha are a series of intertestamental books that were written.
Testimonies from people who were there and witnessed certain things.
No, you misheard me. No, the Apocrypha are intertestamental books.
They're
written. Thank you, Oot Bear. I appreciate the eyes. They were written prior to the last prophet of the Old Testament, but before the New Testament. That's why they're called intertestamental books.
Okay. I'm trying to keep up with you as you're going. You got a lot of great knowledge, and I'm just trying to understand as well. So this is a experience for me to try to understand better.
Sure.
At the same time, you know, I'm not here to tell you necessarily that you're wrong or that you're right. Just like if you were to sit here and try and tell me that I'm wrong and everything that I've lived in my life is blah 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 blah, you know, it's not for me or you to say necessarily. We both have our own beliefs on the topic, but this is essentially for me. I'm trying to gain knowledge because I feel like you have a lot of knowledge on this topic, and I want to hear you out. I want to hear what you have to say about it, and it's helping me build my knowledge as well as we go through this. So
yeah, I appreciate that.
So I'm trying to. I respect your knowledge on this, and I agree with a lot of the things you were saying. I agree that man has corrupted a lot of things in the Bible, and we shouldn't rely specifically on a Bible for our eternity after life. So I guess with that, what would be your perspective on what happens when we die?
We expire and we go to the ground and we become fertilizer for the plants and the animals, and
that's just it.
that's the end of it. I don't have any memories from before I was born because I didn't exist, and I won't have any memories after I'm dead because I won't exist.
And that's kind of where you just leave it.
That's where the evidence is. Do we have evidence of the contrary?
What would you say to people who have had near death or death experiences and have seen things after they passed away? Because my father, in particular, I'll say that lightheartedly, my father has now passed, but my father had a death experience early in my early life, and he told me that when he died, when he physically died, his flesh had stopped living. He went to a place, and the experience that he told me was you don't just die and that's it. He went somewhere, he seen some things, he experienced some things, and then he came back and he told me about it.
Yeah.
So
Do you think if every time we died, if the afterlife is true, right? Would it not also be true that every person who ever dies should experience the afterlife?
I would believe so.
Okay, I've died twice.
I have as well, and I
nothing.
as well seen something when I went.
Yeah, but I didn't.
When I essentially died. When I physically died, my body had stopped living. I was no longer producing activity within my flesh and body.
Yes, I'm aware, Caleb. That's what being dead means. I'm telling you that I've been dead twice and I did not experience anything. And I know other people who experienced the same, right? So if the afterlife was de facto the reality, then everybody who dies and comes back should have something to report, but they don't. In fact, only a small fraction of people who die and come back report anything. And the reports typically don't agree with each other. So you can just look at the writings of Raymond Moody and other people who study this topic. The stories are wildly divergent, Caleb. And we have scientific studies by guys like Sam Parnia, who led an 8-year study in a hospital where all the hospitals, 25 different hospitals, were outfitted with placards and other things that you could only see if you had an out-of-body experience. And then, Utbeer, thank you so much for the jellyfish. Jellyfish, thank you. So they specifically outfitted 25 different hospitals with items that you would only be able to see if you left your body. And then people who later reported out-of-body experiences when they had an NDE were quizzed. And over the span of 8 years, not a single person was able to validate anything that they saw outside of the body. And we've had other studies where people have had induced out-of-body experiences, whether it was through deep brain stimulation or DMT or other things. And they knew they were going to have an out-of-body experience beforehand because they were told. And they were told that they need to go to the room next to them. There's an open door, go to the room next to them and look at something inside of that room and report it back. And that study concluded the same exact thing. People believed that they left their body. They claimed that they left their body even, but not one of them could tell you what was in that other room.
That's a hard argument, and I don't know the specific study, but I have used certain things like DMT and medicinal mushrooms to have out-of-body experience, and I have personally experienced legitimate out-of-body experiences.
Yeah, and everybody who has been through that study, they in fact said the same thing. I had an out-of-body experience. I know that I did because I experienced it, but yet not a single one could validate something that was just in the side room of the laboratory. Not a single one of them could.
Now what do you mean by validate? What are you meaning there? Like
They
what
were-
is it that they were wanting them to validate?
They were asking them to go into the open door room next door in this laboratory and identify anything in this room. They couldn't identify one thing in that room.
So they were in one room and there was a room next to him, and in that room next to him there was certain things, okay? And they were asking them to go from this room to that room and tell them what was in that room.
Basically.
Okay. That's very biased. Because
How is that biased?
I'm just asking.
That's called asking for evidence.
Have you ever practiced any medicinal substances of that nature? Like, have you ever tried any of those things?
No, I don't do drugs.
Okay, I'm not okay. Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. It's fine. Okay, so I have in my shroom experience, it's not necessarily that I am coming out of my body and I'm just walking into the room next door. I spiritually and mentally, so to say, I go to a different place. I'm no longer here. I'm not necessarily in this. I'll call it this realm. I'm not in this room anymore when I do those things. When I leave and have those out of body experiences, it's not within this place. So to say, if I was to sit here and eat an ounce of medicinal mushrooms, I'm not going to be floating around the room, so to say. I go to a different. My mind goes to a completely different place.
Yeah, you hallucinate something
Right.
that you think is real. That's called hallucination. That's literally called tripping balls.
Yeah.
In the common vernacular, we call
you can
that tripping
it what you
balls.
want, but at the same time, it's a fair argument for I'm not necessarily I'm not in the same room outside of my body. That's not the type of out of body experience that I'm experiencing. What I'm experiencing is I'm literally going to another place. I'm no longer here.
Yeah, and people who do drugs have experiences that we call hallucinations.
Right.
Yeah. So again,
if you've never done those things,
we've
then
done
how could
studies.
you argue that point?
So again, there have been studies that have been done on people who report out of body experiences, and the vast majority of them that report this phenomenon report that they're actually in the room when they leave their body. Like they're seeing things in the room in which their body is, and they're looking down upon their body.
Yes.
Okay. So if you can look down upon your body, you're in the same room that your body is in.
Right.
There's nothing preventing you from translocating to the room next to you to see what's in that room, yet nobody has ever been able to do it. The fact of the matter is, out-of-body experiences are much better explained as hallucinations.
To put it in simple-mindedness and easy understanding, yes, you would call it a hallucination.
So, to the commenters, no, the study does not expect them to go through the walls. As I stated earlier in this example, there was a room next door that had an open door. It was a side portion of the laboratory. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Thank you very much. So no, I'm not saying that people leaving their body should be able to translocate through walls. No one's saying that.
Asinine to believe.
Right, yeah. But the fact of the matter is, nobody who has ever been studied during OBE studies has ever been able to validate their experience. Their experience can only exist within their own imagination.
So at the same time, though, you just admitted, you have never done this study on yourself. So therefore, you have never experienced it. It's not something that you can just explain easily. If I'm sitting here, as you call it, tripping balls, I'm not here anymore. My physical body is here, but my mental is completely somewhere else. I am physically, mentally somewhere else.
I know. It's called a hallucination, man.
Now you say you have died twice.
That's how hallucinations work.
I have also died once, and when I died, I went to a place and I seen some things.
I'm sure you did.
Can I prove those things, and can I prove to you that I went there? No. Just like you can't prove that you didn't go anywhere when you did die. So that's a contradiction between our two stories itself.
Yeah, it is a contradiction. And we started at the beginning of this, and you agreed with me that if the afterlife is real, if it's true, then everybody who has died should have experienced it when they were dead. But many people, in fact, most people don't.
A lot of people don't, because why?
Because
now,
it's a hallucination, Caleb. That's why. And not everybody's brains not everyone's brains are predisposed to hallucinations. My brain is not predisposed to hallucinations.
What do you mean by predisposed? Like
I don't have a good imagination. I'm literally borderline autistic.
Me too, brother.
So the people who have the most vivid imaginations are also the ones that also report these out-of-body experiences consistently. In fact, everybody I've known a handful of people that reported out-of-body experiences. Every one of them are people that I know for a fact have insane imaginations that often make up stories.
that often make up stories.
Yeah.
So like, how would you say it? Like an overly ADHD person, somebody who has like super ADHD, super like their brain is just constantly always going. They're super always thinking like and you could ask them, hey, describe the sock to me, and they're going to give you a definition of a sock that you've never even heard of before. Like that's essentially what you're getting at, right? Super creative minded people.
Oh, I'm saying like if you ask one of these people to tell you how something happened, they're going to tell you two truths and a lie. They're going to tell you two true things in that story, and they're at least at some point in that story, they're going to say something that is completely false, but it's true to them. In their brain, it really happened, but it's just not true. It didn't happen that way, right? And that's how people with overactive imaginations think. For example, I have a friend who she's so sensitive and she's so over imaginative that if anyone even slightly disagrees with her, she says that they started an argument with me. That's not what happened. They just they didn't agree with something that you said. They weren't arguing with you. And these types of people with overactive imaginations and whatnot, they're the type of people that report these types of out-of-body experiences. Same thing with people who do drugs. People who do drugs are 10 times as likely to report out-of-body experiences.
Right. So would their out of body experiences be unjustified just because somebody who has never done drugs didn't report that?
No, what I'm saying is that there's a certain classification of people that seem to be reporting these things, and it's not a classification of people that I would want to put my trust and faith in.
So you're saying that essentially a drug addict is less trustworthy than a person who doesn't do drugs at all?
Yeah, because drugs are mind altering.
Yes, they are. They are mind altering for sure.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
That's how that works.
So is corrupt thought processing and believing what would be the word? How do I word this? Believing another man's words over your own research and studies. So you have never done drugs and you believe that there are no out of body experiences. Yet I know people who don't do drugs who have had out of body experiences, and I know people who do drugs who have had even greater out of body experiences. So
Yeah,
because
they're on drugs.
Because I know those two people, because I know people who have done drugs and had out of body experiences, and because I know people who don't do drugs and have had out of body experiences, am I more justified to say that out of body experiences are justifiable than you are to say that they are not?
You're not, because again, we've done actual university studies on out of body experiences, and not a single person has ever validated an out of body experience. Everybody who's ever reported
What is your university? Okay, go ahead.
Everybody who's ever reported an out of body experience, not one has ever been able to validate if that was true. If people were consistently having out of body experiences, they would be able to validate that in a study, and they haven't done it yet.
Because out of body experiences aren't people just coming out of their bodies and having control over their situations. Those people who have those out of body experiences will all validate that they didn't have control over those situations.
I would say incorrect to that. In fact, it's been a long time since I read the study, but in the study, the people reported looking down on their bodies from the same room. So if you're telling me that, well, you're just not in control, you're just not in control of yourself when it happens, that's fine. You can believe that, but that's irrelevant to me. I don't care if you think people are in control of their OBE or not. I don't care if you think that even they're partially in control. The fact of the matter is, until somebody can validate that it's a legitimate OBE and not a hallucination, I have no reason to believe that they're true. But even if they were true, says nothing about whether or not God exists.
That's fair. You have every right to believe what you want, just as I do. So to say that Jesus was a liar and a fraud is your belief.
Oh no, that's a fact.
But how can you prove that?
I could just read the book.
You can read the book.
Yeah,
so you're basing it off of a book.
Yeah, so if you believe that the New Testament is true, you must also believe that Jesus was a liar.
And how would you justify that?
Because his words are written there. Want to read some of them?
Yes, let's go.
Yeah. So are you aware that, I'll start out easy. Jesus said in John 3:13 that nobody has ascended into heaven except the one who has descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
Let me grab my Bible. I want to read this with you as you read. Which one? Which one? I'll get the Youngs. All right, where are we at?
John 3:13.
John 3:13. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. John 1, 2, 3, 13. And your version says what?
No one has ascended into heaven except the one who has descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
Mine says, and the one hath gone up to heaven, except he who out of heaven came down, the Son of Man who is in the heaven. Okay? Right.
That would be incorrect.
That's the Young's literal translation. Which one are you reading from?
I'm reading from the NRSV, and the Young's literal translation says, no one hath gone up into heaven.
Correct.
Not the one. I heard the one. Did you say the one?
I might have.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So the Young's literal translation says, no one hath gone up into heaven except he who out of heaven came down. So is that a true statement or not?
Is that a true statement? Well, what is the whole passage talking about? Because you're referring to one verse. In order to get the entire concept, you have to read the entire chapter, or to read 3 or 4 more verses above or below. So you're reading one verse and you're trying to make a point on that one verse. So
yeah.
in that,
do you know how statements work?
I know how statements work, yes.
Right. If I'm teaching you about outer space, and then in my teaching you about outer space, I say, and the earth is a sphere, do you need to know anything else I said about outer space to know that the earth is a sphere?
Well, if we're talking about outer space and then you say something about the earth, then we're already in contradiction, because you're trying to teach me about outer space, not the earth.
The earth is in outer space.
Says who?
That's said what words mean. The solar system, the earth, the sun, everything is in space.
Says who?
Says words.
Where do those words say? Who made those words?
The English language.
The English language made up the words that says the earth is in space.
Yes.
So who made the English language?
People who speak English.
People who speak English come together and created what we now say is the English language, and somewhere they put on paper, they wrote down on a piece of paper that Earth is in space. And I'm supposed to believe that.
Yes, that's the definition of space.
That's the definition of space. Space is everything around you. If you can reach out, you are reaching into space. Space does not define one in particular thing. If you reach out in front of you, you are reaching out into space, physically. Am I wrong?
And the earth is in space.
The earth is in a space. Yes, I would agree.
In space. The earth is in space. Okay. So the fact of the matter is, you don't need to know anything about the cosmos to know if I said a true statement about the earth. You don't need to know anything happening in John chapter 3 to know what Jesus is saying when he makes a statement. And that statement is that no one hath gone up to heaven except he who out of heaven came down.
So nobody came to heaven, came to heaven, except he who has came from.
Yes, no man has ascended into heaven.
Okay. So what is the point there?
The point there is that it's wrong. It's false. Because Elijah in 2 Kings chapter 2 ascends into heaven.
Elijah in Kings chapter 2.
Thank you, Hanji. Yep. 2 Kings 2. Verse 11. Thank you, Tito. I appreciate that.
I'm just trying to read along as you go. So, can you go ahead and read that one? What does that one say?
Yep. As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
And then what does it say after that?
It's irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
Because it is, again, it is a statement. Elijah ascended into heaven. It's either true or it's not.
You have a point.
Want to do another one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's do another one. John 6:46. No one has seen the Father except the one who has come from God. He has seen the Father.
Except the one who came from God, okay?
Right, yeah. So nobody has seen God, right?
Except the one who came from him.
Right.
Right.
Sure, okay. Exodus 33:11 says that the Lord spoke to Moses face to face as one who speaks to a friend.
Where did Moses come from?
Goshen.
Moses came from Goshen.
Hmm?
Well, the genealogy says different. The genealogy goes all the way back to Adam, who came from who?
The genealogy?
The genealogy, correct. The genealogy that the Bible gives me.
Yeah, the genealogy is irrelevant. We're talking about whether or not Moses saw God.
It says he saw God, and he also came from God, because all man came from Adam, who God created. So therefore, we all come from God. So that's irrelevant.
So then Jesus
That's
lied.
an irrelevant point.
Yeah, so Jesus lied. Jesus said that no one has seen the Father except for the one who is from God, meaning himself.
But we are all from God.
We're not.
That you believe. That's what your belief is.
No, that's just a fact.
But you have no evidence to prove that.
No, it is a fact, because in John chapter 6, if it was true that no one has seen the Father except the one who is from God, but in fact all mankind is from God, then obviously that would be a redundant statement.
How so? So you're saying that some people came from God and some didn't?
No. You said that all people come from God. If all people came from God, then Jesus' statement would be just silly, that not anyone has seen the Father except the one who is from God. Which,
Now,
again,
what does that mean you're saying from God?
So again, it says
Get the whole context.
It says that not anyone who has seen the Father, not anyone, I'll try one more time. Not that anyone has seen the Father except the one who is from God. He has seen the Father. So he's saying that only he who is from God has seen the Father, which is himself.
So what in that statement, what does that mean though, from God? What does the context of it mean, from God?
The context is exactly what we just read in chapter 3. Jesus is the one who came from God.
Correct.
That's why he says that nobody has seen the Father except the one who is from God, referring to himself.
But who else came from God? Per the Bible.
According to the Bible, nobody.
So God didn't create Adam.
Doesn't say anything about creating. This is a geographical reference.
That would be from God, though, would it not be?
Incorrect. This is called word gymnastics. Thank you, Astronova, for the
you
paper
can
crane. I
define it
appreciate
as you
that.
want, but that would be from God.
So that's what it is, right?
It would be from God.
Thank you, Astronova, for the hand hearts. So that's what it says. No one has seen the Father except the one who is from God. Except the one who is from God. That's Jesus. That's himself.
That would be anybody and everybody who is from God.
No, it says except the one. No one has seen the Father except the one.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
He's making a definitive statement about himself.
The one.
That's himself. That's why he says in John 3:13 that no one has ascended into heaven except the one who has descended from heaven.
Okay, so the one. I just want to go back to the one. That's speaking as one person, right? One person.
That's
Now,
how that works.
Now your name's Justin, is that right? Justin, are you a son? Do you
It
have a
turns
mother
out
and
I
a father?
am. It turns out that I have
Okay.
a father.
Do you have cousins?
It turns out that I do.
You have cousins, okay? Do you have nephews, nieces? So that would make you an uncle, right?
Yep.
Do you have a brother?
Obviously, if I have nieces and nephews, I have a brother or
Automatically,
a sister.
Okay,
Or
I'm
sister.
trying to make a point here. Automatically, right now, you are 4 people in one body.
That's incorrect.
What?
That is not correct.
No, I'm one person.
You
I
are
am
one
Justin.
person who is a father, who is a son, who is a cousin, and who is an uncle. So
Those
you
are
are 4 people in one.
Those are attributes. Those are not people.
Those are, I mean, you can use whatever words you want, but you are 4 different people
Incorrect. I
you are
am one
4
person.
different people to a
I am one
multitude of different
person.
people in one body.
I am one person with multiple attributes.
You are one person who is something different to multiple different people.
Yes, but I'm still one person.
Exactly. So you are one person with
That's right.
4,
I'm still
4
one
different,
person.
and probably more.
Yes, I am one person.
So therefore, one person who fits many roles.
Yeah.
So one person from God that can fit many different roles. There can
No,
be
I'm not
many
from
different
God.
roles applied to that.
No, incorrect. I'm not from God. I didn't come from heaven.
How do you know that?
Because
Can you
I've
prove
never
that?
been
Can
there.
you prove that?
Yes.
Please do.
I've never been there.
How do you know?
Because I've literally never been there.
That you remember, that you know of. Because it's beyond your comprehension.
Are you
It's beyond
assuming
your
that my
understanding.
mother traveled to heaven when I was a baby before I could remember it?
I would say that you probably haven't been to heaven because you haven't necessarily physically fully died yet.
No one has
You
been
will
to
one day.
heaven. Mac, thank you for the heart. All right, so let's just be honest with what it says. It says that nobody has seen the Father except for the one who is from God. He's talking about himself.
And who is himself?
Jesus. Jesus is the one talking.
Jesus is the one talking, and he says that he's saying that no one has seen God except for him.
That's why it says in verse 41, the Jews began to complain about him, and he said, I am the bread that came down from heaven.
Mm-hmm.
The context is Jesus talking about himself coming down from heaven.
Jesus is imploring that he is the bread that came from heaven.
That is the context, yes.
Yes.
So the context of the passage is Jesus saying that he is the one that came down from heaven.
Right. He's the one who came down from heaven. So to go back to your, what was it in John?
So in John 6:40,
no one has came from heaven or has ascended to heaven except he that has came from heaven. So at that
Which
time,
is
when
who?
that passage was written, Jesus was the only one who had came from heaven. Correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
And then later on, somebody else came, right? Somebody else ascended. But at that time, when the passage was written, Jesus was the only one who had ascended or came from heaven.
No, that's a lie. Elijah ascended to heaven. We just read that.
Was it before or after Jesus?
Before Jesus. Do you not know when Elijah lived?
By Zeus. This is painful.
It's very painful. Thank you, Mac, for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Or the finger hearts. Yeah, he's Googling. I don't know what he's Googling.
Finger
but
hearts, yeah.
He either got a call or he's Googling.
I'm going with a call.
Yeah. Either way, he's pretty crispy.
And he gone.
And he got a call. And he got a call. Well, anyways, he tried. He tried. All right, we're going to do one more guest up in here.
Okay.
By request.
By request. Is that Rory?
If he connects, we'll see.
Well, you better take up one more if he doesn't.
I know. Rory, he might not be here. It's still loading.
Rory, darling.
I don't think Rory's
I don't
with
think.
us.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
that's a
he's
shame. All right, we got time for one more. Ooh, excuse me, one more guest.
You okay?
Got a little hiccups there.
Okay.
They might not connect either. We got a lot of demons on the connection tonight, guys. A
So
lot of
many
demons.
demons.
Well, we'll try again. All right.
I agree, Mac. They don't want the smoke. Demon host? Well, by Zeus, you are the most handsome demon I've ever witnessed.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I've got a lot of demon eyes tonight. This guest is not connecting either. Listen, guys, if you have demons on your connection, remember, Prophet Skits has already given us the cure. You must beat the demons off with both hands. Both hands. One hand
Them's
will
the
not do.
rules. Them's the rules.
Yeah.
Giga said he messaged Rory, so we'll see.
We'll see. I'm trying to get Coach up in here. Coach is having a little bit of trouble connecting as well.
Breezy!
Good to see you, Breezy. W Breezy. Guys, we're already over 300,000 likes. Thank you so much for the likes and for all the gifts and all the shares. We're kind of dancing around 1,000 right now. We're kind of dancing. That guest dropped out. I mean, we're gonna try. We got.
Thank you, Bella, for the first subby.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bella. I appreciate that. Oh,
Okay,
his
there
phone
we
died,
go.
he said. Caleb said his phone died.
Hello.
Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Hollywood,
Thank you,
thank you for the
Hollywood.
subscription.
Oh, Lords Jesus, thank you for the 10 subbies. Win
Lords.
Lords.
Thank you so much, Lords. Thank you so much, Lords. I was gonna say a joke about Lords tonight, but now that she sent so many subbies, I'm not gonna do it.
Leave her alone.
I won't do it. Chris, what's in your mind?
I was just seeing, man. Do you believe in Jesus or no?
Nah.
Do you believe in God from the Old Testament?
Nah.
No. 10-4. What did Jesus lie about?
He lied about being the Messiah. He lied about when he was going to come back, and then he lied about what the Old Testament said.
So in the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament, why don't you believe that one?
Because I think the Old Testament God is a barbarian who makes all kinds of false promises and doesn't know how science works. For example, he thinks that all virgins will bleed when they have sex for the first time. And if they are caught not bleeding on their wedding night, that their husband can stone them to death.
Oh, wow. Do you know what verse that one's in?
Deuteronomy 22, I believe.
Deuteronomy 22.
Yeah, let's grab it. Is it 22 or 23? I always forget. But I've got it. I've got it. All right, I got Deuteronomy 22 open. Let's see. Starting in verse 13, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. And then, of course, if she's found guilty, if there's no blood on the cloth, then she gets stoned to death.
Oh, wow. But so the people of the Old Testament in the Bible, it does say from like later on Jacob and the first who was it? Jacob, Abraham, and I can't remember the other one. But anyways, it says after them that there would be false prophets and stuff. You don't believe that maybe some false prophets put some wrong stuff in there?
Yeah, I think Jesus was a false prophet. I think Deuteronomy chapter 13 warned against Jesus.
Yeah, because in the Old Testament it does say that there's only one God. There always has been one God, and there always will be one God.
Well, yeah, the Isaiah says that there is no one like me, none before me, none that come after me.
Yeah, so you know it pretty well. It's just it was too many contradictions in it for you to believe.
Yeah, and the God of the Old Testament is like barbarous. He doesn't like women. He endorses slavery. That's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. So in everyday life for you and stuff, I mean, how does that go? Like sinning and all that? I mean, do you still fear sin and all that, or no?
No, I don't have a fear of sin at all.
So you live how you want to?
I live how I want to, yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
10-4. Well, I appreciate you bringing me on, man. I was just seeing what was going on.
Well, good to hear from you, Chris. I appreciate you, man.
You too, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna follow you and stuff.
Absolutely. Cheers.
All right, brother.
I brought up Tiger because he had something he wanted to discuss with you. Tiger, are you still here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I got you. I always keep my promises.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm gonna be quick. I just want to let you know that you and Justin are the dynamic duo. And before I deconstructed, I was doing some study on my own before Justin put me in the stratosphere with my deconstruction. But the one thing I did find, one of the contradictions was in First Kings, chapter 15, 33, 34. It had King Asa, A-S-A, and King Baasha, B-A-A-S-H-A.
Which
And they,
chapter?
it's First Kings, chapter 15, verses 33 and 34, which is the end of 15. And then the story continues in chapter 16.
Okay.
It said King Asa was king for 3 years already before King Baasha became king. And then it talks about them being buried in Tulsa with his wicked ancestors. And they had a prophet Jehu who warned them, came on the scene and warned them about being evil, that God was going to kill them. Unalive them. And they didn't believe it. So the whole timeline was based on Asa, which was a good king throughout his timeline. So around his 26th year, not only King Baasha, but his son Eli and Zimri, the king over the army, all three of them were dead in Asa's 27th year, when the first king was supposed to be king until his 28th year. But when you go to 2 Chronicles 16:1, King Asa is distraught because King Baasha was building Ramah. This was 10 years later. And either Jehu was a false prophet, either God resurrected Baasha, or he never died. That's one of the biggest contradictions that I found in the Old Testament, that 10 years later, this king was still alive.
Yeah.
Something has to give. Either it was a false prophet, or he didn't die, or God brought him back. And then I didn't find any other king with that name nowhere in the Bible for him to be somebody else.
That's wild. Listen, I wrote down those verses. I'm going to read those tonight and tomorrow and really give them a look, because now I'm really curious to dig into this particular contradiction. I have a list of contradictions that I've been keeping. After I read it, this might make my list.
Well, you know what? He said that the king was, Asa was already king for 3 years, and then he became king, and he said he would be king for 24 years. So 24 and 3 is 27. So he's supposed to be at least alive until Asa's 27 year. But we had 3 people, kings and the son and the guy over the army, all dead before his 28th year. All the numbers don't add up. But like I said, this guy, and they told him where he was buried, and the cross reference is 2 Chronicles 16:1 through, I think, 6 or 7. And the king that died 10 years prior is up doing evil things.
Right. Yeah. No,
it don't add up.
Yeah, I believe in you. I'm going to do the math. I actually have a timeline that I've been building on an Excel spreadsheet. I want to lay this out on the timeline and see how it works out, because I think you're probably right. I think it looks like a numerical contradiction.
I want to say thank you. Didn't mean to cut you off, but before you go, I just wanted to thank Hanji for being true to her word. And like I said, just the thing she just did and brought me up, even though I was late, she told me come at 6. I'm kind of late, and she still brought me up. She's the queen. She's the best. You guys are the dynamic duos. Have a great night.
Hey,
and
thank you so much,
I'm looking
Tiger.
forward to see your study on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Tiger.
you, Tiger.
W Tiger in the chat, y'all. All right, guys, it's 5 till midnight. I gotta get some sleep. Take the dog for a walk. Get some sleep.
Thank you, Bella.
Thank you so much for being here, guys. We had a good turnout tonight. We almost got to 1,000 people here tonight.
Actually, guys, you did hit 1,000.
Oh, did we? Anyways, thank you so much for all the likes and the gifts and the shares. I really do appreciate it, and all the support. Please thank the moderators. We've had quite a few moderators up in here tonight. We've got a lot of members of the Kraken crew up in here tonight. Thank you so much for all your subscriptions and your support. It really does mean a lot to me. It's Sunday, so we're going to see you again on Wednesday night, just a couple of days. We really appreciate you. If you have ideas for topics and lives, do let me know. I'm looking for new material all the time. So we really appreciate
You're
and love
welcome,
you guys.
Caleb. Caleb is thanking you for having him up.
Hey, thank you so much for being here, Caleb. He was a good guy.